So let me just check on the first team. I did see Ali. Ali, you're here, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, greetings. Good to see you, Ali.
Hello.
Avery, are you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you, Simon?
Yeah, hey, good to see you. Wonderful.
See you too.
And Cassandra. Cass, you around?
She should be
She may not have seen it yet. If you could send an email, please.
on it.
I've sent a photograph to everyone showing the access link and the password. This is just to test us to see whether, if you get through this test, you're going to be really good architects. We're trying to put, it's like a steeplechase at Charlton organized it all. He said, I'm going to give a steeplechase to all the intermediates to.
Absolutely.
If they get through this, you get an automatic entry gate.
It's a different kind of metric.
That's right, yeah. And in fact, we're counting how quickly you come on. That's part of winning the prize.
Yeah.
Hopefully we did okay.
Nicole somehow was incredible. Nicole busts the system, and then Clara got in pretty quickly as well. So we're hoping for Cassandra pretty quickly, and we could start up and begin. You're all ready, are you, in your team?
Yes, I have everything pulled up.
The beauty, and I think Charlton, we're probably going to adopt part of this system, actually. For me, having things in a box before and where people have clearly read the brief and we're not rushed into it, I found a real advantage.
Well, we're definitely not rushed into it.
I mean, I can go into a review where at least I feel a half to a quarter intelligent before we begin. So, Michelle, greetings.
Hi, I'm here.
Now, hopefully, Charlton, you know Michelle, of course. Michelle was a graduate from.
Do I?
Worked with Overland, with the city of San Antonio.
I think we've met once.
Gotcha.
Charlton, yeah. I was a grad student, recently graduated of MSUD. Yeah.
And
Thanks.
Michelle has been an incredible resource in the studio. And so is Clara. And we're building, and Shiva as well. We've been, I can tell you I'm blessed that they corrected every mistake that I made for an entire semester. So what's the latest, Ali and Avery, in getting Cassandra?
Oh, she's here.
Okay, Cassandra, hello.
Hello.
Yes, come and show yourself.
I'm right here. Do you see me?
Okay, wonderful to see you. Great. And let me see, Nicole, are you back with us?
Here I am.
Oh, yeah,
Yay.
wonderful. Hey, now everyone knows Nicole, of course, and you're going to see a number of faces, you know, Nicole, but I wanted to make sure, I think you know Michelle Cruz, who I've been working with quite a lot. And Michelle has been quite wonderful with helping. More than helping, I think we've had a really spirited set of inputs, and Shiva Jabania is with us, and Clara Restrepo, and we're ready to go. So the format is, I was just saying to Charlton, I don't need to say a great deal. They are geared up. The format is very straightforward. We will see Team C, My Place project, to begin with, and then they will take in turns with their individual review. Then we'll go on to Team A, and they will do that. They will come together as a team, and then Sarah of that team will present the first one, and then they will come back together in the second session after lunch. So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves briefly, and I will monitor us. We are obviously behind, but we'll do our best to catch up as much as we can. So Ali and Avery and Cassandra, please take over.
Okay, thank you so much, Simon. I'm going to go ahead and start with sharing my screen. Let's see. I'm Avery, for those of you who don't know me. Ali and Cassandra.
Hello. Sandra.
Thank you so much for those of you joining us today for our final review. For those of you who have joined us for our reviews throughout the semester and seen our project grow, and those who are seeing our project now for the first time, we appreciate you. Our initial schematic design was inspired by intensive research analyzing the overall environment of San Antonio. Throughout our explorations, we began to identify what makes people want to walk in their neighborhood and how to create a walkable city.
The philosophy of walking is healthy for the environment because if people feel safe and confident walking, they no longer rely on cars. It is healthy for their bodies because they were exercising just on their regular walk routine, and is healthy for their mental well-being as they are getting more time outside, talking with their neighbors, and exploring a city that they normally drive in. In order to achieve this concept, we had to pinpoint our ideas and values in order to make sure every move we made was exploring reaching this goal. How do we create a city that becomes walkable?
So the first red flag that we saw on our site when we began looking at everything that really impeded our goal of creating a walkable city was I-35. And so from the very beginning, we took a really strong stance against the highway and promoted that it be decommissioned and eventually turned into a light rail that can provide energy back to the city. So in our scheme, we don't see this really happening for quite some time, but we wanted to design with respect to the future of an environmentally friendly city. So holding the plan in our minds that the highway would in the future. The planning of our city resulted in one major bus route going through like from a future rail station at like the top left corner, all the way through the site and down into the city.
We first exploring creating pathways within the city through the human scale rather than the vehicular scale. The roads on the site were up to 40 feet wide, and we reduced them to between 10 and 15 feet, depending on the density of the area. We felt this would encourage human interaction and keep them from feeling intimidated from the space that once belonged to a car. The spiderweb network gives people a different way to work, to school, to get coffee each day, similar to West Campus. However, all these roads have key visual points that help instill a feeling of place with where they are at. This will also help kids get around the city and help parents feel comfortable unleashing their kids out onto the streets. Our site fits within a quarter-mile radius, which takes the average person between 10 and 15 minutes to travel. The density of building maintains eyes on the streets at all times, which reinforces the feeling of comfort and safety.
So to successfully fulfill the walkable city, we analyzed what a community needed and reduce the proximity of civic buildings.
The idea
I think she's frozen.
Sandra, I think you've got
You're on
me.
mute.
Can somebody take over?
Yeah, I'll keep going. So to successfully fulfill this walkable city, we analyzed what a community needed and we reduced the proximity of all the civic buildings. And the idea of proximity catalyzed a network of alleys that created a dense low-rise structures that connected to different city nodes throughout. So each of these nodes holds different characteristics defined by the surrounding structures that were determined by the neighboring districts and amenities. By determining these programs, we created a neighborhood that also feeds into the bigger context of San Antonio. And the proximity to civic, educational, and corporate structures encourages walking and economic diversity that feeds into the community. And then also the variety of districts and programs creates an economic system that is largely fed by the corporate programs found throughout the site. And so then as we continued with this philosophy of walking, we began to kind of think about what else creates comfort for humans at our own scale. We wanted to make this like home within the city at the scale of people. And we took away the idea of big skyscrapers. We took away extensive hardscapes. We kept all of our buildings below 50 feet and included ample courtyard spaces and communal green spaces. And all these spaces are really vital to our design because it not only gets people outside to move, but it keeps them there to enjoy the outdoors, to garden or read a book. And these spaces also encourage movement throughout the streets because they provide moments of pause in like the alley system of streets that seems to be consistently expanding and contracting.
As we began to explore the architecture of our specific areas, it was important for us to hold on to these values of integration and mobility. Keeping a site where someone can get to their home on the San Pedro Creek and drop off their kid at daycare and get to the market in 15 minutes became somewhat of an exciting challenge and set of parameters for our project. These walking footprints show what a day might look like for someone in my place.
So an example of one of these is this dark design from the top to the bottom that would show someone entering the site at the north side, stopping in the market for a bite to eat, dropping their child off at daycare, and then leaving our site to go to work in the city. And the beauty of what we've created is that like all this walking time is only 10 to 15 minutes. So it's manageable and it's just encouraging people to move and be a part of their. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. What I suggest is we may, as reviewers, it's totally up to you, just take a shorter session now, because obviously the relationship back to the overall approach will come up in each of the 3 individual projects. So if you would like to take over on any questions or comments.
I don't have any questions right now. So Simon, you're suggesting that we can return to discuss it a little later?
Yes, of course we can. Yeah.
Okay.
If everybody's happy with that, we can do that.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay. So Avery, I think you're the first with the team.
Yes.
Thank you. So just remind people whilst we're here exactly where you are, and then you can move into your project.
Yes. So looking at where all 3 of us are at, I am the blue complex on the far left, the San Pedro housing. And I'm going to switch into a different set of slides for my presentation, but that's where I am at in proximity to the rest of my group.
Good.
So to reiterate, My Place explores mobility, the economic ecosystem of the community, and integration for both people and place, all to bring the city back to the human scale. These values work in tandem with the scale of My Place and scale of the user on San Pedro housing. They bleed into this building by how one accesses and moves through the building and the diverse group of users. Those living in the townhomes, affordable studio units, the visitors of the gallery, and the artists who work here, all integrated together just as the programs are within My Place. Based on my original sketches, these look at the way people move throughout the site, on top of it, and around it. These all shape its form to continue the philosophy of walking and economic ecosystem present and acknowledged here. San Pedro sits between a large open green space and another residential building. Its northern neighbors include housing as well as local small business such as retail, restaurants, and bars. San Pedro serves as a buffer between the quiet river and entering the livelier site. Those who live and work here have chosen to take a stance, along with the rest of their community, that they no longer want to live in a district that, that they not only want to live in a district that plans to decommission the highway and live car-free, but also live in a building that uses photovoltaic panels for recycled energy and a carbon mineralized concrete structure. They also have ample opportunity throughout their building to give back to their community and take part in communal gardening. The way people move in their living unit is dependent upon what type of unit it is. Expensive townhome units have large garden balconies, whereas studio units have narrow corridors to economize the space. The gallery allows freedom in movement from panel to panel depending on what type of work is being displayed. The workrooms also offer freedom in movement and do not require long walks to get to them, as they are there to work. The original concepts are elucidated as we move into plan. The north balcony on the side of the townhomes acts as not only a straight pathway to get to the units, but as a social experience. This 15-foot wide balcony is meant to encourage loitering between the tenants who live here, giving them a place to leave plants out to overhang their balcony or to sit across from the door to catch the northern sun. This moment is an effort to make the apartment a home and a small city. Contradicting it, the studio apartments do not have this function. Their corridors are much more narrow. Studio workrooms are located at the end of each wing of housing, the largest being next to the townhomes. This wing is also attached directly to the gallery display space. The second story of the studio work units next to the townhomes have the privilege of being able to walk directly onto the gardening roof of the gallery. This can be seen as a space for them to take breaks, similar to the courtyard in Goldsmith, a space for tenants to commune, a space for visitors to come marvel at San Antonio and overlook the river. The mezzanine area of the townhomes overlooks the living room. The large windows allow for bountiful sunlight onto both floors. This depicts the experience one might have in the upper story of a townhome, looking out onto the courtyard and onto the neighboring building. They can also see past to the open green space park. Eastern sun shines into these units, but is shaded by a row of large trees. Now moving into section, this gives a better understanding of the townhome side of San Pedro. This more clearly shows the north stair condition, creating communal spaces to get to their homes. The layout of the townhomes allows for light into the upper story. This depicts that the gallery sits between the two social classes of living, serving them both equally and encouraging them to come onto it, as well as celebrating together on the courtyard. This section explores the studio live units and the studio work units. The smaller studio live units do have positive private moments, such as the entry stair leading into each unit, keeping passerbyers from looking in. These units are small, but comfortable due to their views to either the courtyard or neighboring green space. Many buildings throughout San Antonio are concrete boxes receiving no light and giving back to the community in no way whatsoever. This structure is held up by load-bearing concrete walls and is a message to the city that you can still use similar material, but change the way you use it. The concrete is infused with recycled CO2, known as CO2 mineralization, becoming permanently captured. This decreases the tenant's carbon footprint, as well as increasing the structure's permanence. Lastly, I wanted to include what some of these moments would feel like for a gallery guest, artist, or tenant. The courtyard is meant to bring people together that normally would never see each other and create relationships between them. It helps foster a city within a city and creates a home. Since it is also a place to cross into the city for visitors due to the slit between the gallery and studio live spaces, this courtyard creates the opportunity for guests to see the values that the community hold and hopefully take some with them. These last two views look at the philosophy of walking in San Pedro, located along the townhome north balcony and leaving San Pedro next to the gallery. As we've discussed, the way tenants enter their homes is meant to be celebrated. It is a very leisure and homey experience and is meant to be a time of pause when desired rather than rush. These tenants are paying more, which helps with the ecosystem of the building as a whole, and this private balcony is somewhat of a reward for them that is just for them. The philosophy of walking has been vital to how we crafted our master plan and how I shaped this building. As people approach this buffer leaving the city, they see a glass beacon with work displayed made by many different types of people. It is a reminder that San Antonio is not only my place, but it is our place. Thank you. You're muted, Simon.
Thank you, Avery. Do you want to go back to your plan? And I think we're ready to discuss your project.
I guess I'll begin. Oh no, Charlton, go ahead.
So we're gonna do them singularly, or do you have them all present and then discuss? I just wasn't sure what the format was.
I'm sorry?
Are we going to discuss them one at a time, or are we going to have them all presented?
I'm sorry, it should have been clearer. Yes, I think it would be good to discuss them now in sequence, and I think, Charlton, we could refer anything back to the overall group strategy where that's appropriate, but I think it might be good to take a pause and let you all come in.
Sure, that sounds good. Nicole, please proceed.
Okay. Really nice presentation. I really appreciate it. Very well done. Very thoughtful words as well as images. So it was very easy to follow it. And so, and it seems to really build upon the urban strategy, which I appreciate. And I'm just curious, you talked, or your group, your team talked about the health benefits of walking. And I'd like, if you could, to just talk a little bit maybe about how walking, which is perhaps not just to provide a space for someone to move, but could be considered, it's a social space and so on. I'd like you to just, if you could, talk a little bit more about how that begins to shape the project, maybe not just in positioning circulation, but other aspects.
Absolutely. When we went to visit our site, that was one of the first things our team noticed. As we were walking throughout San Antonio, we were the only people doing so. Everyone was in their car. People were walking. It was literally to the building across from them across the street. And that was a huge issue for us. We felt that this relied too heavily on parking garages, on parking your car. This was a waste of not only your human body, but of architectural space. So moving forward to our group presentation, not only mine, we wanted to change the layout of the city to make it more for the human scale. And that for us, because we felt if the city reflected the needs of the people, it could continue to grow from that. And the idea of the needing for a car and the car park would hopefully in the future go away. And it would be more a city for the people at their scale.
Mm-hmm. And then how do you feel that interest begins to emerge at the building scale in your project? What moment, like, and you're welcome to move the slides around, what moment do you think is particularly powerful in that respect?
I think in plan, it makes sense. Y'all can see my cursor, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
The entry point here where you get from the riverside to the city side encourages walking because that is the human scale. So there's no way you can get there from between cars. And then as I was stating that this north balcony, that encourages mobility because you're not just immediately leaving your apartment and leaving, you're lingering there, you're loitering, you're fostering relationships with your neighbors because it is at the scale that you feel comfortable walking within the architecture of your building.
Yeah, and those are the types of things that I was thinking about with your project. Then you use the word lingering, and I think that's important. So one of the architects that I like a lot, an older architect, Herman Hertzberger, I think he's really good, especially a lot of people don't look at his housing. They look at the Montessori schools, which is great, but the housing is really interesting because it has in my mind, it begins to invite social activity around circulation. And he definitely does that in all his projects in some way. And so when I look at the residences, and I think on the side that you're describing, it looks like there's almost like a little stoop, like a step out that goes down. I don't know. Let me see if I can.
On this side or this side?
The top side. So the side to the, yeah.
I'm sorry, what you're referring to is stoops on the mezzanine story of the townhomes. It's balconies that overlooked where you can.
Oh, it's a balcony. Okay, so I'm one floor up. No. Oh, it's above me.
You can see it more clearly here.
Yeah. Well, but those types of moments of transition, I think, could really be important in how you've presented the project, and I could imagine they could evolve out of the plans and sort of a very cohesive building right now, a series of moments. And it might be in relationship to the stairs. The stairs might be wider, or it might be the transition as I move into the unit that both signifies maybe my identity. I have a place to put potted plants, but it also might be a place to sit and engage the person that walks by. I know that's a very small scale, but I think those types of things could emerge in the section and the development of the project as a whole. And I think you're already hinting at some of that. So I think that's what I'm picking up on. You've definitely are doing it in larger moves, like the roof garden, that space, a collective space that joins the two bars. The space, the courtyard space in between at the ground level, you're definitely doing it there, and it's very obvious. But I'm really excited about the movement of people, the circulation, the paths, and also those little interruptions, or as you said, lingering, that can occur that really fosters social space and collective sort of community.
Thank you, Professor Wiedemann. I appreciate that.
It's nice.
I can follow along. I guess I should unmute my video. Is that what we call that? I can start my video. I mean, it's not going to be a great treat for you, but yeah, we'll go ahead and do that.
It's like we're in Sutton.
It's like we're in Sutton. Yes.
Oh, where is
better
that?
than that? It's better than that. No. So picking up on what Nicole was saying, I think what's interesting about, I think your project sort of shows us a narrative about living and about this idea of walkability, which leads up to me. What's intriguing about it is when you describe lingering and you're describing certain characteristics. I think about these about how we engage space and how we engage the circulation and things of that nature. I think it's actually pretty interesting, the situation we're in now, that we probably have maybe a bit more awareness of what that means. I know I do personally have more awareness of my surroundings, about small subtleties in regards to the spaces we inhabit, the space that's around what I call home, and the interactions with neighbors. And I think where it becomes interesting, I think, is if you dig deeper as you look at your project and start thinking about lingering. To me, and that those encounters is just one facet of the possibilities. I think to another extreme, there's a possibility of saying, I'm in this very walkable condition, but I want more privacy. Like, how does one inhabit these spaces with varying degrees of, because I don't think it's like one sort of template fits all in a certain sense. I think there's, as you start really calibrating the space, you start thinking about which spaces lend themselves to more than just casual occurrences that are more communal, like the courtyard or the rooftop garden. Like, I could see the courtyard space having one set of characteristics where it's really, you go there to really interact with people. And the rooftop garden could actually be similar, but actually a little bit more private. Like, I can go to rooftop garden because it's a little bit more removed and I can have greater privacy. So I start thinking about those sort of larger scale occurrences, but I also start thinking about, okay, well, if there are cases where one might linger right outside one's front door, what are the cases there that's really about more extreme privacy, where you can sort of mediate between the public and private domains of your own sort of residential status, and apply that as you move around your project as well, and as it sort of engages the greater whole. So to me, the things that are interesting about your project is how does it frame those sort of occurrences, not just simply about walkability. And I have some greater questions, I think, that I would save to later regarding the overall master planning that hits upon this sort of strategy of walkability, privacy, public, things of that nature. But I think that's where I find the strength in your project, is that it's a framework to allow for varying degrees of mingling, of engagement with others. I think that you're setting the framework in a nice way for that to happen.
Thank you, Professor Lewis.
Would other reviewers like to come in?
I think I can continue from what Nicole and Charlton have already said. I think the point that Nicole brought up was really on point, that like what you started to talk about walkability and how there's this network that you're creating here somehow got lost in between the master plan phase and when we zoomed in to your project. And by that, what I would like to say is, you have done a good job in looking at this node in that master plan. But what I think would have been more, like, could have added a layer on top of this, was if you had explored like maybe a layer around this project of what your neighbors are doing. How are we walking from this specific townhouse or unit, the studio apartment, to the close by corner? Where is the path that I take to get to the San Pedro Creek? Because you talk about that a lot, like that already has been on your mind when you were designing this, but it doesn't come up when you look at the project or the plans. So one thing that I would like you to maybe look back at when you sometime in the future look back at this project is to think about what are the parts of this that were more generically designed. And I'm hinting on the interiors of your apartments, what you have done with the studios. They're great explorations, but they're not very specific to your site, right? So I can zoom out of them somehow, I can forget about them. And then there are moments in this project that you have created that are very special to what you had. There is the road that you were talking about where we mingle, the entrances to the studios, the one on the north west of the project in this map that we're looking at. That is a very specific point in both the whole master plan and your project, and that needs more exploration. Or maybe a diagram that points out where are the lingering moments and how you have addressed them. The walking to those different points. I think those are the parts that adding them to this project will really bring it together. I think your renderings showed a lot of good moments. Those were the things that really strike me, that you have really thought about the character that you want to create. You have really looked at the atmosphere that you want to have there, and that's a very strong statement. So play your high cards more, which were your the character building, your renderings. They were awesome, and see how you can bring them in to the other parts of this project. Your plans and sections were somehow missing that strong character.
Good.
And I appreciate you staying with us throughout this whole semester on our reviews. You've been fantastic.
You have came out a long way. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to move on. We don't all need to, we have quite a team that can cut in, that know the project, but I think it's really worked well with this first one in terms of having 3 to 4 reviewers. So we're going to move to Ali, and Ali, in reintroducing you, you're going to take us slightly to the north. And I think it would help to begin by making a connection back to Avery and where you're working.
Sounds great. So my name is Ali. I'll share my screen. So thanks again for being here for our final review. My part of the project is the bus hub and live and learn daycare center. And then this is just showing the overall context of our site with those pathways that we've highlighted in our past part of the presentation. And my group of buildings is in this yellow circle. So Avery's living apartment and townhome and studio apartments is down here. And then you have a short walk to this area. I chose this part of the project because I wanted to explore more of what family integration looks like in my place. Family's always been a really big thing in my life, and being back home during the pandemic with my crazy family all in one house just kind of pushed me more to do this part of the project. And so this group of buildings has a daycare, a home for elderly living, family living, a playscape, and a bus station. And it has a large focus on the family living and the life of a child in the city. And some key elements that I paid attention to while designing were comfort and safety for children. How do you provide spaces where they can be by themselves but still be protected? Relief for parents, and just asking the question, like, what would it look like for a parent to actually feel comfortable dropping their kid off somewhere and walking away for a little bit, knowing that they'll be safe? And then also looking at tactics to bring people out of their homes and get people to interact with one another. So this is my overall massing. Just to give you all an idea of the spaces before we really dive into the project. This is the bus hub located on the left in the pink, blue, and yellow. On the right in the teal and yellow is the daycare center. And then these blocks in the middle are a series of stacked shipping containers that make up the exterior play space. And so the site plan shows more of how these two buildings are connected. And it's kind of hard to see, but This red line is a bike path and footprints and handprints, just showing the path of a child through the site. And we're going to follow that path to further explore the building. And so I've named the girl Emily for the sake of the story. That's my niece's name, and she'll be excited that she got to be in my final presentation. So we enter the site at the southwest corner, coming from Avery's housing. And the first level of the bus hub is where we'll start. So Emily parks her bike at the bus hub and makes her way up the stairs. She meets up with her grandpa, who lives in this elderly center up here, and they spend some time together in this communal space, and they watch the buses come in from the window in the north, and they garden together in the south. Her grandpa has scheduled a game with his old folk friends on the roof of the bus hub, and so Emily follows him to say hello to his friends, and there they're covered by the shade of a steel perforated sheet of shipping container material. And to further show this, I have some sections just showing the bus going through the stacked shipping containers, this flexible space that the community can kind of use as they want, and then also this gardening space on the side. And then this is showing this place for bikes, more gardening, and then also showing a seating area for people to wait on their buses and a way to walk through the street, which is shown in this site plan up top. And then showing these spaces in a different cut. Having this resting area, people getting off the bus, hanging out at the top. A place for people to come together and spend time together. And so from the bus hub, Emily goes back down the stairs to meet up with her mom, and they travel through the stacked shipping container to get to the daycare. Here she plays inside on the west end while her mom relaxes with a cup of coffee and earns a break from her hard work of being a mom. The girl hangs out with her friends on oversized steps before heading up for class at the daycare. And so on this level, she puts her things away in the cubbies. She goes to class at the west end. She eats lunch on the north side. She uses the restrooms on the southeast side. And after class, she's having a sleepover with one of her friends who happens to be a teacher's daughter. And the teacher lives here at the daycare. She loves living here because it's a really short commute to work. She just has to walk downstairs. It's a cheap cost of living because it's a mixed-use building. And each of the apartments is different and unique to each person. So everyone feels like they have a place at their home. So the girls go upstairs and they spend some time in this plaza area underneath the trees within the apartment buildings. Her friend lives in this apartment on the southeast corner. And so they play in a large living space while their mom washes clothes in the community laundry room. Emily's friend shows her her bedroom on the upper level of the townhome. And later in the afternoon, the girls garden with their neighbors and they hang out on the roof of the daycare where they have a bunch of different gardens and places to just spend time with one another. And then they're shaded by perforated tecu patina sheets that have PV cells that help provide energy back to the building. So in section, the building is designed for play on the first level, learning on the second level, and living on all of the upper levels. And then in this section, you also see parents bringing their children into daycare and walking through like security boxes, I've been calling them, just as a way to keep track of who's coming in and who's coming out of the building with these additions on the side. And then I'm including this perspective to show the skin. I didn't get to develop drawings for the skin as much as I wanted to, but I did want to show the feel it gives the top of the roof garden and just kind of show how that would look. And then to close, this is a render looking at the shipping containers and the building from the south end ground level of the bus hub on the left.
Good. Thank you, Ali.
I can start.
Look. Sorry, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ali. This looks great. I am very excited for all the improvement and how much you moved forward. I have the feeling that this is an exciting place to be, to arrive. I um, I also loved the way that you started your story by talking about the bus hub, which is actually also a community center for the community and kind of took advantage of the potential that bus hub could have. And I see these containers more like as sculptures that reflect the identity of your project and like a sort of a landmark, a fun landmark that attracts kids and families. I can see it developing, in the future, having like food trucks and also like having even more program. But I think that that made the statement of your project being transit oriented and also attractive for kids and for families. Um, I would like you to tell me a little bit about how you see the family integration taking place in the building itself. I think the site plans look good, but definitely the sections are beautiful. I kind of wish the sections will be the site plans will be a little bit more as the section are showing like these different kind of like more shaded spaces or the different activities in the outdoors and indoors. So how can you bring this feeling to your site plans? But yeah, if you can talk about how you position your project with the community from this side, how you analyze family there, and how you're creating this integration to this community and not like any other community somewhere else.
Yeah. Where to start? I think like within like the group of buildings themselves, like this like elderly living and family living and the daycare. Originally in this game, I was really ambitious and wanted to develop all the buildings, and then realized very quickly that was just not going to be feasible. And so architecturally, I wanted to have like more actual physical links between the buildings where you could connect like families together throughout. But I think like integrating the families within the specific site and not like the greater San Antonio area is mainly just through like, in our whole entire site, we've provided a lot of areas for people to live and work. I think that was a goal kind of each of our schemes, that you don't have to get in your car to go to work. You can just walk down the stairs and you're there. And so with that being in mind for each of our projects, I think it makes spaces like these very tied to the community that's around them, because people are there all the time and you don't have as much like what's the word? I want to say exterior, like foreign, I guess, like traffic coming in. Foreign's the wrong word, but like foreign to this site, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a really small comment. I thought it's really, I appreciated how, the comment actually isn't related to this, but I just want to talk about how I appreciated how you presented the project with moving through the spaces and connecting sort of someone's day. So connecting spaces through time. So it had a sense of itinerary. And I think it's a very interesting way to design. I think you've done that as an overlay, and I would encourage you to continue to do that and maybe try to figure out what are the tools that you have at your disposal, excuse me, to do more like almost like a film, or really take it as an episodic journey. And so I would encourage you to continue to do that. My one comment is sort of about thresholds, and in particular, well, I think developing the thresholds overall are probably very critical when you're thinking about a series of moments that unfold and the spaces that unfold with those moments as you move from space to space. There's one threshold that is unusual to me. You talked about the security for the school, which I understand, but you've actually made it very visible. Like it's something that could be within the body of the building, but you wanted to almost symbolically show that there's security. And I just mentioned that, and I don't really, we don't need to talk about it in depth, because you may have all sorts of reasons for that, and I respect that. But I began to think about what does that mean? Like, as you're creating a new way of living and a new way of thinking about society, what does that mean? And I remember that Sir David Adjaye, when he lectured, and I don't know if you got to see the lecture, someone asked him about security with his building. And because they didn't really see it, it wasn't evident. It looked like a very welcoming building. And I thought that was important. Of course it's there, but the building didn't want to read as fortified. So that's just something I would bring to your attention, just a thought as you're really pursuing this sort of episodic architecture and really designing through moments, which I completely applaud. Is that moment, do I want it to read in that manner? Not that it shouldn't be there, but is that important? And what does that mean for the society as you're developing it? You don't have to answer. It's just, it's really more of a compliment, but just also something to keep in mind.
I love that. Thank you so much.
So Ellie?
Yeah.
Where is Emily coming from? Where does Emily live in this scenario?
Go back to the context. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. In this,
she arrives on bike from somewhere. Is it within this community?
Yeah, from Avery's. My idea was that she's riding from Avery's like townhomes.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
So I mean, I agree with the comments thus far, and I sort of like this sort of experiential journey. I wonder, my biggest questions have to do with the adjacency to, or partially to the adjacency to the buildings around, the spaces around this. I mean, there's a lot of effort in regards to looking at sort of how the internal machinations work, the green space, and on the rooftop. So you took us on that journey, which is very compelling. It brought me to think more about sort of trying to understand where the bus line was coming from, what the bus line was servicing. And also it brought back some kind of nasty memories too, I should say, which it's just because it wasn't spelled out, my imagination is left to run rampant. And I distinctly remember being back in the day, when I could say I was younger, it being at sort of like bus stations where that were covered or enclosed, and they're, the fumes and things of that nature. It's not a very pleasant place to be. So I'm thinking this is probably not what you had in mind, but it does bring into question sort of like, okay, are these buses, are they natural gas? Are they blah, blah, blah? It's like all of a sudden you start thinking about all those different variables you start thinking about. And I think one of the biggest variables was I see that bus route coming through, and Emily went up and over, right?
Yeah.
To the roof or to the, and so I get a little concerned about that sort of like, is that bus route is actually a barrier? Is it cutting through? How does it relate to the spaces around it? Do you have to go up and over? Bus watching and things like that nature. There's something about that would be really interesting about, but I think it just needs to be thought through and finessed in regards to making it more open, visible, airy in a certain sense. It might be more about removing some elements to make it more open to the spaces around it and things of that nature, so you can see it, it can breathe and things, and there's more porosity. And that was just sort of my gut reaction to that, because there's a lot of stuff happening here. My other gut reaction was, and I think it's interesting because that green space, you'll have to go a lot more to sell me on the shipping containers, because there's such a trend in the last couple of years. So I just kind of go like, shipping containers. Yeah, I think of them and I think hot. I think, so what is it that's going to make this thing from being a sweat box? Is it just the materials that sort of emulate shipping containers? Are they actually? So I don't want to get into that kind of detail. I think I'm more interested in the fact that green space is mediating between like sort of like this really public presence to a different kind of public presence, and the green space in between is that hub that mitigates that. And so one can engage it to, someone getting on or off the bus, they can engage it, they can engage your project internally into the bus hub, or in the communal space that's mediating between the daycare and everything else to the right, I guess I will say. I'm not sure if that's to the east or not, but to the right. It's a very not whimsical. I think your hand was very light, I think, and joyful, and I can see that in the site planning and sort of the programmatic planning. So that when we get to the daycare, some of that joyfulness and when sort of like looseness goes away. And I think you want to kind of when you look at your daycare as a project, level by level, I think you want to be a little bit more light-handed with it. I think there's some spaces that are sort of too compartmentalized where, you don't have that looseness that you have. I think that was sort of like I think it's a little too typical. And I think that when I look at the hand, it has to do with the green spaces and the other spaces outside the daycare. I kind of want to see more of that looseness in the daycare. Mm-hmm. The one thing I will say is also, I think that being said, you do want to look at your plans and kind of go like, I got to go through this tedious process of debugging it to make sure egress and things of that nature work. And I think there's probably some things that have to be debugged. I'm just at a glance, I see door swings going one direction and then door swings going another direction in a very similar condition. And I've got to go like, I think there's probably some general egress things that you probably just want to make sure it's bulletproof in that regard. Yeah. I don't think it'll take away from anything that you're trying to do. I think this plan is actually much more sort of organized nicely than the upper floors where they tend to be a little too tight. I think in terms of some of the meeting spaces, room enclosures. I think that when you're talking about the stairs that people can inhabit here, but then upstairs they can be a little too compartmentalized, I think, then they have to be, I think.
Really?
Very good. Thank you. I think this one...
Can I say something quick, Simon? I promise to keep it short. I know we're short on time. Ali, I think you did a great job telling your project through the eyes of Emily. I think it was a fantastic choice. And what I would like to say is somehow in between what Nicole was saying and what Charlton was saying, somehow trying to marry that two ideas that were thrown at you, that you need to be more picky and selective about what you say on the project. Meaning, when you were talking about Emily going through the space, you were more focused on how the space is being used and why this is like this, and where is the dinner happening, where is the gardening happening. You were telling this story as somehow that I could run through the space. At the point that you dropped the story and you talked about the security thing going on, or things that we're not tying in, that is where you lose that integrity. So what I suggest is go back to the story that you were telling and pick about what were the highlights, what were the things that you wanted to keep. And if things are not part of that story, don't mention them unless they're asked from you. The security is one example. The shipping container is another. Unless it ties really nicely into the greater story, you either have to have very good reasons to say, oh, this is why I'm doing shipping containers, because it ties back into this bigger story. Or, you know, how even the buses, you started your project, you had the master plan, the group master plan, but talking about the rail that was coming in. If you could tie that into that, then it would be part of the bigger story. But when it's not, it's missing, you know, you're missing links in there. And I think you'll make a great job in connecting these, because you've already like started looking at this from somehow a filmmaker's point of view, like telling this story as a whole. So you just need to find more links to connect these. It's not that they are not connected, but like you just need to find those links and put them in place so that your story becomes one whole story, and then it will become even better than it is. I'll just want to say one more thing, that like I would like that park to be a greater part of the park in the middle, to be a greater part of the story, because I think you have done a good job in like exploring it, but it was missing its, you know, scene in the movie that you were showing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all so much.
I very much take the idea of designing as a narrative of movement through space, I think is one of the key ideas that's going to emerge much more in the 21st century as we're changing our mobility patterns, of what Gail refers to as 5 mile an hour architecture is where we should be, and it is fundamental to understanding the human condition. So yes, thank you. We're going to go on to Cassandra.
Hello, everybody.
Yes. Don't melt down on us, Cassandra. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Here we go. Yeah. So, hello again, everybody. My name is Cassandra Lee, for those who don't know me. I'm so glad everyone is able to make it today, considering everything that's happening, and everyone's healthy and hopefully happy. So with moving on to my project, today I wanted to talk about my design, thought process, and development of my market. When initially determining the location of my design development, I wanted to ensure the equity and prosperity of all lives. I've always been attracted to the idea of creating an economically diverse environment to create a healthy, integrated community that feeds back to the neighborhood. So growing up, my own personal statement, growing up in a small, low-income town, I was never really exposed to gentrification and didn't really know or understand the ramifications of it until I moved to Austin, specifically East Riverside, which all of you know. It's a really desirable place, and right now it's undergoing mass gentrification through demolition of affordable housing and currently building up luxurious luxury style apartments. So that inevitably runs prices up and drives people out. So me, myself, I know the catastrophic and traumatic aftermaths of gentrification. So in order to combat that, I wanted to create an environment that is ultimately an economic ecosystem that feeds the community through programmatic spaces. So moving forward, I wanted to develop the area we noted as the market square. So to truly ensure an economically diverse community, I surrounded a community with a green space, a soccer field next to luxury style apartments, a hotel, an area for local stores, and then finally my market. So as I developed my market space, I wanted to be an adaptable and open market for all, not only to house a farmer's market, but also for locals to come and showcase their artworks. So my concept derived from my own childhood experience of my weekly visits to my local pulga. They were typically organized orthogonally to guide visitors. Although there tended to be long corridors, there were sudden moments of gaps between stands and forks that dispersed people, sorry. The dispersal of large corridors into small sectors creates a more personal and intimate experience with the visitor and vendor. So when organizing the market, I created this gridded system that helped me modularly organize private and public spaces, structure, and program. This modular system is continued in the organization of the market. As depicted, the structural grid system begins to show the public, semi-public, and private sectors of my building. I created this central public atrium surrounded by a semi-public area on the bottom floor and then completely private area on the top. So on the right side, I started to develop this as well with the market space. So I designed these permanent structures depicted in the lighter green that house electrical units that ultimately create a adaptable space within the market. So this space is really determined by the vendors and their weekly visits and how they rent out this space. So now transitioning to my market. When entering the building through the southeast facade in this main entrance, you come directly into this market space. To the right of this structure or this entrance is the private lobby and two offices for the residential occupants of the building. The left is an office space for the market and the offices above. So right here is this central market space that is continually adapted as the weeks progress. On the second floor, as you enter in this central atrium celebratory staircase, you enter this, the market is continued into this open space while cornered with these two office spaces on the ends. This lobby, the private lobby area is continued for the residential spaces above, and a yoga studio is right next to it. On these ends where the fire staircases are, there are laundromats for the residential units within. In order to create small or compact units, I decided to create these laundromats and community spaces to create a compact affordable units. So in these three different unit types, there is a small family unit, which is a 4x2 unit, a 2x1 bedroom unit, and a studio size unit. These, as you can see, are designed within this modular 30x30 grid, so it's easily it was easily designed to have compact and really high dense community for low income families. So on the third floor, this becomes a semi-private area that is entirely made of offices. The market spaces is no longer continued. And on this floor, on the residential sector that's surrounding the perimeter, there is no longer a gym. There's no longer a yoga studio, but now a gym. And I didn't note this before, but now you can really see the separation of private versus public, the central public area. Oh my God. Okay. And then lastly, on the fourth floor, is this urban garden that begins to feed back into the market space where local residents of the structure or neighboring residents around the community can come rent out space that can essentially feed back into the market. So this is the roof plan. Something to note is these green Boolean abstractions within these units that creates a light wells for the residents that allow for passive lighting strategies that ultimately reduce the carbon footprint. So continuing that idea, you can now see these green Boolean extractions right here where these light atriums provide light to the residents. As well, you can see passive lighting strategies through the central atrium of the structure, and also the offices seen in the back. So throughout this building, there's passive lighting strategies in each program of the building. So even the offices have floor to ceiling windows that allow for light to come in from the central atrium. Sorry, I don't know why it keeps on going to that slide. In this render, you begin to see the threshold, the private threshold between the private sector and the public sector. This also shows the construction of the building, which is completely CLT. And it really shows how the light starts to travel from the exterior of the building. And lastly is a render of the overall experience of my building. It aims to show how a visitor is connected to my structure when standing on a node of our site. This is also a representation of the connectivity and walkability of our site and how my market plays into my place.
Thank you. Sorry, I was switched off. Thank you. I'm unmuted.
I can start.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Cassandra, thank you so much. That was a really good presentation. I've seen your work. I think the potential of this market with the housing, it's very high, and I think that society needs to keep seeing more to promote how we can harvest our food in our upper levels, and then have options to start trading goods as we also go through this pandemic. Like, we see how that trend is happening already, when sometimes we don't want to have to go to the market. We want to reduce the amount of people we have contact with in certain occasions. But just in general, the section of your project comes across different uses and is promoting a lifestyle for a low-income community that will have a density, but also a lot of natural light, which I was hesitating at the beginning with like the market, how it will get like natural light. So at the end that got clarified. So I really like the combination of uses that you have. I think that in the site plan maybe some engagement with the neighbors, with the buildings that are right in front of your project, or even these spaces for natural passive lighting in your site plan could have been strongly, like more strongly addressed, even like putting some different activities that could happen there. Like your project clearly doesn't stop at the end of your building. So I think you are dealing here with issues that go far away from your project, like they expand, like the food, the exchange, the smaller units of housing for different income levels. So I think that has to come across in your site plan as well, as like how your building is engaging with the surroundings. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we can stay on the section, I just had a couple of comments. You have a courtyard building and you're sort of making a double donut, like with functions. And one thought is that the inside of the donut is pretty tight. And I don't know if you really had restrictions, hard restrictions within sort of the shaping of the building as a whole. But when I look at the section, I begin to realize that that's a pretty small space given the size of the building. And so if there were a way to actually allow that to breathe a little bit more, I think it could be helpful. And maybe a solution if you don't have choices to change the footprint of the building as much, given the constraints of the urban scheme and the site, then it might be that you could almost set up like missing teeth of the more public programs on the inside and allow residents at times to also have that connection to the inner court and make it a little bit more breathable. So that's just a thought that in section, I think it's a really good idea, but it seems tighter or smaller than maybe I would imagine to really bring light in. And I also, when looking at the plans, as you went through the different plans, I noticed that the configuration of that interior space might be changing across it, right? You might want it to be a little bit more figural or more uniform to give it a sense of volume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a couple of questions that might help me understand everything a little bit better. So the the office space that seems to be on, perhaps it's on every level, is that office space associated with the housing, or is it office space for rent, for lease?
The office space is for rent or for lease, yeah.
For lease, okay. And then I think on the second floor, the market has a presence.
Yes.
And so on the second floor also, was there housing on the second floor?
Yes, there's housing on the second, third and fourth floor on the perimeter of the structure.
Okay, okay.
Right.
So I mean, that's going to be an interesting question, I think, and that might have been one of your renderings, just that adjacency of market. I think there's a couple of larger questions that I just need clarification on. You used the phrase, I think in terms of introducing us to your project, you mentioned it being for all, and you mentioned the word locals. And so I wasn't sure whether that was relative to the district or relative to, like, when we say locals, or when you say locals, what are you thinking in regards to that characterization?
Well, I was thinking about the neighboring communities in the San Antonio area. So in our site, right next to actually this site, if I can go back really quick. So like literally right here, which is not depicted, well, past, this is the hospital, a little bit past that is neighborhoods. Right here is full of neighborhoods, and then over here depicted are also neighborhoods. So like this is a very dense area for families and a very dense community of like residential structures. So I was thinking not only for the building itself and the city, but also could just be a hub for the community. Or this.
Okay, sure. Well, I think if we look at your ground floor plan, my initial thoughts were, so the restaurant, so the restaurants that are around the central space, I probably would argue that I see them more as obstacles to the central space in the market. It might be a situation where one would say, like if you're just looking at this drawing, maybe I prioritize restaurants on the corners diagonally opposite of each other, and then the other corners are open to where there's a lot more porosity on that ground level to embrace, to open to that community, to make it really clear that there's a market within, so you can see it, you can see the activity. So, and you would just sort of have to, you knowing the site much better than I would simply say which corners are, and I'm arguing for them to be diagonal opposites just because I think it has more openness, but you would be able to say, I'm going to prioritize this corner and that corner to be restaurants, and then the other corners are just going to be part of the open continuum market, and so where it's very, very porous and transparent. That being said, you'd have to really figure out what does that mean in regards to the level up. Maybe that openness would encourage one moving up, but that's always a little tricky, saying, okay, well, the market's up, who gets this, who's up, who's inhabiting, which vendors are inhabiting the second level, because the more activity is going to be on the ground level. So it could be that the second level, maybe it doesn't work as well. But you have an overall thesis that speaks to sort of community, and you're talking about even one more level up, there's gardens and things of that nature. So what's interesting to me is just saying, let's push the envelope in regards to this mediation between, or just a lack of segregation between public and private. Like the housing is immediately right on top of what normally you would have the separation, because it's like, this is my private realm, this is a public realm. But I think in your project, it's probably in between right now, and it probably needs to just be even more sort of extravagant in a certain sense, to say, yeah, I walk outside my door and it's for people earning a certain income or lower, and they have immediate adjacency to this public market. And I'm not going to be concerned about necessarily that. I think the threshold is one of immediacy, potentially, and you might just embrace that. I think it's sort of in between right now, and I think I wanted to see it go all the way, just to say, yeah, this is a unique way of living, a unique place of living, and it's actually giving you immediacy to it, to this private public realm rather. I really like the idea of the light, of the shared light, and the light wells. And those are like sort of like 3-story, 2 or 3-story. Okay.
3-story, yes.
I was misinterpreting initially, thinking it was just a 1-story sort of cut, block out, but it's 3 stories. But it still could be a really interesting space, right? Not just because it's bringing light in, but what happens on the when you're walking and looking up and things of that nature. But I kind of like the challenge of the immediacy of the public and private, and just kind of embracing that fully.
Yeah, I think it's a really challenging project. I would just put in, Cassandra hit a number of issues along the way. I think finishing this off, and I'm not saying that as a negative, I think it needs, and your reviewers have said, an idea that we understand the space allocation, that we have probably more sectional detail, will help your project, but I think it's really coming along. Thank you. We're going to introduce the next team as quickly as we can. So Sarah is going to come in with Joseph and Megan and Michael. Could you present yourselves so we can see you and get into this very compatible project with this one, but with also a very particular thesis about family and education. So are you there? Can we see you? Who's going to lead us? Sarah?
Unmute.
Hello?
Oh, now I'm here. Hello.
Yeah. And we have Michael and Joseph.
Hello. Yeah.
Say hello.
Hello.
Hello, Michael. Good to see you. Joseph?
Hi.
There we are. Yeah, you've been wandering, Joseph. Good. Joseph comes with some interesting backcloths. Who is going to lead? Tell us about your team project, please. And I may slightly alter the timetable in that we might begin with Sarah and then let Sarah spend a little more time in the second review session as we're running late. But let's see how we go. And please introduce your project.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and then we'll get into our presentation about our project. So this is our neighborhood, Libertad, which means liberty in Spanish. And our thesis, which Simon touched on a little bit, is really about giving teens autonomy in the neighborhood. And so Joseph wants to talk about what we see here in this lovely slide.
Sure. So our site is on the edge of downtown San Antonio, I-35 in downtown. And it's in this limbo state where it's dominated by surface parking and intimidating concrete buildings. So when we visited the site and did some research, the largest occupant on our site is teenagers attending Fox Tech and Cass Tech high schools. But we were not able to interact with them during our visit because they are fenced off through these, you can see the bottom right, through these large, intimidating buildings. So we wanted to allow, we were teens not too long ago, and if we expect our students to transition into adults, explore the opportunities around the site, which are plentiful, like the nearby medical centers, art districts, restaurants, and businesses, and allow the teens the independence to move around and craft their own identity.
So we went into call our Live at Libertad ad campaign, which this ad goes through the 5 benefits of living in our community. And so we have an active community. Exercise and healthy living is one of our core values. And so we have a state-of-the-art rec center where you can find the freedom to find an activity that suits you. We also have accessible healthy food because we do have our own grocery store that prides itself on a culinary school. There's also local produce, organic produce at an affordable price. We have a sustainability agenda with green living, where we've eliminated non-electric cars. We're generating our own energy. We're revitalizing I-35, and we're reducing our carbon footprint through those things. In our business district, which none of us will be talking about in our individual presentations, but we've decided to push out big businesses in order to make room for local businesses, because that's truly what makes San Antonio special. And then finally, we have our 21st Century Education Initiative, which has redesigned how our school district functions. And so before we get into that, we do have, with Michael, this is our site in the greater context. So the black is everything around our site and the red is Libertad. And then someone would like to talk about this. Joseph had done this lovely rendering. Joseph, you're muted.
I was muted. Yeah, so this is an overview of our site. As you can see to the northwest, you have I-35, and this is this renders about bringing green into the city and also respecting the massing of various landmarks around our site. So you can see that that stadium, that football field. In the very north, you can see Michael's grocery store, and of course the San Antonio Library. So this shows our attitudes on sustainability and kicking lots out.
And so this is our master plan, which goes through the different types of categories of things that we have. So red is our educational district for the Libertad district. And then blue is our commercial district. So that includes the market and then our business district on the eastern half, as well as some restaurants. Recreation is a mix of our state-of-the-art recreation center and then also our green spaces, which is obviously in green. And then yellow would be residential, which is a mix of a ton of different housing typologies. And then I think this is our ad campaign about the school district and how we're changing that. And so if Michael wants to talk a little bit about this.
Yeah, so the way we wanted to really develop and change schools systems in our site is we really kind of diversified schools into separate buildings. And this is to encourage movement across our site, but also to kind of create identity across our site of different schools. So we house 9 buildings, and each school gets their own kind of identity. So we have like a music building, an art building, a business building, a culinary school, and these all kind of are to develop and foster identity of teenagers. So next slide. And so we've kind of split up identity into 2 categories, but really kind of still one same idea of we have almost at the core of identity that we would like to install in people on our site is the ideas of autonomy, sustainability, and health, and kind of like the way these kind of interact with almost individual aspects of identity, like art, food, games, jobs, scholastic, sports, and music. And we kind of developed or worked on like a triad of a development scheme of experience, create, display. And it's really simple, but really gets a lot done for us. And so for music, for instance, you would experience at like an amphitheater on our site, some musical performance, then we'd give you the utility to create something, great music, and this would be at our music school in like a music studio or something similar, and finally be able to once again express yourself in like a student given space or even again the same amphitheater. And this kind of ties in, this section actually kind of shows almost the different identities of our site laterally. And so to the west, we have Joseph's Park, which we'll go into later. But it's kind of a really public, open identity that faces the creek and has housing next to it. And then we have one of our main streets, which has busing and biking along it, and it's really identity of transportation. And then we move into a more private sector of our site. So we have Sarah's dorms that would house teens. She'll also go into later. And then finally, we have our main pedestrian street, which is only accessible to bikes and people walking, and in emergencies, cars. But this serves as the forefront of our business district and also sits between our education core. Yeah.
And then this is just a map of sort of the transportation identity that Michael was just talking about. And so this is a very reduced master plan, but the blue is wheeled traffic. So that would include non-electric cars, the metro bus system that San Antonio has, as well as some more structured bike traffic. And then yellow would be pedestrian, and then some biking. And so it would be like more leisure biking and not like biking throughout our site, or I guess outside of our site. And so this is what that map shows. And then this is a really nice diagram that Joseph had made of the existing green space. And so you can see that there's not a lot of it. And then that you can see right here in this large green space, it's actually not a park, it's a brown field. So even though it's green, it is not somewhere you would want to actually be. And so with our sustainability agenda, we've actually changed that. And so we're incorporating a lot more trees, more green space, because we're trying to reclaim this area as something that is culturally significant to San Antonio. And then Megan worked on revitalizing I-35. And so she wants to talk about this awesome system.
Yeah, so like with all of our group projects, probably one of the biggest barriers is I-35 and I-10. It's big, it causes a lot of problems for our site in terms of health. And so those are the non-tangible and the tangible aspects of a really big concrete structure that most people don't like. So coming up with kind of a small intervention of a noise barrier that combines a combination of materiality, vegetation, and some new eco-technology in order to kind of take a lot of those negative things and try to turn them into positive things, usually through some sort of like green energy and air cleaning. So because the freeway does create a lot of pollution and noise for people in the surrounding area.
And then this is the pièce de résistance of our sustainability agenda, which is called the Centro system. And so we essentially have a network of bike kiosks throughout our site and throughout the surrounding areas of our site, which essentially you would get to store your bike there. And these kiosks are hubs of energy. And so first, people are energy. And so using bikes for short distance travel actually reduces our CO2 emissions and eliminates some of our carbon footprint. The form of the kiosk canopy, which we will see shortly, has photovoltaics on it to harness that solar power, which would then be fueled into the buildings. And then the form of that canopy actually collects rainwater. And so not only are we harnessing energy for our buildings, we're also harnessing potable water that we can use in water fountains that some of our bike kiosks have, as well as transferring that into nearby buildings. And so we have 3 different styles of Centro kiosks. And so this first one is seating and water. And so you can see here, this is a 2-tier bike storage system, pretty easily locks. There's not a large chance that your bike would get stolen. It also protects your bike from the sun, rain, bad weather, so that way you don't have a wet bum, as Simon likes to say. And then it also has a water fountain that the rainwater collects in and then is filtered through. The rest are similar. This one has seating and lockers. And so the lockers are much like when you go to an amusement park and you want to store your backpack, you would simply rent a locker there. These are placed often around our educational buildings. And then this is our double storage system, which instead of storing 20 bikes like the previous 2 kiosks, this one stores 40 and also has that water fountain. And then this is placed in Joseph's bigger park in areas that would have more traffic in them. This is sort of how that rainwater collection system works. And so you can see that the rain goes into our canopy. It filters through into that central part of the canopy. It goes into an underground cistern, and then it can go up into the grass to irrigate it, or it can go into other buildings to become potable water. And then this is a map of outside of our site. Each ring is actually half a mile of distance. And then we've mapped points of interest that our teams would probably like to go to. The purple lines are the bus routes. And so we're looking at how are we connecting the Centro system with the systems that are already in place. And so these pink dots are the existing bike share programs, and then the purple dots would be ours that are expanding in our site. And then that is the end of our team presentation. Do you want me to go straight into my presentation, Simon?
I think that would be good. And you could summarize it, and then I think we can look at the whole thing via the reviewers.
All right.
And so we have to finish before we begin again.
Of course. So I'll go ahead and go into my individual presentation. This is the section of the site that I have worked in the most. And so the white would be, it's undeveloped housing, we're calling it, because no one has developed it for their individual projects, but we've kind of masked out the housing typologies that are going to be there and what kinds of people are going to be living there. The red buildings are educational buildings. And so this is the existing Fox Tech building. This is the existing Cass Tech building. And then this is an existing daycare, existing art pace. We're keeping those buildings, and then we've added some new schools. And then you can see my 2 individual projects, this one being Centro and this one being Rise. And so throughout my journey this semester, I would say that my exploration has been less about architecture and more about people and logistics, because our thesis is so people-centered, or people-centric, if you want to say it that way, because we really do care about bettering the lives of teenagers in the city. We want to make a place where teenagers can act autonomously and be treated like adults, and yet still be connected with their families. And then looking at logistics, how do we truly make that happen? And so with my two buildings I've been looking at, I think that the architecture has really been birthed out of these two core values that I have. And so this is Centro. What Centro essentially is it used to be, I say it used to be, it started out as a bike storage center. So part of our program for the education district is we would be giving every student a bike that they would get to use for their time at Libertad ISD. And so where are those bikes stored? They're stored in Centro. They're stored in this bottom part of the truss. And then above that is the STEM Center for Libertad ISD. And so the STEM Center is a lot of different things. It's a lot of flexible space that can be used for different science experiments. There's social gathering spaces that are open 24 hours a day. There's also a maker space that people can explore different technologies. There's a technology library. There's also a bike workshop, because we are still centered around bikes at Centro. And it's also really an exploration of physics. I mean, it cantilevers over top of the existing Castech building to show that we can overcome some of these old past struggles that we have through math and science, which I think is really important in the STEM Center. And then we're also, this is the back side of it from the street. And then this is that profile of the truss that overhangs over Castech. And then in right here, that's where the bikes would be stored, and these bike hoists. And so we would be able to store some of those bikes in the bottom of this building. This is kind of how the structure works for this building. So we have, like I said, the profile truss. Inside the profile truss, there's a transverse truss to create that almost like cantilever bridge style architecture. There's shear cores that go down deep into the foundation. And then these are water tanks that kind of help with that counterbalancing so that the cantilever can function. We have our floors. This is what I call the small core, because it actually doesn't go through the foundation. It just provides lateral bracing for the floors. And then we have the cantilever bracing, which is that exterior form of the building. These are the plans for everything but the bike storage, because these are the more architectural concepts in this building. And so you can see that the shear cores create a hierarchy of space. There's clearly a bigger space and a smaller space. And so this smaller space is a little bit more permanent. It's a little bit more furnished, because these are, they're smaller spaces, but I would say that they're less educational. So this is like the tutoring center, which you would only really go to during school, but this is social gathering. And then this is social studying with a coffee bar. And then this is the bike workshop and bike reception. And then these other spaces, we have small group classrooms and open classrooms. These aren't furnished because they're flexible spaces, really. I mean, these storage spaces can just hold chairs and tables, and then you can really manipulate the space as you need to, which is really exciting and creates a lot of opportunities. You can have a science fair here and you don't have to rearrange the entire cafeteria. It's very easy to set up, which is what's really cool about this. Also in the tech library, we have in the small course, some other equipment rooms, same with the maker space, but like I said, these are still flexible spaces. And then what's inside those small cores is a little bit more permanent. And then this is a section that goes straight through the middle of the building, facing east. And so you can see this is the small core that it's cutting through the floors, the shear core is behind it, and then you have this transverse truss and then the back of the profile truss. And that's all I really want to say about Centro, because I would say that the more developed project of mine is Rise. Rise is a...
Sarah, why don't we stop at that? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think what we could do, because we're going to repeat the presentation more briefly in the next review, let's approach Rise in the next review. If you want to just give a very quick hint of it, I'm sorry to be so rude, but
no, that's okay.
Our reviewers' opportunity.
Right. Then I'll just go through the exterior.
Very, very, very nicely. Thank you.
Thank you. So Rise, just to give you a very brief 90-second summary, is a dormitory for teens who have experienced chronic homelessness, because San Antonio has one of the highest rates of homelessness in America. And so this dorm would provide permanent housing for them, since there are currently only 7 designated beds in Bexar County that are for children only, or like children who are functioning independently or homeless independently. And so this is trying to solve that void. And so this is a small dormitory, but it really focuses on privacy, because a lot of people who have experienced chronic homelessness really value the idea that they're no longer exposed all the time. And it's trying to create a warm environment, because these teens have really already experienced autonomy, unlike our other typical students. But these students, they don't need autonomy. They really need nurturing. And so that's what the building kind of shows. Oh wow, those are some plans, and then these are the interior shots. So we can stop there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I will say a couple of quick comments because I have to be on another review here in a few minutes.
Of course.
So most of my comments will be about the general overall presentation of the master plan, which I think that I really appreciate you guys taking this on in regards to saying there's this need for radical change, and that is personified in how you're looking at these various proposals. I'm really be curious to see how all the proposals come together and how they're addressing it, and the rise being a hint of what's to come, which I think is particularly compelling in regards to homelessness. Because that's actually, I'm really pleased to see a studio taking these challenges on and thinking about them and thinking about, because I think we need more of that within the school. And it's an interesting concept in regards to saying, a targeted demographic. Well, I guess there's 2 things. One, and with RISE being a targeted demographic, but actually stepping back and looking at the overall master planning conversation, the whole idea that it's a fundamentally different educational system that is personified and architecturally in this landscape, this built landscape, focusing on sort of community and school and things of that nature. So I found that very intriguing, and I would be really interested to see how it plays out. It seems like, from what I've seen so far, there's some smart decisions being made, and there's some smart things being considered in regards to how one moves through, who moves through, where are they congregating. And I will say, in terms of the Centro, what I do enjoy about it is that it is prominence. It's not a shy construct. It actually has a significant ambition. So it's sort of interesting to say, here's an investment, because this is not an inexpensive building. So, but it's sort of saying there's an investment being made in these particular constituents, right? So I think that is clearly visible on the skyline, on the landscape. And so I think that's quite significant to say, here's some money being put towards a specific need, and we're not going to be shy about it, about expressing that we're investing in this proposition. The only quick criticism I would say is that I think that probably as you march up the buildings, having a bike workshop on the 5th floor and that sort of bike-centric stuff on the 5th floor as opposed to the ground level seems counterintuitive to me. It seems like you'd want to put that more to make it more accessible on the ground level with the rest where the bikes are, and leave that as a just open maker space. But I like the fact that there's a core and then there's flexible space. That I think that was smart thinking in that regard. Yeah. And I'll let someone else speak from this point.
I'll go quickly too. I know you guys did some case studies. Did you by chance look at Brooke Scarpa as one of your case studies?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We looked at the one in California for their homeless veterans housing.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know the project. Well, I think that's good because they marry the ecological and the social concerns, and so I think that that's really useful as a precedent. And I think also understanding that Los Angeles as a city has really pushed to support homeless people and provide housing. So there's a lot more financial support from the government that's being put, it is being really, I think it's I don't know if it's how transformative it is given the magnitude of the issue, but I think it's transformative. And I think it's of note, as Charlton was mentioning, that you're getting really good architects doing these buildings as well. And so it's with an understanding that everyone sort of deserves a quality of life and design. So I think that's really great. And I enjoyed hearing the urban strategy and really thinking about that as a network of performances that are both social and ecological, and they're sort of making a new city. And so I just wanted to compliment that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and particularly to Nicole and Charlton for your patience. I think we've done remarkably well through this overall series. So showing that we're not infallible, I think, has probably been important. What we're going to do, I'd like the other reviewers, we could say, if we could probably stop now and then come back, and I think we'll run through this again and let the other reviewers come in, unless one of the others would like to just make a comment before we take a very short break. Very good. Thank you all very much. Hello, I think we're beginning to start up again. So if people could begin to switch on, and we will begin to introduce and welcome our reviewers, and we'll pretend that nothing happened in the first session that disturbed us at all. Kevin, welcome back again. We will have shortly, I think, Dean, are you here yet? And we're having Mr. Johnson, I think it's Trey Johnson, joining us from facilities, who's runs all the design work related to the facilities of the university. So let me introduce who is here. Kevin, who you're seeing, Kevin, thank you so much for doing this. I was fortunate to work with Kevin in the school, who is with DWG Studio, who I think are doing remarkable work. I almost said locally, which is quite rude now. They've really spread in terms of their influence, and that is great. We need far more landscape practices helping us diversify and taking a leadership role. And Clara, are you back? Clara Restrepo?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, greetings, good to see you. Clara Restrepo, who is with Norris Group, and again, I was fortunate to work with whilst she was in the school, and she's highly accomplished at some dreadful thing called the Heinz competition, and the same with Shiva Jabania. Shiva, hi again, who's, yeah, wonderful, really live, and works also. Kevin and Shiva work together with Daniel Woodruff, and Daniel's an old friend, and I think remarkable professional leader. And everybody knows, I think, Michelle Cruz Hitz, who works with me quite a lot, and again, has a very interesting background with Overland, the city of San Antonio. Forgive me, I'm having a cup of tea like all civilized people here. And we will be joined shortly by Dean Olney, all being well. What I suggest is that, Sarah, if you could come back on and reintroduce the team, and I think we should get going. Everybody's had an opportunity to look at the file. Most of the review group know the project to some extent, but please bear in mind that you are introducing Kevin to it largely for the first time. So if you could please come in, rather than me trying to give some poorer introduction than you will make.
So would you like us to start the team presentation without Dean Allman?
Yeah, I think if you, this is an impossible thing that I'm saying, but I think if you would tighten it, because I thought it was a very tight presentation, but I say, Megan is here now. Michael, Joseph, could you just introduce yourselves, please?
Yeah, I'm Joseph.
And
yes,
I'm Michael.
Joseph. Good to see you. And we will see them individually coming on with their project shortly. Michael, come and say hello quickly.
Hello, I'm Michael.
Yeah, and they're going to come into the presentation anyway. So please lead on with, in each case throughout the day, we're leading with a team presentation and following it with individual reviews. And jurors, please feel free to come in at any time. But what we might do is go from team to Sarah, then we take a break, discuss it, and so we'll go on from there. Thank you.
Okay, then we will go ahead and get started with Libertad, which is our neighborhood. And our core values and ideas are really about giving teens autonomy in the city and integrated them back into the urban fabric. And so with that, Joseph's going to talk a little bit about the existing site.
Yeah, so our site is in the area between I-35 and downtown San Antonio. And as you can see from these photos, it's not particularly inviting large, a lot of surface parking and large concrete buildings. When we visited the site, we noticed that there are 2 high schools there. We didn't see a single student. So our goal as a group was to liberate teens from the confines of the existing structure of the school and allow them to explore the opportunities around them and grant them freedom to make their own decisions and craft their own identity.
I want to just interrupt for a minute and introduce Ross Johnson. Ross, greetings. Really good to see you. Thank you for coming. We had a little bit of a technical hiccup to begin with. It's probably not happened in the last 8 weeks in the university. But I think it will get into tune very quickly for you, Ross. So we are in the site visit in San Antonio at the moment as a way that the team are developing their strategy. Okay. Sorry to interrupt you. We're just on to the main values of the team.
Yes, and so we've decided to start this ad campaign called Live at Libertad, which in this ad, we are talking about the 5 main benefits of living at Libertad. And so one of them being an active community. We are very exercise focused. We have a state-of-the-art recreation center built by Joseph. We also have a biking system that is integrated within that urban fabric. On that healthy lifestyles agenda, we are providing accessible access to healthy food. That was redundant, but the market that Michael has designed is really about teaching people that healthy food and organic food that is not present in the current site is easy, affordable, and ethical. We also have a green living agenda, which we've eliminated all non-electric cars. We're generating our own energy. We've revitalized I-35. So through all these things, we are reducing our carbon footprint. None of us will be talking about the business district in our individual presentations, but we've made a commitment as a team to push out big business in our business district, and we are going to be promoting local businesses. We're trying to truly make this a San Antonio, right, or a San Antonio culture by doing that. And then lastly, we have our 21st century education district. So Libertad ISD is essentially using the urban landscape as the classroom. And so we're trying to provide teens more autonomy and choice in their education. And so this is our neighborhood within the context of San Antonio or the greater San Antonio area. And then this is a rendering of our site as all the buildings stand. And so Joseph made this lovely rendering if he wants to talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll touch on it briefly. This is basically our idea to make this site a more healthy environment. So greening those impervious covers and building sustainably and with respect to the rest of the landmarks in San Antonio.
And so this is our master plan for the neighborhood. We've color coded it, very simple. The red is our educational buildings. And so we have the existing Box Tech building and the existing Cast Tech building, which we've kept, and then everything else is going to be new. We have commercial, and so the blue is this business district here. We have Michael's Market and some more businesses here. The residential is all in yellow, tons of housing typologies that are going to be integrated within the site. And then green, which is a mixture of green spaces, and then Joseph's Gym are more recreation based. And so this is our Libertad ad campaign. If Michael wants to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so since teens are a big part of our site demographic, and we have 2 schools on our site, we really felt they weren't doing enough. So we've kind of reinvigorated schools woodwork in our site. And so we've kind of split up a lot of our buildings into distinct identifiable buildings. And then that is just to facilitate circulation across our site, but also to remove or to give some autonomy to students to choose what they want to pursue. And if we go to the next slide, we've kind of based these new school foundations upon this diagram. So it's an identity diagram, and we kind of viewed it in 2 different lights. One where we have the core identity about things of autonomy and sustainability and health, and then how that becomes influential on an individual scale. And so we have an art school, a scholastic identity, sports school, or music school, food school, games, jobs, and all the ways these can become integrated into our education system and our site in general. And we've kind of developed this scheme through this triad of experience, create, display, where we have an example of a music school, where on our site we have an amphitheater where you'd experience this, curation where a school would have music facilities like a studio, and then finally, again, allowing these students to express themselves in an open venue or something similar. And this became the schema to generate identity. And then we also have a different type of identity, a circulation of identity. And so here on the left, we have Joseph's Park, which is much more laid back transportation identity of walking and biking and just strolling around. And then between our housing and dorms, we have one of our main streets that has bus access and bike access. And then to the right of that, we have between our offices and our dorm, we have our main pedestrian street, which serves as our main business front and the way we would imagine people to travel across our site.
And so this is a circulation map through our master plan. And so we divided it into 2 different categories. We have wheel traffic, which includes non-electric cars, but it also has electric cars, the current public transit system. And so there are certain streets that they're allowed on, and then the rest of those streets are pedestrian and bikes only. And so this is kind of the separation of those 2 modes of traffic. And then Joseph did this lovely diagram of the existing trees and green space, which there's not a lot. And even in the biggest concentration of green space, which is right here, this is actually a brownfield. So this is not like Zilker Park. You wouldn't want to hang out here. It's pretty ugly. And so we've changed that narrative. And so we're introducing more green space, more trees. We're trying to really reclaim this area as a part of San Antonio, and it's not just a wasteland of unwanted impervious coverage. And so Megan has really been thinking about revitalizing I-35. She wants to talk about this.
Yeah, so I-35 is kind of a problem area on this site in terms of the aesthetic qualities. Not everyone loves the view of a freeway, but also the health impact of living near a freeway. There's lots of studies on it, and it is detrimental to your health in some way. So trying to come up with a way to have an intervention on the freeway that's not huge, that kind of takes those negative effects of the freeway and turns it into something positive like green energy and air cleaning as a way to kind of shield our site from it and the surrounding, along with kind of trying to continue the narrative of reducing vehicles in the area and as a greater whole.
And so that really ties into the pièce de résistance of our sustainability agenda, being the Centro system. And so the Centro system is essentially an integration of human energy and energy that we can generate. And so through these bike kiosks, which we'll see in a moment, we are trying to harness energy and reduce our carbon footprint. So first, if we use bikes for our short distance travel, we're automatically reducing our CO2 emissions. And then the canopy of the kiosk, which shields the bikes from harsh weather, it is covered in photovoltaics. So it's generating energy that is then channeled into the buildings around it. And then the form of the canopy of the kiosk actually collects rainwater. And so then that is filtered through the central beam of that kiosk canopy to filter it into potable water that can be used for the water fountain, which is connected to the kiosk, or it can be channeled into the irrigation system. So there are 3 different designs that this first one being seating and water. You can see here it's a double tier bike storage system. It locks, not a huge chance it's gonna get stolen. These 2 kiosks can store 20 bikes each. And then you can see here there's a bench here and then a water fountain coming out in between this bench and the bike rack. And then here we have a similar design. This canopy is covered in photovoltaics and the water runs off into a French drain here. On the other side, they have lockers. So it's a lot like when you go to an amusement park and you want to rent a locker to put your backpack and stuff. It would be a similar system. So it becomes a source of revenue for Libertad. And then there's also benches on the other side. And then this is the double storage, which is just lockers and a water fountain. This has been placed in our park that Joseph has designed because it's a higher traffic area. And so this can actually store 40 bikes. This is a section of how that would work. So it's a really simple system. Basically, the water collects into that canopy, filters down through that central beam, goes into an underground water cistern, and then it can irrigate the surrounding green space, or it can be channeled into another building. And then this is a map of how that actually, or how that system will filter outside of our exact site. And so each of these red circles is a half-mile radius. And so we've mapped points of interest that our teams might be wanting to go to. The pink dots are the existing bike share programs that are already in San Antonio, which is great. The purple lines are existing bus routes, which they could use the bikes and connect to so that they can travel larger distances by themselves. And then the purple dots are going to be the new bike kiosks or kiosk centers that we want to add in that surrounding area. And so that is the end of our team presentation. And I'm going to be going straight into my presentation for my individual projects. This is the part of the site that I've specifically touched. So I pulled it out in an axonometric drawing. The white buildings are different types of housing, but none of us have touched on them for our individual projects. These are just, they're massing. We kind of understand who's going to live there, what typology that is. And then the red buildings are the educational buildings. And so this is the existing Fox Tech, existing Cass Tech. This is actually the daycare for SAISD. And then this is Art Pace, which is a nonprofit art organization. So we're keeping those buildings and integrating it into our system. We're just changing their programs a little bit. And then the other 3 buildings are going to be new educational buildings. And then these 2 line drawn buildings are my individual projects. This is Centro and this is Rise. The 2 driving factors for these 2 projects for me have really been people and logistics. Because I think throughout our whole thesis, we're really concerned about what issues are people facing in San Antonio and how can we make those lives better? And so we're really focused on the people and those issues, and then the logistics, how can we actually enact that change? And so for me personally, the architecture has really been birthed from these 2 ideas. It's not the other way around. I've already talked about Centro a little bit in final review part A. And so I'm just going to breeze through it, and then we're going to focus on my second building, which is Rise. Centro is bike storage. Well, it was initially bike storage. Now it's like a bike storage center as well as a STEM center for the school. And so what we're trying to show here is that math and science is very important. It is connected with autonomy directly because this allows you to be able to solve problems on your own. And so we're trying to emphasize that within our community by making this monument to math and science. And so this is basically how it works is it cantilevers over the existing Cass Tech building. It's a lot like bridge architecture, which I'll show y'all in a minute, but we're trying to say that this building is important and yeah, it's important. This is the view up between Cass Tech and then my building, the breezeway that you would walk under, and then you could go into the building through here. This is the structural axon of this building. We have our profile truss down here, which is how we're cantilevering over Cass Tech, and then there's a transverse truss set into that. We have our shear cores, which are also going down into the foundation with the water tanks for the building here so that it can help with that counterbalancing of the cantilever. Then we have our floor plates. We have the small core. It doesn't go down to the foundation because it rests over on this overhang, but it's helping with the lateral bracing of the floors. And then we have our major cantilever bracing. These are our plans for levels 2 through 5, the ground floor being that first profile truss. And you can see that there's a clear hierarchy of space, which is denoted by the separation of the top row and then this bottom square. The cores separate that. And so I've separated the spaces and how they function. And so this larger space is really flexible space. There's not furniture in it because it really can change. There's storage rooms. And then the small cores are more permanent structures. So you can see here, there's classrooms, there's a film room in the tech library. There's the large equipment, like our laser cutters are noisy and loud. And so we need to take that into its separate space so it doesn't disrupt the rest of the space on that floor. And so it helps organize the space, but it also leaves it open so that you would be able to have science fair on a Saturday and it's not really disrupting the permanent furniture that's there because there is no permanent furniture. And then these back spaces are a little bit more permanent. So we have social gathering and studying on floors 3 and 4. We have a tutoring room with actual rooms on the side so that there is some private spaces in this building. And then we also have a bike workshops that you can either work on your own bike or you can get it repaired in this building. And then this is a section that's going through the middle of the building. And that's Centro. I breezed through it really fast because I already had it reviewed, so I apologize. But this is Rise, which is my second building. Rise is a dormitory for teens who have experienced chronic homelessness. And so this project is really about, it is about autonomy and the way that our team is focusing on autonomy of teens. But these teens have already experienced autonomy because they were independent and homeless. They weren't necessarily with a family unit because that is a different category according to the Housing and Urban Development Department. So these teens don't really need to experience more autonomy. What they really need is to be nurtured, to be comforted. And so that's what this building is trying to provide. Like I somewhat mentioned, this is a report from the Housing and Urban Development Department. And this is a report from Bexar County, which is where San Antonio is. And they've separated out the annual total of designated beds for each category of homeless people. And so child only means that they're not connected with a parent, like it's just a single person. And there's a total of 7 designated beds for teens in Bexar County. And they're what's considered an emergency shelter. So it's as if you need a place to stay for one night, you could sleep here. Only 7 teens have access to that. And yet San Antonio has one of the highest rates of teen homelessness in America, which I think is absolutely abhorrible. And there's not a single bit of permanent housing for chronically homeless teens in Bexar County. So Rise is really trying to fill that clear need that the current homeless shelters either cannot or aren't. And so this building is a lot softer than Centro. It's not necessarily a monument. It's trying to blend into the context because a lot of homeless people who have been chronically homeless have that feeling of constant exposure. They're always being watched. And so this is trying to create a home where they're not always watched. They can relax because they're finally alone. And so this is the first floor of Rise. You can see in this floor plan that it's an open floor plan, but we're trying to divide that space to still give them a sense of privacy and organize that space. And so you have our living and dining areas here. A study wing kind of wraps around, so it's a little bit more private, a little bit quieter. The only actual walled off spaces in this ground floor would be the professional catering kitchen, because that's not necessarily a space that the teens need to go, because they have their own open kitchen bar here, but also the group counseling center, because counseling is going to be such a vital aspect of their recovery and their healing from their experiences. And so we have 2 private therapy rooms and then group counseling so that they can form bonds with their roommates and other residents of Rise. On level 2, we have 2 separate wings. And so for, I guess for gender separation purposes, there has to be 2 wings so that girls and boys aren't in the same wing together. It's not necessarily co-ed, even though it's a co-ed facility. And there's also an RA apartment in each wing. And so that way, after a curfew has passed, they have access to an adult if they need help or if they need to talk to somebody, which is really going to help. And then there's also this patio that kind of intersects those two wings so that they can still be together after school, and they can still hang out, but they still have their own private spaces. They do share a bathroom with one other person. So there's a little hallway, you got your bathroom, then your own bedroom. But you're still connected. You're not alone, but you do have that private space and that refuge that you really need. And then we do have a third floor since, as you can see, this wing's a little bit smaller. And so it's also a little bit taller to help block out that western sun. And so this floor, I assume, would be for maybe our most senior residents who have been here for a while that maybe are a little bit more stable and could stay on their own. Or it could be emergency housing if someone were to come to the facility and we weren't at 100% occupancy. And so this is a section that's going through the group counseling center on the ground floor, a lot of the bedrooms. You've got the upper gathering center here, and then you also have the living space here. This is showing we're trying to work at a much smaller scale while still making it feel open. And then, excuse me. This is cutting through the dining hall and the living room. You're showing that patio, and then we have, again, the 2 bedroom levels, this one here, and then you can see the back of the counselor apartment here. And then this, I think, shows the most about what Rise really feels like. I took these series of interior shots to kind of show that this building is supposed to feel warm and connected and safe. And so this is the end of my presentation. I know a lot about this building and the logistics of it. It's, Simon, we joke that I do too much research and not enough designing. And so if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. But yeah, I think that's where I would like to leave off. Thank you.
Not a bad thing. Thank you. I'm opening it up. We of course can come back to any project at any time in going through the team, but I think we'd like our review group to come in at this point.
Simon, just kind of a clarification on where feedback is kind of most desired. Do we want to talk about kind of the master planning exercise that the team underwent initially, and then, or focus it more on these individual projects?
Well, here's the crisis that we faced. We did have some feedback on the master plan, but it's so integral to how this team have approached their individual buildings. I think we're going to oscillate between the two. So please feel free in going any way you wish to, Kevin.
Gotcha. Well, I guess, I mean, I could start off. First of all, it's good to see. I think I've had maybe half of the class in a studio 2 semesters ago. So I'm familiar with many of these students already. Yeah. So, and Sarah was one of my students previously. So first of all, you know, like, congratulations on a pretty extensive semester, also dealing with the current scenario we're all in. You know, it's an impressive body of work to be starting at that kind of large master plan scale and be thinking kind of in urban design planning moves, and then throughout the course of 3 months move down into kind of floor plans. So I really appreciate that. I think maybe just some initial first comments on the master plan. And I don't know if you're able to scroll back just to kind of like an overview, either plan or AXO or something. So yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, so I think it's obviously a really interesting site, and the way that you all kind of react to some of the constraints or opportunities on the edges, I think is really kind of where I'm most interested in, and I guess specifically kind of choices of, you know, and although in San Antonio, we're all very familiar with what having 35 cut through a city does to the urban fabric. So, you know, I do have maybe some questions on kind of like the choices of putting the residential kind of stacked up against the interstate, and really kind of if there were opportunities to maybe consider ways to address kind of what that would be like as a place to live, and not that putting commercial against the interstate is any more desirable, but I just, being that close and then kind of creating a wall of residential, it does make me think that the type of experience for those residential towers will be one that keeps people inside just because of kind of noise pollution and air quality. So I'd be curious if maybe there are opportunities to really kind of address or try to address the barrier of 35 a bit. The other edge that oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that Megan and Michael will be touching on that topic in the projects.
Great. Cool. And then maybe this will be a comment addressed in further presentations also, but I mean, I know San Antonio is obviously, you know, very connected to the kind of public realm of the creeks. I mean, obviously the Riverwalk is a different water system that's close to this, but the San Pedro Creek and the kind of, I think, relatively new plaza that was built, I think there's a really huge opportunity for your public space, or the way that you kind of address the public space to make an effort to really connect to that linear system of public space that is the creek. And I think I would love to have seen, even just kind of at a diagram level, kind of what that, you know, maybe instead of there being the San Pedro Creek Park Plaza, like maybe you could even propose that gets moved, or that kind of focal pedestrian public space gets moved kind of more internally into your project, and you really make an effort to connect kind of the pathways to that kind of linear creek system. But in altogether, you know, I think it looks like a challenging site. I was zooming around on Google Earth a bit, and I appreciate the kind of dealing with some of the disconnected pockets that San Antonio presents. And then maybe I'll just let other jurors jump in at this scale, and then maybe after we've made some comments at this scale, if we can return back to your to kind of your two building proposals.
Well, I'll just add, you know, to your comments, Kevin, is it's interesting in looking at this diagram specifically is sort of the distribution of the commercial versus the residential. And I'm curious, as a group, what your thoughts are on how you think people kind of move through this whole area. You know, do you anticipate, or is it your hope or assumption that, you know, the residential up on the north end is sort of going to stick to that neighborhood and create its own little community? Is down at the south end, are those groups going to kind of stick together? Because there's not a central kind of core of business. It's very kind of distributed throughout, and both in terms of residential and commercial. And then, you know, the education component of it being the core, which sounds like is kind of the direction you were headed in, and then sort of everything's sort of sprayed out from there. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the overall sort of micro movement of the people within this, you know, looking at this particular thing, because there's a very clear sort of, you know, along the interstate, and then along that eastern edge, and then also kind of down in that southwestern edge as well, it looks like.
Yeah, Sarah, do you want to, sorry, am I allowed to jump in at this part?
Yeah.
Okay. Sarah, if you flip 2 slides to the right, I just added that might help visualize sort of the zoning.
This one. This one?
I don't know. I guess I just added it on the Google Slides thing, so it's probably not there. But that's probably a good one to start talking about. So yeah, when we decided to move the lane of sort of business and pedestrians to the one just next to that parking garage, so to the left of that parking garage.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have sort of Sarah's district on the left, which is the educational district. And then you have small businesses right between the library and the education district. So we sort of wanted to create another lane through the site and connect the 2 creeks. But yeah, we wanted to move that main lane of pedestrians more to something at the heart of our project.
Actually, what was nice about the one time we did visit the site, we noticed that there was like a lot of like looking at the site, it looks really big. But if you kind of like Google Maps your way through like walking distances, it's actually pretty walkable, if other than the awful views. So in reality, we kind of pictured just like our education, so kids going to school in our area, being able to like traverse the entire site, having everyone be able to traverse the entire site as well, whether it's to Joseph's Park or Michael's Market, like having that opportunity to explore the entirety of the site, and us providing that through walkability and cycling opportunities can increase that, is kind of how we were going about it.
I think we should move on. We're going to come back, and I don't want you to think, Sarah, that we're shortchanging you at all, but I'm sure your projects will come back into the discussion, but I don't want us to get too far behind.
Of course.
If everybody's happy, I think we've got the beginning of the thesis beginning to emerge, and we may well do it that we can summarize and bridge across various projects when we've got a little further. Is that okay with everybody? Good.
Sure.
Joseph, thank you. I think you're next.
Oh, let me stop sharing. And then just you share.
You're muted, Joseph.
Sorry, are you guys seeing my Chrome screen? I'm not great at Zoom.
Yeah.
We're seeing circulation.
Yeah. So that might give you guys a better idea. I just threw that one in. But let me open up my presentation. So present. So this is the area next to San Pedro Creek. And when we visited, we noticed that no one was really at San Pedro Creek, even though it was landscaped quite nicely. And that was because there's a busy road next to it that turns into a feeder lane for the highway. So our first is to kick that road off. So here's some of the adjacencies. So you have a neighborhood of 5 Points. You have some neighborhoods west of I-35, and then you have downtown housing and some apartments on the other side of San Pedro Creek. But there's not a whole lot of green space for these people, and there's nothing really central to draw you into that. So that's where I've come in with this part. So it is following the creek, and it has a formal recreation zone on the north side. So a recreation center, baseball field, and a hardscape area. And on the south side, you've got a more informal nature park. You've also got a field that can be used flexibly for things like concerts or festivals. And on the east side, you've got some different types of housing in our general education building, which is basically where you would start school in our school district. And then in green, you can see the bike lanes going through the site, and in white, the different lanes to walk in, which you could also bike, but not explicitly. So I'd like to talk a little bit about our high school. This is the Fox Tech baseball team, which as Fox Tech transitioned into a charter school, they got rid of. This is a photo from their last game. Pretty heartbreaking to see that these kids can't play baseball anymore. And this is their baseball field today. It is a car park in an area where there are about 10 parking spots per person. So this is the football field, unfortunately, met the same fate. So this is the Fox Tech football team. Fox Tech toxic field on the bottom here. And this is the former site. This is what some architect has done to it. They turned it into a parking lot and a school district building 1 mile away from the existing school district building for the low price of $30 million. So the top right is the building when we visited it. So that is the stage it's in. So I wanted to take this building and repurpose it, move the school district buildings to the existing high school that is a bit chunky, and turn this into a recreation space. So because we can't demolish this building and bring the football field back, I put the football field on top of it, and that allows us the opportunity for a lot more space for housing on the site, but also to create a community hub inside of the former school district building. So here's the top view. You've got a football field and soccer fields on the top, and it's quite hot and it's turf. Turf gets pretty hot. So there's a shading canopy on top of that. So this is a render of the open gym space. So something flexible that you could bring some stands in here and have a basketball game, or you can just have a summer camp. So here's a plan of the gym. So adding on a little bit to it, but also providing all the recreational spaces that a school recreation space might need, but also making it available to the community. And those black dots you see, structural dendriform columns. So here's a look at some renders of the structure and the football field on the roof. And then I'm going to transition to the park. So this is an aerial perspective from Flores Street. So this is a little food truck area. On the right, you have our general education. This is walking park. And I'm going to transition to the housing part, because housing is a big part of everyone in this group's projects. So the housing is on the east side, and this is kind of the idea. So let me transition back here. So you have senior housing here, family apartments for students in the school district, and tree apartments for people working downtown. So you can mix community, but also filling in spaces in between. So here's a look at some of the ideas behind the park. This is south-facing housing. So a big thing that drove the development of this was lighting, and allowing a lot of natural lighting, and also giving that balcony space that can foster a sense of community while also having a high level of density. So we looked at, Simon showed me a community called Vauban. So this is based off that. And so here's a kid and his son. Here's the top view. So some of the sustainability factors, gardens, community spaces, and solar. Here's a section, a bit repetitive, but you do what you can. Here's some of the variety in the floor plans. So you can see the balconies on the north facade and the community balconies on the south facade.
Joseph,
yeah,
interrupt you. Can you turn your video off for a minute? Your sound's not coming through well.
Yeah, let's see if that helps.
Keep speaking. Move on.
I think I have to stop screen sharing to stop my video, and then I'm going to re-screen share.
Great. Keep going.
Yeah, so these are floor plans of my housing. So there's a variety of unit types. And here's a perspective of the park from the living room, which is on the south facade. And here's just a perspective of the park and kind of the community idea with the within the urban fabric of San Antonio. So that's it. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Joseph. You can come back on again if you wish, but why don't you leave us with one of your key diagrams or drawings?
I think this, I'm trying to find, yeah, this one would probably be a good one.
Yeah, thank you. Who'd like to begin?
I can start.
Thank you.
First of all, I think as a team, you have done a great job. Like just focusing on the issue of schools and students is great, and breaking up the educational like compound to this campus. At least to me, that I've never been in like not being an American, not having been into these huge schools. My understanding of schools is like a much more understandable building. So I see your whole concept of breaking up the high school, and I like on point by it that this will be a positive impact there. To talk about what Joseph has done. Joseph, you have done a great job with embracing the green space and looking at how you want to program it and how you want to use it. And I think we'll agree that the apartments was also developed well. The part that I wish you had worked more on was the connection between these buildings, sections that would encompass 2 or more of these buildings and how they work together, what happens in the spaces in between them, and the San Pedro Creek and how that section works. Because individually, these buildings are developed but don't have much to offer for the site. We see those connections when you look at the edges of these buildings, and that is the thing that I would do. Other than that, I think you have done a great job both looking at the fields and the residential items.
Thank you.
I'm really intrigued by the recreation center solution on top of the existing office building. That's really, it's really just a really intriguing, interesting idea of sort of capping that and creating something internal to that, as well as, you know, programming that space on top of that. So that's pretty interesting. I'm really like the way that and especially in this particular context, sort of on the inner core of San Antonio, the way the family apartments are set up, where you have, you're off the main road slightly for a little more quiet and privacy, and you kind of essentially have kind of a lawn in front of you, your own front yard, even though you're sharing it with people, and really giving access to these families for having green space and open space and paths and things like that. So that's something that's really, you don't necessarily always see something like that. It's all about just getting as much density as you can. I think that's really important in this particular context for the people within, these neighborhoods of San Antonio.
Hello, Joseph.
Hello.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry, do you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Wait, this is, I don't know.
And thank you, Ross.
Okay, sorry about that. Joseph, congratulations. I think you've done a really impressive work since the last time I saw you. The recreation center seems pretty solid. When you showed the videos and how the structure will create this threshold, shaded threshold around the building, I could imagine a gray urban space for kids to do so many things under that canopy. You embrace density, and you show it through your images with the building facades, and also showing the feeling of the interior, how that green space will feel like, and how great density could be for these communities that have so much space in a downtown area that is underutilized. I can see there's like more thought into the recreation center and in the open spaces, as Shiva mentioned. And I really appreciate embracing the landscape design of this asset that the city has, and it's a project that is ready to show and ready to make people convey these ideas, to really push that hard, and I'm very excited for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just jump in for kind of a brief comment. I definitely agree with all that's being said, and again, congratulations. I mean, this is, as we seeing the projects further and further, this is a huge site, and y'all are making decisions at the scale of an urban designer and then at the kind of joint structural connections. So, that's impressive, and I think that's, a fun opportunity for y'all to take this project. And we always say this at reviews, that you can continue to develop these, but especially this one, you guys have created essentially a district that you can continue to refine and revisit parts, if you'd like. And I think related to kind of the park, I think it would be interesting to start, you can see in this diagram all these kind of shapes that are being created by your path network. And even just going in and starting to kind of study or develop a program for each of these kind of little chunks of green that you're showing. You've done it once with the playground, but I think there's potential for like individual identities to start to be created. And when you think about, or if you actually are kind of go in and really investigate parks and park design, there's just a lot of opportunity to really to create unique characters for all the different kind of parcels that your path network is subdividing. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot more that you could do to even make kind of this initial park proposal even more rich.
Great, thank you. We're now going to take you up to the controversy of edge or barrier housing to the freeway. And I want to introduce Megan, who's going to show us how to address those issues of noise and air pollution and impact.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the feedback throughout the semester. So, thanks.
Okay, hi, Joseph, if you don't mind stopping your share screen so I can share mine, thank you. Kind of, I touched on it a little in the group explanation, but essentially the freeway is kind of a big problem on the site. It affects all of the site. Actually, I was looking at a lot of dust movement and everything, and it affects everything. So kind of having a barrier that's really small, but still effective is kind of what I was going for, and having a reusable material and having vegetation that's like appealing, but also not having to deal with the weight and like soil, since these are air plants, which do happen to exist in Austin and San Antonio. And it's a native Texas plant. And then also combining that with an air cleaning system of algae and water being pumped through these clear tubes that will take carbon dioxide from vehicles, filter that through, and over time, as the air improves in quality, these may not be needed anymore, but can be taken back into filtered water and algae and be reused into something else. So that's kind of like the big part of that. But for my project in particular, the tallness of it kind of acts as like a physical wall for the rest of the site as a whole. And also kind of working with this idea of two facades, one on the northern side and one on the southern side. I kind of addressed that programmatically, where all of the housing is facing the southern side, and having these northern portions being either structural or leasable spaces, or kind of these live work areas for the housing as it progresses vertically upwards. And then in terms of how to kind of help with the noise barrier on the freeway, having green space that kind of deals with that. So having really large trees on the northern side in this courtyard area that begins to kind of baffle that noise through the trees. And then having in this area smaller trees that kind of address people. So providing shading for pedestrians in that way. And then kind of coming to touching a little bit on the structure of itself, because the freeway produces vibrations and does affect buildings nearby it, since this is so close. Creating kind of vibration isolation in the foundation to kind of mitigate that, along with on the northern facade having a thicker wall in comparison to the southern side to kind of deal with that noise intrusion, but mostly being in terms of a shear wall and shear core system that gets amplified through the interior walls of the housing. And then I also included these light channels that are basically chutes that go throughout the building to provide natural light into the center part of the building in a way that's also interactive, because it's these physical things coming through the entirety of the building. And also having ventilations that allow hot air to kind of vent out a little bit more naturally through the building, since San Antonio is really hot and will continue to get hotter as time goes on. And then kind of looking more towards the southern side, which is pretty much housing. I personally have a belief of, if you're living in an urban area, you are sacrificing the lawn and the big space. And I believe that you can live in a smaller space in the city, and you should, in order to take advantage of what we're trying to provide as a master plan. You make that small space so people are less inclined to want to stay inside. So I kind of worked with a modular system of having double height spaces for these three, and progressively increasing the number of bedrooms, and then still providing a space for ADA, because they would not be able to climb stairs, and what to do about that. And then, so if it will load, there we go. This is just kind of looking at more of a drawing perspective. It'll let me zoom in more. So kind of addressing having balconies and the terracing as part of a way to get natural light into all of the housing, and keeping the housing kind of small in that way depth-wise, so that natural light's able to flood through the entire space, and then also giving outside balcony access to every unit as a way to give that kind of porch space and have that interaction with the outside, and being able to overlook other facets of the master plan, I think provides that really nice view. And then kind of showing at the bottom here where those kind of open office spaces is how I viewed it as, because these are leasable spaces. So owners change, occupants change, and being able to flexibly move and shift things around as needed and as wanted, and creating those just a big open space for collaborative work is pretty similar to how most offices work now. And just kind of giving a show of both how these kind of light shoots channels work in that sectional way, and kind of showing in scale with trees as well. And then this is another cut through the building. Kind of it happens in this portion of my floor plans later to come. Kind of showing off part of Michael's project, but also kind of seeing how it's touching down into the ground, kind of showing a little more of the closer to the human scale in comparison to these vegetations that are a lot bigger and a lot more distorting the human scale, not really trying to interact with it, but trying to interact with that freeway condition. And then for this, if it won't get mad and crash, which it will do that. So giving that a second. Okay.
Good, we're back.
And the only reason why I'm showing it this way is because my drawings are so big, and in like a presentation format, it was really hard to see everything. So that's why I'm trying to zoom in for y'all. But if it'll let me, there we go. Just kind of showing off a portion of all the vegetation that I want to be included, and kind of how patterned that this is a little bit more structured off of the southern side in comparison to this area in the courtyard, which is a little bit more dispersed and not as rigored. And then also showing kind of potential areas and outlets of open floor plan work with partition walls kind of shown in this basically lines to show that these are removable and can be exchanged and changed out, and kind of leaving a lot of things open, including these single area bathrooms that do have showers to kind of promote the use of biking instead of driving to the site, or walking to the site. And I know a lot of people that do walk or bike or even take the bus, they usually take a change of clothes and change somewhere else. So this gives them a place to do that in the building without having to go to like a YMCA or a gym. And then for residential access, I had made it so you enter towards the back, so you walk from the street out into the back, so it's more of that privatized spot, separating on the ground floor what is public and what is private in terms of my project.
Begin to round up, Megan.
Yeah, sure. And then just as floor plans. This is just kind of showing some of the layouts for how these housing projects work in floor plan and what to do about accessibility into that double height space, and just different arrangements as it continues to terrace upwards. So as the building continues to terrace upwards, this area becomes a lot smaller and smaller, so that so the office space stops basically towards the center of the building. And then in these connection points, I pictured having community washer dryer areas so that it kind of fosters that community connection across all these units on each floor. And then kind of showing these areas that are still open, that can still have seating and areas of community gathering. So it's just kind of showing the terracing upwards. And then the last two floors, which would be the last section of housing units, I have these as my largest 3-bedroom layouts, so that they have access to more space, but also at the top, they get this area of sort of like a rooftop garden condition that's private to these areas over here. And you still have that access of like interactivity between those light shoots as it continues throughout the building.
Okay.
Yep, so that's
good. Thank you. Would we like to make some comment and feedback at this point that's specific? We've got one more project in this set where to the east we have more barrier edge housing and a very important building, the market hall to the area.
I can start as I need to leave from 2 to 3 p.m.
I'm sorry?
I can start because I'm leaving from 2 to 3 p.m.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Megan, thank you. I see a lot of progress. Thank you so much. I still like the approach to the highway in terms of the uses you located to buffer residential units. And I think I have a comment related with the features that bring light into the units, and it's that clearly it's a very you're really making a big statement here. I will have liked to see it more related with the structure of the building rather than just a thing that, yeah, is not related with the structure. I think also fixing your sections to show your intent, it's important. So you don't have to show all the time the exact thing that is happening right in the point where you made the section, but fix it a little bit so it's clear, it's more clear your intent, as they were a little bit complicated to understand with this feature that was cutting the entire building. But leaving that aside, I think you created a lot of density in front of a highway that managed to avoid like that complex reality of the highway, having it just to your back and face a neighborhood, a new district with a lot of natural light coming into those residences. That I think you did good. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would say first thing I would say is I appreciate the fact that you've stated very clear. I believe that this should be this way because, and I really appreciate the fact that you've sort of derived the form of this and the framework of it based on some principles about what you believe space in a city like this and an environment and in this context are supposed to be. That's a really powerful thing, and it's a good way. It's a fantastic way to really get you to a tangible thing that you can start talk about beginning with that sort of statement. I did some really interesting architectural things here and trying to work around what is an unbelievably challenging location is really quite interesting. And to try and get some functionality out of screening and the sort of minimizing the impact of the interstate is really interesting. I would say the only thing I would sort of explore more as you dive into this, if you were to dive into this more, is looking at the backside of that building and trying to sort of understand and figure out how you make that the spaces in there as well as that side of the building a little more functional and usable. I think one of the unique things about this is to make this neighborhood really robust and unique for everybody is having all kinds of spaces that are attractive to everyone and being able to have those office spaces be marketable and to get those types of people in there to want to be in those spaces. I think it would be good to take that next step or to look at sort of refining how the backside of that building looks and how those spaces that are adjacent to that might look as well. But in terms of the challenge that was put in front of you, I mean, the progress is pretty amazing. This is not, in so many ways, is not an easy site to try and address in a type of program.
Yeah, I didn't realize it until Simon and Michelle told me. They were like, "This is a hard site." I'm like, "Okay." Yeah,
I mean, the amount of work you've put in and the thought you've put into it. And again, it all started from that I believe, and I think hopefully a lot of that drove some of the decisions you made, and that's a powerful thing. So, just some refinement on the backside and things like that, and really doing your explorations, I think would be helpful. But great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just touch one kind of quick comment because I know we're always pressed for time. But again, yeah, I echo Ross's comment. An ambitious and difficult site, and I appreciate you kind of taking that challenge. And I agree with the kind of highway facing facade. I think it's the north facade. I think I think maybe there's some opportunity to study how you're kind of screening barrier fence condition on the elevated highway. Like, is that separate, or is that actually does that at some point kind of pull off and delaminate and actually become part of that facade, so that you actually use the facade as kind of a carbon scrubbing green screen that gets pulled apart, and then you have apertures that you're actually looking through this kind of filtered veil of scrubbing greenery. I think, because I'm intrigued by the algae system and all that, and I'd love to pull that kind of into the facade and let that really be kind of a big gesture and not be kind of a separate independent design study for the barrier rail and then the facade. I think that especially the interstitial space right now that you see between the freeway and your facade, I think that's a really intriguing space. And it may not be a place that people linger, but it could be definitely an amenity to look through kind of through the north kind of apertures of the building. So again, it is a hard site, and I appreciate the challenge for sure. And I think you've got kind of a really interesting proposal for it.
Thank you.
Say something very quick, probably a little bit less sweet than what Kevin was saying, Megan. I think you have done a lot of work, but your graphic presentation has harmed your presentation. which is a draw. Like, you have spent a lot of time, a lot of good ideas. Not being able to present them is not what you want to, you know, get yourself. I think one important part in every design challenge is to pick your battles right. I look at this plan and I already know, well, like we have seen this, that you have spent a lot of time on your sections, on the facades, on everything. I would have probably appreciate this a lot more if you had, instead of giving me the interiors of those units, just color coded them and gave me more detail on what those light beams, light well design is going to be. Or even in your sections, I didn't need to see all those small lines that were breaking up your computer, but it would have been very helpful if I had a diagrammatic section color coded that showed me what is the relationship that you're imagining here. So moving forward, I think this is something that you can take with you to the rest of your design studios, that picking the battle right is key. You don't have time to address everything, and there's always something that is not addressed, right? So it is better to put your energy on things that make an actual difference and are very specific to your project.
Great, thank you so much. Michael.
Share my screen. Yeah, so similar to Megan, my portion of the site was up here, and I primarily worked on these two buildings here. So the first one being a residential building, and the second commercial. And really, the commercial one is going to be important to the.
Hey, Michael, can I interrupt real quick? I
yeah.
think you can go to the view options and hide. We're getting kind of blocked out by the toolbars. So just maybe you can minimize those somehow. The chat and the participation bars.
Yeah, my bad.
No problem.
Yeah, so, and also an interesting part of the site is it is really mixed use. We have the housing, the commercial district, education, and to the right, we haven't really talked about it, but we have also a hospital, a heavy place, so a hospital or healthcare zone. And so really looking at the intersection of these things. And so this is a close-up of both of those buildings that I'm taking on. And so starting off with the highway condition, like similar to Megan, I'm also creating a wall condition where it becomes both this object that separates the space, but also creates more interesting spaces between the residential building and the highway. And then staggering my housing to create balcony spaces for the residential units. So even though we're putting them in, just looking at the site map, a pretty bad space, they have great spaces, great sunlight, balcony access, and communal spaces to use. And then also it shows how circulation would occur through this building. So primarily through a core that would, in these later staggered units, would become connected to the communal space. Zooming in on one of these residential units or one of the staggered units, kind of showing the light conditions and also the crop conditions that would occur and how we slowly move away to more private spaces on the north end of the building. This is a little more drawn out, not as developer I wanted to be, but so the wall condition also becomes interesting because it not only like geometrically like blocks off sound and noise from the highway, but it also allows us to do interesting things like rainwater collection at the top and farming near the bottom. And farming will become important with my second project that I'll talk about. So this one here is dubbed the food hub for our site. And we felt it was really important to properly develop food on our project because a big part of identity is tied to what food you eat and where you make it. And so this has become kind of the food hub and really dissecting what systematically it means to produce food and trying to reintroduce ideas of autonomy into the traditional food cycle. And so this diagram is really helpful to me in developing both program and ideas of autonomy. And so we start off with production, where we have farming, crop plots, and vertical farms in the building. And then looking at ideas of preparation of this food, where you could either cook it at restaurants and kitchens, so like a public-private difference, and then also craft, where maybe because not all crops are edible, so it'd be like flowers and maybe even cotton or something of the like, where it's more goods you're producing with the production. And then consumption, where you're either eating or selling. And so housing restaurants and a market hall and vendors is a big selling point of this building. And then finally, also looking at what happens at the end of the cycle, or maybe even the start of the new cycle, where we have disposal, where we're either recycling or discarding, where we can have composting stations, or just using it for seeds, or even looking at it for cooking oil in preparation stages. So trying to make the building reintroduce this food cycle scheme back into it. And so this is kind of played out diagrammatically, where we have our market hall cushion between two buildings, or one building, but two spaces. And we have eateries on the surroundings. These are much smaller than restaurants, and are meant just like pick up a coffee and go. And then on the second floor, we have restaurants and a culinary school. It's coming from our idea of diversifying education and splitting it across the site. But and then we have finally housing, because I guess it's not in this food cycle, but it's implicit that this is for us to use. So it only makes sense to house people in this building. And then finally, using the crop plots as private spaces for people to grow plants on top of the building. And so this is looking at these top housing units, which was kind of difficult because since the space is so long, sunlight was an issue, but I've introduced a skylight here that would help break up the space. And this nice balcony space that faces into the atrium or market hall below is really wonderful, I think, and introduces the liveliness of the space into it. And also with this an issue of like shading, I would imagine I almost went over almost maybe a little too loose with it, but I'd imagine we would just give residential users like crops to hang up that would block out the sunlight maybe during summer, just to still stick to that idea. And so this is a short section running north is to our left. And so here we have our residential units facing into the primary market hall space. And that's really nice. And then we have our, this is our pedestrian street coming to meet the face of my building. And this becomes really lively space, and you have access to these second story restaurants here that become nice to eat out in. And then we have private market vendors and also small eateries that face the north housing district or units. And this is the long section. We're now we're looking at north direction, so we're in east-west. And we have the vertical farm and then private greenhouse for residents on the top floor, and exploring really how this would look running along the axis. And then, so this is where the section cuts happened. So this is the first floor plan, and this is the pedestrian street coming up to meet us. And we have Sarah's bike kiosk here, and also a bus stop that runs along this track or road. And on the left of the building, we also have, this is a place, it's like a hardscape where we would have food trucks maybe come in, but also a place that hold like barbecues, because I know a big part of Mexican American cultural identity is cookouts, and so having an important place for that to happen. And so zooming in, we have a market hall that is very mixed in use, and it's not set in stone, so very flexible. some movable tables, movable chairs, just to offer, because crops change seasonally. So I also wanted the spaces change seasonally. We have permanent market vendors here. And coming in from the south side pedestrian street, we have the main restaurant and vertical farms. And we also have small eateries or coffee places on the left. And moving further into the market hall, on this space, we have a social kitchen meant to be used for anyone that wants to use it. And then here we have also a small eatery that would face the north side. And then here we'd have a cooking oil place, or a cooking oil refinement place. And then on the second story, now we have the balcony coming over the market hall space that would have seating for the restaurants that are here, here, and here. And then a culinary school that has both a public shop and a private access balcony for themselves. And then we also have the top floor, or the third floor, which is my primarily residential units. So we have one type of unit right now, and access to the greenhouse from here. Zooming in on one. So with the north side and the south side are a little different. So the north side, since we have sunlight access on this bed and this balcony, it's really nice conditions here. We have a skylight reaching into the kitchen that I showed earlier. And the north side serves primarily as a circulation access. And we have a skylight above our second bedroom here. Just
begin to wrap up, Michael.
Okay. And then the only difference with the southern side is now the south side is much nicer, and we have a new skylight over here in this second bedroom. And this is just a rendering of what I would imagine a lively market hall space could look like. Yeah. That is it.
Very good, thank you.
I guess I'll start. Michael, first question for you. Is your last name Mercado, or did you pick that for the presentation?
Is my last name.
Cool.
I thought about naming
That's
it,
awesome.
but it would have been a little weird, yeah.
I wasn't sure. I was looking and I was like, I don't know if he just picked that name for the presentation or if that's his last name.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Markets are an awesome heart to every neighborhood. So I think you have taken upon like a great challenge. So I think you have done a lot of work on this and going into all those details and sections and plans that clearly shows. What I think I would like to ask you is to tell us a bit more about the edges of this building, how you where you picked these. And the other part of this is, well, I think this comment goes back to both you and Megan, of thinking about how did you bring in your master plan ideas into this? Like, how did giving back to a majorly student-focused neighborhood affect what you designed here?
Yeah, for me, it was primarily the idea of autonomy. And so making it really clear all the systems that would go into play into food. So like, this isn't only a place of like restaurants and eateries, right? It's a place where you see where food is grown. So now you get to choose, do I want to eat hot Takis or hot flaming Cheetos? Do I want to eat freshly grown produce because it's grown right in front of me?
Well, that's great. I think that's a great agenda to have. I think I wish you had played more on that part. Like I wish that had came up more clearly in your design. That now that you say this, I connect the dots in my head. That then the kitchen oil refinery makes sense because you want to teach them about how this is done. And then the units that have the upper light wells make sense because they can, I don't know, if they live there, that makes sense. I think I just wish that this came up earlier in your presentation, more prominent as a statement that you're making, since you have already taken it in your design.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll say that, you know, that your floor plans and your sections are really well developed and look really thought through, and they have a good amount of detail in them, and you know, well laid out. I think the one thing that I would, you know, as you take that next step or if you were to take that next step, is kind of there's a lot going on in this building, on both in terms of plan and section, and I didn't feel like, I think there's more exploration to be done in terms of the sectional relationships between the different programs in the building as you go vertical. I'd like to see how the market interacts with, and the impact it has on the people on the third floor residential and the people on the second floor. And when you start to plug in furniture and you know, silhouettes of people as you're doing your explorations on the market level, start to think about the impact it's having for the families living on the third floor, or, you know, the coffee shop on the other side, or how it interacts with how close it is to the street and things like that. There's just a lot going on here, and it'll be a really vibrant place, but I think there's a fine line of, you know, the types of things in here and how close they are, and the sort of, you know, impacts they can have on each other that you know, would want to be explored a little bit more. But otherwise, I like the concept of this market, and you know, all the things that we're trying to have in here. As Shiva said, it's a very vibrant and you know, sort of a focal point for the neighborhood. So that's all. Thank you. Good job.
I'll jump in real quick, Michael. Yeah, so I think this is an interesting, and I appreciated your answer to Shiva's question about kind of your idea of the master plan and kind of the community and users you're imagining serve. And I think it's a really interesting proposal to put a market kind of in the courtyard, in the amenity courtyard of a residential building. And I think where I start to wonder kind of maybe spots to develop is maybe a little bit related to Ross's comment about just the understanding the scale and kind of the effect of putting kind of two potentially at times kind of counter programs, like a really active with lots of people. You're bringing that into essentially what's usually designated in a courtyard of like a residential building. That's usually kind of like the private space, or at least for the users. I think that's an interesting kind of challenge to that normal typology. There's a building in Rotterdam called Market Hall by MVRDV that you may have looked at, that's kind of this same concept but blown up a little bit larger. And I think it's a really interesting idea. And I think for you too, the presentation, I'm glad you showed this last slide, because I think it's starting to give us a little bit more of an idea of the kind of vibrancy that you're imagining this market brings to the building. And so I definitely encourage you to add kind of this level of rendering a little bit into basically, I think this 1 point perspective you're showing right now, if you expanded that and created the section perspective that's the same view, I think you could explain most of your whole project from kind of that single drawing. So I think and I think that section, just really studying the spaces, I think there's a bit of a transitional space between kind of, I'll say, what's the floor plan of the market and then when the units start. And I think that kind of colonnade is a really important scale and dimension to study. But yeah, I think it's an interesting proposal, and I would just encourage you to bring the rest of the graphics kind of up to the level of vibrancy and activation and kind of life that you're putting in like this final graphic.
Yeah, I agree very much with Ross and Kevin's point that this is asking us for a section perspective for axonometric that can animate the life now of a piece of the building. I don't think we need everything, but just this dialogue between the upper floors, the lower floors, the restaurant, the street life, anything you can do, Michael. And I think this is a general comment. At the end of the semester, everybody hopefully, and in this case will be brain dead, but a project's never finished. And it really will serve you well. And I'm going to digress for a moment. I'm going to tell you all the job market is going to be really, really good in the future, but you need to be competitive. And I think it will be by communicating really buildings and approaches that are progressive. So we're going to, unless there's any closing comment, we're going to move on to the next team. I'm sorry we're going to have to run late, but we are going to introduce a concept that I think will particularly interest from a landscape point of view. It's a very challenging project. So I'm going to ask this group to come on, which is Mikhail and Judy and Michael and Rishab. If you could introduce yourselves very quickly and launch straight into the project, please.
Hey folks, thanks for being here with us today. I'm Rish, and the rest of the group, you guys can introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Judy.
I'm Michelle.
Michael.
Michael, you're better than ever.
Yeah, Mike's a remote.
Okay, let's go.
So I'll just start off this group by saying that we were initially placed as the group researching and identifying who San Antonio is as a people or a place. And through a lot of research, we went over different studies of what the kind of people or who San Antonio looks like as a people, what they do, what they act like, how they perform in certain urban situations. And eventually we went to San Antonio to visit and whatnot. But our final project is now presented as the San Antonio Green Link, and it might seem a bit gregarious or very high umbrella level, but we're going to get into the details of it and show you how we think we can revitalize the green situation in San Antonio. So taking a look at, if this is moving. Taking a look at the old San Antonio maps, the Sanborn maps. Yeah. Hey.
You might, instead of sharing just the single program, if you share your full desktop, then the thumbnails won't cover up because we're missing a good presentation.
I'll do that. Is that better?
Don't come up yet.
Or I think maybe up at the view options, you can auto hide. We're kind of losing a fair amount of the screen.
Is that better?
Oops. Maybe there's a little lag. Yeah, that's better.
Okay, hopefully that's better. Okay, yeah. So we'll take a quick step back into the old San Antonio maps, 1909 as it's seen here. And if you notice the green spaces, you have the Breckenridge Park up on the northeast side, and then you have San Pedro Park towards the northwest side, right around here. And then you have the downtown San Antonio area where the river basically flows through and disrupts the grid a little bit. It's moving. It's being slow, sorry. There we go. So yeah, taking a closer look, obviously we see that the highways don't exist, and that's one of the biggest things we noticed before pre-1995 or 1955 and now, where the highway system basically divides San Antonio into two. And what that means is that it didn't just divide the city into two different sections or sectors, it divided the entire demographics and the entire city as a whole. And so when we went to the site and visited and got a feel for what the exact site outline looked like and what existed on the site before we did our renovation, it was, I initially described it very poorly in terms of the fact that it was disorganized, dysfunctional, just didn't work as a cohesive unit of a site. And we see a lot of surface parking, surface garage parking, a couple of recreational fields that have just been completely abandoned. And the library and the high school basically left unbothered or ignored of sorts. Judy, are you there?
Yeah, are you, okay, perfect, thank you. It wasn't coming up on my screen. So we also visually surveyed the site, and so we noticed that there was a lot of red and a lot of stone in San Antonio because of the Spanish colonizers who were there, and so that history is prevalent in San Antonio, and even the new architecture also follows a lot of these visual cues.
It's being really laggy.
Are you clicking sorry, are you clicking the, okay.
Yeah, it's being laggy.
Okay.
We are going to have to speed up a little.
Yeah.
Please.
And so we also surveyed the site through the 5 senses, and we can go on to the next slide.
Sure.
And so a very important part of my visit was actually going in, interviewing and talking to people in different parts of the site. And so we were asking them questions like, what do you like to do for fun in San Antonio? Where do you like to go? And things like that. And what would you like to see in San Antonio? And what do you enjoy about your city? And so we were able to get some great feedback from that. Sorry, I still don't see the next.
We have it up.
Right, so I don't know if everyone else can see it, but you should be seeing the master plan of the Green Link.
Oh, okay, now it just came up. And so introducing our Green Link, we've implemented this in the site. It's important because it follows the Cartesian grid system and allows for fluidity in the Green Link and through the site. And so the main idea of this Green Link is that it acts as a band-aid, kind of repairing the American beautification movement, which is kind of where the highway was born out of. And so the Green Link bridges over I-35 and I-10 physically, and it symbolically suppresses what was previously there, which is the highway. And so the Green Link is also important because it's kind of like the green resilience. And yeah, and we can go to the next slide.
And so this just starts to look at a bit more of a symbolic a view over the overarching system that the Green Link provides as a connection from the Riverwalk area, which is the interior urban green space or urban park space, as we would call it, and how it bridges the gap over the highway, which basically divided the urban life from the 5 Points neighborhood. And we did a lot of research in terms of how that divided us demographically, culturally, colorfully, in several different ways. And so at that point, it was just a matter of how do we bridge that division and not necessarily put up more walls next to the highway. Oops.
So like Rich just touched upon, the idea with the Green Link really was to create a space that would bring people from both sides of I-35 into the site and not serve as a division. And the actual structure of the Green Link, we went over it several times and we tried finding like a nice place for it on the site off of Flores, and eventually we ended up having it kind of go over Flores, which was at the time a street. And so in this render, you can see the structure of the Green Link is very similar to what the structure of the highway is. And the thing that's really interesting about the Green Link itself is that it creates this really nice juxtaposition because
on the underside, when you're traveling through the highway, you see structure that's very similar to the highway, but on the other side, which is the side that's going to be catering to the residential area and the people that are going to be occupying the park on top, it's like a whole nother world.
Right. And like she's saying, it basically, the duality of it is really interesting because transport still exists on the bottom. And in this view, you sort of get lost in what the utopian world might look like on top of the green link as a basic, as what we know as a park or a urban green space. But when you look at how the green link actually compares to other parks, it's very crucial that we have this green space in San Antonio, because although it might seem arbitrary and sort of an overarching, a very like reaching idea and intrusive in the downtown area, it's really just a fraction of the green space that we need and that we see in other American cities. And the fact that San Antonio lacks that is really detrimental to not only the urban space, but also people's health, people's lifestyles, and just the American, the American lifestyle that we have created for ourselves. And this is more of what Michelle was talking about in terms of the juxtaposition. And this is a view that you would get as you sort of float across the highway, and it still coexists. So the duality is kind of interesting in terms of how the lifestyles are completely different below and above. Mike, you there?
Yep, I'm here. The thing is kind of slow on my end, sorry. Okay, so now we're looking at a mobility diagram. And basically, when we started early on with the design of the site, we decided to kind of like extract some of the car lanes and kind of like insert a bunch of walk-in lanes and a bunch of bike lanes, just because of we're being considerate about like the carbon footprint on the site, and just kind of like how to develop that alongside the whole design, which is pushing more towards like a sustainable aspect. And we also have a program diagram. Just basically, we initially started looking at programs on the site that counted as major nodes, and just kind of like how they affected the other programs around them. So we kind of like decided things like the school, we kind of like shifted that down to the south of our site, and just things like the market, just kind of like figuring out what different programs kind of like connect everything else on the site to create this interconnectedness amongst people.
And then we basically moved on to our individual projects, which was taking the residential space that we determined within the grids and creating them into, or turning them into mixed use buildings, where each one of us re-envisioned a part of it that looked like affordable housing in the urban San Antonio realm, and how that also complements the green link and how it can activate certain parts of the site which are on the grid. And so this is sort of a look at one of the possible options of how the green link could start to tie into these housing situations, and how they can sort of start to have a relationship of sorts. And obviously the green link is a bit of a pilot project and can be reinvented in different parts of San Antonio as well. This is a look at further down the green link towards San Pedro Park, and how it can not only exist above the highway, but coexist underneath and sort of weave itself into the underbelly. But this is really just a pilot project to see how can we reshape the ecology of not only San Antonio, but other American cities, and weave more green space and a healthier lifestyle into what the urban situation looks like in America.
Good. Do you want to go straight into the next part?
Sure. Yeah, I can go straight into my project.
Good. Thank you. I think it fits very well, Rish, to do that.
Sure. Hopefully you all can see this. I'll start here. Give me a sec. Okay, can you all see that?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So that last one of the last few renders you saw there was a quick sneak peek at my building, which is I've named San Antonio Superblocks. And the reason I came up with that name is because we initially started on the idea of the superblocks as we see in Barcelona, and how that could be an inspiration for our grid system in the Green Link district. And so building off of that idea, I wanted to find a way that we can reinvent what urban housing looks like, because I think the biggest issue right now is that we have urban housing that is overfinished and unaffordable. And the attitude of one size fits all never really works, because we obviously have different demographics, different needs, and different affordabilities in the urban realm, and we need to sort of acclimate to that. And so with this, my site, as you'll see in the site plan, is right next to the highway, and right next to the Green Link as well, and sort of has this edge condition that allows us to access the Green Link and have a really interesting relationship to a different urban realm that you don't usually see. You don't necessarily have a backyard that's full of trees and greenery in an urban setting, but in this case we are given that opportunity. So it's a matter of how do we leverage that and how do we tie that into the building as well. So it's a bit of extension of the green space that we see in the Green Link brought into the building. As you'll see in this render, we have a few courtyard or a few balconies and farming areas that allow people to be a little bit self-sufficient and whatnot. But it was really a matter of, rather than building a wall next to the highway, we already tried to break the division with the Green Link. So why add another wall next to it, and why create that division a little more by adding something that is so strong and such a large language in that area. So I developed this modular housing system that really speaks to the ideas of sustainability, livability, and affordability. And so each of these turn into be single level dwellings that rethink urban living to bring power to the homeowner, really. So in terms of sustainability, it's keeping in with the green initiatives as expressed in the group strategy, complete with solar ventilation and cooling, as well as sustainable energy sources in every unit. And in terms of affordability, it gives power to the homeowner in terms of the fact that the homeowner can actually buy the unit and stay with the unit as long as their life continues. So as life changes, as someone has a baby, as someone gets a dog or gets divorced, and any large life change happens, people often tend to change their living situation drastically. And this system allows people to modify their living system rather than moving to the suburbs or making a drastic life change. And so this allows for the ability to buy and be a long-term part of the community. And so you basically only get what you need, and you never overfinish the house for a single person. So each person is allowed to buy has the opportunity to buy a module and basically add whatever they need to. And the modules are situated in the sense that if it's just one, then you can just get an L-shaped module and add whatever you need to that. And as the family grows or as life changes, you basically add different modules, and it's a very flexible system in that sense. Looking at it as a whole, we see that it comes together in this sort of Tetris format, or I had this game called Blockus 3D that I used a little bit of inspiration from, that basically they all come together and create this complete cohesive unit. And these platforms were introduced to add circulation to the interior units from the cores at the end. So when we go through the plans, you see that they're sort of clustered in different ways. And that's another thing that's unique about this entire unit, is that every person's experience, every person's living situation is completely unique. So when we take a look at a little bit more of the detailed plans here, you'll see that every person has the opportunity to customize, like I said before. Apologize for the scrolling. Every person has the opportunity to customize to their own desires, as well as modify the home to fit in a unique way. So I didn't make a ton of these plans mainly because of the fact that every person would envision their house differently, and every person's experience is unique. So I wouldn't be able to make 80, 90 different versions of this in total. And so when we start to take a look at the sections and its relationship to its site condition, the first section shows the sort of transverse way in how the courtyard has a relationship with the units, and where people have this interior communal space that feels private but also public in terms of a community, and how all the units come together to create this interior pocket space. And in the same way, the courtyard is shown here, but also in relationship to the highway on the other side, where the buildings sort of embed themselves a little bit backwards so the highway can exist and breathe a little bit. And there's a gap between the Green Link that allows the building to have a very close relationship with the Green Link, but not necessarily come together and hug completely. And so coming back to that same render I showed before, the Green Link does have a very a loving relationship with the Green Link or with the housing units. And people feel like they have this thing in their backyard that they can go out and take a walk and take a run. It's not an experience that you necessarily get in the urban setting, and it's one that's often very highly valued. I mean, if you think of something in Central Park where you have an apartment right back up next to it, then those apartments go $50-60 million homes. So it's really a unique experience at an affordable rate. And I'll stop talking because I'm really talking my ear off. But yeah, that's hopefully sums it up.
This team has focused a great deal on housing and how you can develop the urban block in a manner that blends between individuality and the opportunity of creating senses of home in the city as opposed to house in the city, and how that relates to community. So I think we're going to see this theme moving on. I'm very happy if Rish, you are as well, and Michael, you are, we could continue and then we could keep going back across between the team and your two projects if you wish.
Sure.
Absolutely.
That work with you, Michael?
Absolutely. I don't know what's wrong with my camera. I've been trying to fix it, but it's not coming on. Hopefully that's not too much of an issue, but
we're taking it personally.
I'm not on the couch either.
Okay.
All right.
For once, we should explain to the reviewers that Michael's been working on the couch for 8 weeks.
I really have.
So, Michael, you can, however, screen share with us, can't you?
I can, absolutely. Okay. Just gonna do that. Okay. So basically, unlike Rish, actually, I took quite the opposite approach in the sense that I know he talked about like having different units in the sense that one unit can't fit all and like people have like different needs. But my approach to this design was basically I decided to have similar units, but very dissimilar experiences. In the sense that we're having this idea where housing is designed around the coexistence with nature. And this will kind of like introduce differently ideas of privacy and community. And that's exactly what these sketches kind of like started looking at, just kind of like different ways to create like this vertical city where people get to experience nature differently. This is the site plan, and basically the reason why I have it edged off of the Green Link is just I was looking at different ways that like I could draw in and emulate like the communal spirit already found on the Green Link, and just kind of like do that like on a smaller scale. And this is a massing diagram showing how if you look, we start to see like this stepped massing form as you go up. It's basically looking at different ways that I could pull in like ventilation, how like those building masses could respond to that, and perpendicularly to it, you see like subtraction going on just to adapt to the site's grid, and also to have ways to include a green corridor within the site. So this is a program diagram looking at different ways to look at privacy and public, as to where you have like more private massing on top, which is where I imagine I would have my residential, and more public on the bottom. So these are plans. I don't know if you can see it very well.
Yes.
Okay. So these are plans. Basically, they're all 2 bedrooms, 1 living room type plans, basically where you can house, it's from single to double occupancy. And basically what I was trying to show is just kind of like a way where you have, or this kind of like system where you have this very strong sense of interiority while being on the outside in a sense. So we're kind of like interacting with like the Green Link, and the ideas coming from the Green Link, and also the ideas coming from like this rooftop courtyard. And this idea of like accessibility through the site and having to like experience nature through the site is in this section. And this is a more detailed long section. I don't know if you can see that very well. It's not too clear.
Yeah.
Just kind of like seeing this trellis idea, which was basically a secondary system throughout my whole project. And this trellis idea was basically a way to convey the idea of convey the idea of how can we basically provide privacy within units that are expected to be more public. So we're having very transparent facades on the interior, and like these very in between trellis facade on the exterior. One second, and then this is a transverse section that kind of shows how that accessibility works perpendicularly and underneath the grid link. And this is a diagram showing basically what the housing and the commercial masses, how they're interacting with the green around them, and how basically their language is dictated by the green around them. So you can see like a solar panel roof, you have the trellis encapsulating them, and you have the courtyard and also the green link. This is going so slow. And this is basically a render showing how like these housing units interact with the green link and what the feel is like, and how like very very airy and very green, in a sense that pollution is very contained, and people get to interact very less formally. Sorry. This is going so slow. Yeah, there was supposed to be another, yeah, this is the courtyard within the housing blocks on top. So it's kind of like showing how this is more privatized than a more busy public green link. And that should be it.
Maybe I'll jump in because I have another call coming up at 2 that I might have to jump off for, but I do want to give some kind of some overall. Is that all 4 students for this Green Link project?
Yeah.
So yeah, as Simon said, you know, it's an exciting proposal. I love the kind of like huge gesture of the capping over the freeway, and you know, the idea of kind of a large landscape move. I wonder if the live streams are still up, but there's the comprehensive landscape studio this semester is actually dealing with a park over a freeway project. So it could be interesting for you all to tune in or see some of their drawings, because they're getting into much more kind of resolution and detail. But you know, there's definitely lots of interesting precedents there in I believe El Paso for that project, but obviously in Dallas, Clyde Warren Park is kind of a great example of the park capping project. Obviously this is a little different. You guys are actually like bridging over it, and I do kind of, I'm intrigued by the idea of the expression of the like true honest infrastructure nature of it, you know, that you're not trying to hide the road, you're just adding a new prioritized landscape kind of layer on top of the existing spaghetti of roads. So that's a really interesting kind of large urban premise. as far as I think maybe Rish's project, I also am really interested. The studio I sat on before is dealing with similar ideas of kind of aggregating modules in kind of like a Tetris-like composition. And so I think that's a really interesting project. There's a firm in Denmark called Effect that has a really interesting project dealing with a very similar kind of proposal to yours that I think just demonstrates that it's definitely an interesting idea to think about the life cycle of a user changing over time and family units growing and shrinking and the architecture responding to that change of a family need. I think for your actual proposal, I think it'd be interesting if you didn't stop at the kind of green link and maybe look at a blending and do your Tetris blocks start to creep in and actually land in the park a little bit. Do you introduce a kind of a semi kind of mixed use component at that park edge, and maybe some of your modules start to be kind of park facing amenities, park cafes that are kind of landing on the green link? I think that there could be some interesting dynamics if you actually intentionally started to blur the line with your Tetris blocks. And then I think the idea of the kind of curvilinear terraces that act as circulation, I think just studying that carefully to make sure you don't create too much kind of recessed cave-like enclosures, and maybe there's even opportunities to start to be maybe light with the circulation network that starts to kind of bridge between your Tetris blocks, just so that you maintain kind of a distribution of light quality as you start to stack up horizontally. But I'm intrigued by the proposal, and there's a lot of outputs and drawings that you made, so I think that's an impressive set of drawings at your kind of site scale. And then the second proposal, again, it's interesting to see them kind of in opposition, because one is much more highly organized and creates kind of a shared central courtyard experience, where the other is prioritizing kind of a field of balconies. So I'm interested in kind of the singular courtyard as the shared amenity approach, and then how that starts to meet with the green link and what that transition, because you're creating a not private, but it's a prioritized public space for that kind of housing unit. So that's kind of my question is like, what is that relationship between the larger green link kind of truly public park and then that kind of courtyard, still I think kind of like ramping or elevated terrace? But they're both, it's interesting to see kind of two residential proposals kind of next to each other, all on this new kind of iconic San Antonio park, infrastructure park.
That's a good point, Kevin. Each of the 4 team members relate to different sections of the Green Link, which I think is a very interesting challenge that they've taken on. And so overall, this is a new parks movement for America. So we've talked a lot about the influence of parks movement and the City Beautiful movement, and then responding by individual projects that bring up aspects of the theme.
Yep.
Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate the feedback.
Sure.
Thank you, Kevin.
And then Simon, I might have to peel off. So I just, sorry.
Oh, we are overrunning, but I really did want to include you in as much of this as we could do. This team's going to do a summary of this again for the other members of the team. But I'm just looking at Shiva. Do you want to come in? Kevin, if you're leaving us. Are you going to stay for a few minutes, or?
I can maybe stay for maybe like about 10 more minutes, but then I will have to.
Well, I think we want to tell you how much we appreciate you in a multitude of ways. And I think the role of a practitioner who's also an educator, who in your case now is also a reviewer, is a critical role in looking at how we're going to change society. And when I say we, I particularly mean more you all. So thank you so much. And, you know, it's good that you've got such a generous office, and I hope you feed back to your studio about this experience and how much we appreciate it, and we appreciate working with you. And I just got a small note that if and when you're allowed to come, all of you, to London, I will be showing you around. So take care. See you soon.
Great. I appreciate it. And congratulations to all the students that made it through the trying times of this virtual semester. So I just want to, you know, congratulate you all. And then for all the students that I didn't see that I had previously, good to wave at you virtually. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Lovely. Thank you. Shiva, do you want to come in?
Sure. Anytime. I'll start with Michael's, just because it's the image that's on the you know, on my desktop. Michael, you have come a very long way from last I saw you. Probably made the most progress during this time. I just want to say that I'm really proud of you for how you have developed this. I hope you are also happy with where you are.
Absolutely.
As a group, you have made a great deal of work. I'm really happy to see how you started with looking at the user stories, you went into interview people, you used all that, and then you reinvented yourself a couple of different times, which is great, but also means you have done a lot of work, a lot of work that could have been more focused on specific areas. If you know, I go back and see that you have produced so many diagrams, so many plans and sections and ideas on this. And I appreciate it a lot, but I also know it has been through a very difficult time. So with that in mind, I repeat myself from the previous presentation, that pick your battles right so that you can focus your work on things that matter more and like use less energy, because what you've done is amazing, but I have seen that you have done this 4-5 times. So I already know, Kevin, who wasn't on your mid-reviews, doesn't know this, but I already know that you have done this a couple of times. So first of all, really great job. Thanks to Michelle and Simon, but on point. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think the green link was a really strong statement. I think I personally would have loved to see more of that. If we could like go back, if I could reiterate your group once more, I think what I would have done is to have at least one person focus so deep on the green link that it would be repeatable in different cities, different scenarios, you know, coming up with some sort of a typology to make it even a bigger statement than it already is. It is a huge statement, but it has room to grow, and that is great. On your personal projects, I really don't have much to add. I think we have talked about them in various different situations. So unless you have a specific question about anything, I want to say that as a class, it has been an amazing journey. Your group and specifically, like looking at the user stories and then bringing it this far, I'm really happy with what I've seen. So any specific questions on anything that you have?
No, that one, the user study slide was dedicated to you. And we know that every time we presented, you always wanted us to bring those back. So we tried to find a way to find those as sort of the drivers behind why we made some of the decisions we made on site. And
I do actually appreciate that. just because again, going back to this is comments that are coming back through the class. I don't know if you were listening into what different projects were when we were talking about different projects. So the presentation that was made through a filmmaker's eye, with Emily running around the site, you remember that we talked about how you have to make an argument for things that you do, and then so that really helps make a story, and that story is what your reviewers will hear and will take away with them. Right. I will always remember Emily and the grandfather and like the journey that they had through that, because there was a story that was told in a beautiful way. I hope she's listening to this, but anyhow.
Thank you for all your feedback, though.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Great job.
Thank you, Shiva.
I think if I were to add, and all comments are in a way unfair when there's a tremendous commitment to this group, I think there's one thing. I think you're doing more than creating the green wedge hill. I think you're developing a whole new possibility in the American landscape. And there's one diagram I'd love to see from you at some point, which is showing it as a diagram in other locations in San Antonio, because I think it will be a growing movement that actually redefines the city. And cities are always looking at ways, how do we redefine ourselves? What's the message? So this is the equivalent of live music in Austin, which sort of goes in and out between reality and myth. This is for real. The fact of people standing on the top of these hills and looking across at each other makes me smile every time I think of it. I think they'll have kite flying contests between the hills, so that we'll have this whole new definition of city. And God forbid us if we're going to be in San Antonio at New Year's Eve. The whole thing is going to go off from the hills. I think that Rish, in your case, having perhaps a view through the interior to the outside of one of your units, again, it's an unfair comment, but I would think about it. And an equivalent one for Michael, I really, really want to have a view inside one of your incredible units to sort of have this atmosphere that you're living in this
jungle.
I'm going to call it a sieved garden. But it has so many historic references as well. But this reinterpretation of defined cloistered space and then interlinking it with green, and the fact that we've had a rich history, if only we wrote the history of architecture differently, where we put elements of green between where you live, talk, and eat and the street. It's a very rich, and Chris Alexander brings it up a little bit in pattern language of this role of this mediating threshold and how important it is. So those are sort of three small pieces to, I think, complement what you're doing. The other thing I'd say is we've got a sort of home team of reviewers, and Michelle would say this more strongly than I, the way that despite difficulties of malfunctioning computers and just the sheer difficulty of the project itself, I'm heaving a breath of relief. I think we're in a home team at the moment, so I can be a bit more open. We were pushing at the edges of getting people home with this project and into the box today. And if we talk about box culture, the amount that went in through the night in constructing the files for 9 o'clock this morning was phenomenal. It was just a whole new adventure in architecture that was taking place. So we have, I'm just looking at where we have a little bit of a gap unless people would like to interject with more comments of the team so far. I will be quiet, but I just want to say one more thing. If in your presentation, and we will have Juan Miro coming in and Joyce Rosner, the presentation of this team, I would say, and I'm speaking to Shiva and Michelle to come in, I think went well. You're going to have to compact it to be fair, because we've one whole additional team to go in the second session. And again, we want to be very fair to Judy and Nicole in finishing this off. So I think you could get a natural run in, which then could lead straight into Judy speaking. I think that's your sequence. And then we're going to go down to Michelle. So work out how you would like to do that. But I think we're going to be just fine. There was a little bit of delay in sort of getting up some of the screenshots, and I think we can make that a little bit smoother in the second run. But I'd say in terms of content, I found it very rich, and I don't know what the group wants to say. I thought that the team, every team presentation has come through very well so far, in my view. So are we okay we will stay on the air, but we will take a very short, for civilized people, cup of tea break or bathroom break. And, but do be back punctually. We've only got a few minutes. Okay, so I want to have the team reintroduce themselves, please. The Green Wedge Hill team. If you would please come up. I see Rish. Please all come in and reintroduce yourselves and launch straight into your project.
Hey everyone, like Simon said, I am Rish, and rest of Team D.
I'm Judy.
I'm Michelle.
And Michael. My camera doesn't work as well, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
I'm about to share screen into our, so we can just straight our presentation.
Thank you.
Let's see. So can everyone see the screen?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so we are the San Antonio Green Link group. So starting on our site, we are right underneath I-35. This is a map of San Antonio in 1909, kind of showing green space, and it's just very limited. This is pre-highway. And so here it is still without the highway, and it kind of begins to show the main divide that starts forming. And so this is someone saying something? Oh, sorry. And so this is our current site. And so the conditions that we are working with is there's currently a high school, a public library right next to it, and a lot of surface parking. It's a pretty active area. And so some of the things that we studied on our site visit is the typologies and visual cues. And so our group noticed that San Antonio has a lot of red and stone. And this is because obviously the history of the Spanish missionaries. And so we followed we had our projects kind of follow these similar typologies. And we didn't just survey visually, we also surveyed sight, hearing, smelling, taste. And so these were very important in getting to know the entire site. And so something that we did that helped us in our projects and was extremely insightful is we interviewed people throughout the site and had conversations with them and asked them questions like, what's your favorite place to go to in San Antonio? What do you like about San Antonio? And what kind of public areas, what would you like to see more? And so these questions and answers were very helpful in guiding us in our projects. And so kind of what we're proposing is that we implement a GreenLink. GreenLink would follow a current grid that's already there, and the GreenLink begins to act as a Band-Aid as it begins to repair the American beautification movement in the 20th century, which is kind of what already brought the highway. And so the GreenLink starts from the bottom and it begins and it rises and bridges over I-35. And so symbolically, this suppresses the American highway system physically and of course symbolically, and it kind of begins to also suppress the social and economic divide between the people above and underneath the highway.
Right. So when we look at it as more of an overarching concept, you see that it's a link between the inner city green space, which is what we see as the Riverwalk, a very muted green space of sorts, but tying that out to the exterior urban areas, which is San Pedro Springs Park, and how it bridges over the highway, which, like Judy said, was a divide and created a division not only physically, but also demographically, culturally, colorfully, in several ways. And so at that point, it was a matter of how do we break that divide and how do we sort of bridge over that? And this takes a look at the form of that.
So like Chris just pointed out, the GreenLink is meant to start near the Riverwalk. It's actually in our Blue Link where we connect the Riverwalk and San Pedro Creek. And from there, it slopes up until it reaches about 45 feet above the ground level and about 20 feet, 25 feet above the highway itself. And that's where the park occurs at the top of the highway. Going forward in our next drawings and renders, you'll see that this creates a very interesting juxtaposition. So as you see here in this render, the structure of the GreenLink still remains very similar to the structure of the highway. And while you're driving through it, you wouldn't really even realize that on the other end of it and on top of it, it's become a whole nother world. Essentially a place that, can become an urban park that's really, like Judy said, is acting like a Band-Aid to one of the biggest issues that we seem to face in the city now.
Right, so this just takes a look at a little deeper look, like Michelle said. We can keep moving on this. I don't want to spend too much time, but it's just a bit of a comparison to other cities and how they function with a large green space. Obviously, if you compare it with Central Park, it's a very minuscule size, and 6.4 acres is nothing in that scale. But bringing it back to something we know a little bit better in terms of Zilker, we see that a green space can be very, very crucial to the urban environment. And so this would introduce that and allow us to create those healthy lifestyles. Yeah, and this just goes back to what Michelle was talking about in terms of the juxtaposition or even the coexistence between the two different worlds, with transport passing underneath and a sort of utopian world above.
And then this is the program diagram that we actually spent a lot of time actually trying to figure out like what kind of programs that we had on the site, to kind of like figure out how we could have like sub-programs, secondary programs linked to each other, like the markets, the school. We basically had different nodes initially that we were going to connect, and kind of like had this dynamic strategy with the GreenLink to connect these different nodes together. So we just kind of like had everything scattered around the site, just in terms of like, how do we find this ground of interconnectedness within the site? And I think there's a mobility diagram where we're basically showing that we've extracted a lot of just kind of like roads for cars, just in respect to how much carbon footprint we wanted to leave on the site, and also just basically encouraging like people who are using the site directly to like lead healthier lifestyles just by walking and biking around the site.
Yeah, and we'll just close out by saying that the ultimate goal with the Green Link was not only to infuse the urban space with a lot more greenery and, like Mike said, a healthier lifestyle, a healthier way of living, but also in accordance with affordable housing in the cityscape. So, whoops, it went away. But it was really just combining the Green Link and what it provides along with housing. And so each one of us envisioned that differently, and you'll see two of the projects that sort of embed themselves into the grid, but also have a very complementing relationship along with the Green Link. I'm not sure what's going on technically, Judy, but.
Sorry, I don't know if, did we get to see the last slide?
Yeah, that's okay. You can move on to your project, I assume now.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen for my presentation. So I understand this is all that you have shown so far is part of the group effort, and now you're going to show individual projects by Judy and Rishad.
Judy and
we weighted the teamwork very, very highly, and it in each case acts as the catalyst and the context to the individual project one.
Okay.
And I think it will be clear as we begin to get into it.
Perfect. Yeah, I saw.
Sorry, Judy.
Share my screen. Okay.
And Joyce, have you just joined us?
I have. I finally, even the password wasn't working.
Well, we've had real technical difficulties. Firstly, the link didn't work. Secondly, there was the wrong password we were given. But we ran a long way behind, but we're now getting nearly caught up.
Well, I apologize for being late.
Really good to see you, and I think everybody knows Joyce Rosner, of course. The beauty is you can say, Joyce, everybody in this meeting has been your student.
That's right.
Very good. This is Judy coming on as part of a team of 4, and they are working on a strategy they call the Green Link. And I think, Judy, if you get into it, you might orient Joyce a little as the way you present your project.
Okay,
Thank you.
Of course, thank you. So I'm Judy. This is my Green Link housing strategy in San Antonio. And so can you all see this slide, or is the moving to slides working fine?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So just kind of to touch up on the Green Link. This is a view of the Green Link. The Green Link is a mass that houses structural components, and it kind of is structurally composed like the highway. We've built it so that it's reversed. It's built on top of the highway and coming up at a slope. The Green Link is important because it suppresses the highway. And so I talk about that a little bit more, but I'll start into this. So the Green Link formally acts as a spine for the city. It kind of maintains connecting points while allowing members to verge off of it. And so this is a render kind of showing what the Green Link looks like from the top. And at the bottom, there's just 2 preliminary sketches kind of showing how the organization of the buildings could be with the Green Link. So things could become buildings, and space could go from more private to public or vice versa. And so the main thing is that the Green Link physically revitalizes, connects, and mobilizes. And so going back to our site visit, our group had established some core values that we knew were important to San Antonio. San Antonio has very strong culture, and we didn't want any of our projects to ignore that and not embrace it. And so looking at the Cassiano apartment, it was a very successful example of how community happens in San Antonio, and what community looks like in San Antonio. And so it was successful because kids were playing outside. There were many people outside and they felt safe and comfortable. And when we began to look at it formally, we noticed that there was this very clear gradient going from private to public, and there was almost like a blur or a bleed in between that kind of allowed for a seamless transition. And that's talking about the public space outside. And so following this gradient was kind of key for my project. And so here on the right are two sketches kind of showing how the buildings could connect the green link. And so we showed this already in our presentation, but what was again important is maintaining that culture and embracing it and using the colors that are already on the site. And so here I'm beginning to look at how we can make, so along with culture, something that was really important for housing in San Antonio was customization. We noticed anywhere where there was a blank canvas in San Antonio, people had painted it and they had done things with it. And so if buildings had empty walls, empty sides, there was usually a mural. And that was really beautiful. And so personalization and customization is extremely important in San Antonio. And so here I've shown that there's 3 different types of housing: family housing, a 2-person house, and then singular housing. And from these 3 different sizes, I began to construct plans that can follow a 10 by 10 grid, but vary. And so each apartment is completely different from the inside. And so along with that, there's also mini courtyards that are embedded into these units that connects to a larger courtyard in the middle. These mini courtyards are kind of like the buffer or bleed space that I was kind of mentioning before, and are crucial for creating that gradient from private to public and making that successful. And here on the left is a render of what one of those small personal courtyards would look like. And of course, that would be keeping a more also public program where the courtyard is. And so that also creates the gradient inside the apartment. And so ultimately, the form is terraced housing that kind of mimics the Greenlink form. And so it meets the people at the bottom, but also is flush at the top with the green link and follows the slope of the green link. And so this allows for multiple access points with gaps and cuts. And there's also an inner courtyard that kind of serves as an important greenhouse that is in between these modules. And so this also kind of acts as a small front lawn space like we saw in the Cassiano apartments. And so into the site plan, this is where where the complex of buildings is so far. Here the height is about 30 feet onto the green link. And this is a floor plan. So here you can see the individualization of the apartments. They all follow that same grid, and so it's easy in construction, but they're varied and allow for that personalization. And here are the second 2 floor plans. And so as we move up, we see that the left side, there's no housing here because the left side only has 2 floors, and then at the right, there's still 3 floors. And I think the sections for this project are specifically important because they really show how the space is utilized within these modules and the connections between each module. And I think I'm going to zoom in a little bit because this is quite a big file so that you could see some detail on the inside. Zoom out. This is another section taken from the north-south. And so this is looking at all of the housing modules cut in the short way. And so here it's a little bit more diagrammatic, but it shows a proposition for how the rest of the buildings on the site could connect the green link in the similar way that the housing connects to the green link. This is an elevation here, kind of showing how the roof is connecting to the green link and maintains that similar green language. So the roof is accessible. The gardens in the middle that are key for community activity with mini courtyards in the middle. And of course, access points from ground floor and from the green link. And here, this is kind of just a quick drawing showing it in 3D and how it truly connects to the green link. So slips of stairs that kind of cut into the green link and elevator cores, and sets of stairs here on this side that allow for access up here. And also, it was a little more obvious in the sections, but implementing windows so that cross ventilation can happen, so that it comes in through one window and then is suctioned into a smaller window at the top and then exits again through the back window. And at the bottom here, sorry, I have to move my window. At the bottom here is kind of showing the street. And so this is a complete no car site. And so we were just kind of making sure that this can work, that it's bike lanes in the middle and sidewalks on the side. And yeah, that's the project so far. So the section that you show is of the green link. Mm-hmm. Okay, and can you show the plan of the building with the units? A scale that we can look at the units. Yes. That can you zoom in?
Can you zoom in?
Oh, sorry.
Just like you did with the section, so we could see a little more, because it's very hard. I mean, you could have had this and then another drawing where you are really zooming in. So you have to even a little more if you can.
Yeah, one more, Judy.
So, and you can explain how you enter these units, how people go to their unit when they're on the third floor.
When they are on the third floor, they're entered directly from or ground, and you can come up through the stairs that are on this.
Sorry, I couldn't hear very well, but maybe now you need to zoom out a little bit, maybe to explain when you are on the ground level. How do you go to the third floor unit?
When you're on the ground level, you can use these stairs that are connected to the building, or you could enter using the stairs that are on the street side.
Wait, which stairs?
The stairs that are facing the street, or using the elevator core that is connected to the ground, or the stairs that are connected to the ground. Let me zoom in a little bit more, maybe that would help.
Yeah, now if you can just zoom in again. So you're saying that there's an elevator core?
Yes, an elevator core here that is embedded into the green link.
Yeah, I cannot annotate for some reason. So I cannot point out. You say that there's an elevator core right under the green link.
Oh yeah, I can.
You cannot annotate, right, Joyce?
No, I think we have to be co-host to annotate.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yesterday, I think maybe I annotated too much.
Okay,
yesterday.
I'm letting you in. I think you can annotate now, Juan.
Not really. I mean, it's still what
I'm seeing that I can annotate now.
You can?
If you go to participants, Simon, and make one a.
Yeah, I've put multiple participants on.
Yeah, for some reason.
One's a guest right now.
Can other people check? I've got multiple participants to be able to annotate.
Can you, Joyce, can you annotate?
No, I can't either.
Okay, so let's go back to Judy's comment. So what I'm saying is that people, this is a ground floor plan, right?
Yes, correct.
And what else happens under the green link, that huge space that you have there under?
Yeah, so there's cuts through the green link that allow for transverse axis mobility. But the green link also houses water retention systems and other possible systems like the system. To be honest, we completely haven't fully developed the systems because we were focused on, but yeah.
Because there's a lot of, so you have tunnels going through that, right?
Yes,
I saw
correct.
it in Axon. And what would that tunnel be in this plan?
Yeah, so the tunnel is not showing up in this plan, and I actually think this might be an outdated plan, and I realized that when I was presenting. But it would be right in the middle core, so right between the two middle housing streets.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
those are
because
the elevators right there on either side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And so this, can you go to the second floor plan? This is the ground floor, right? So the circulation happens in a U shape on each pair, right? So let's see if I understand. Yeah. Okay, and so how do people go to the green, to get to the green link? They need to take those stairs, right, out to the roof of the third floor.
Yes, correct.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in.
Juan, I've made each of you a co-host, and I don't
Yes.
know if the station's working now.
No, it's still.
Not yet.
No, don't worry, Simon. I'll try
That's
to.
okay.
Unfortunately,
If I may, Simon, Juan is in the guest list twice. I think you should make the other one a co-host.
Oh, because you maybe you made my phone the co-host.
That's what I'm seeing.
Oh,
yeah. Sorry, Simon. Yeah, I'm twice in the system. That's okay. So I just wanted to keep asking a few questions to understand. So you're imagining, Judy, a sense of like the units are looking into each space that is in between each bar, right? So the units are looking into the space. Let's say that there are 3 spaces in between the 4 bars. The number 1 and number 3 is where the units look into, right? No, sorry, that's the circulation space, and the units look out to the spaces on the other direction. Is that
Yes, the middle green strip is kind of where people can cross through, and it's not exactly, the apartments like face in pairs, and so they're facing each other on each side.
Exactly. So that's what we meant. So the space in between the first 2 bars is the kind of common space of that group. So there's a sense of community for those people. The circulation is kind of, you're seeing someone walking in the apartment across the walkway on the other side, right? And yeah. What are you mind that the space? What's the difference between, because they're rendered very similar, the 3 spaces in between the bars, but they're potentially very different, right?
Right. And so the 2 side ones that are both very similar, those are kind of community gardens. I imagine though that most community space would happen between these 2. The middle one is more of these are trees, and the apartments don't face these, and so it's not as I guess the facades aren't as open to each other.
Well, I mean, the apartments look into that space also. The only thing is that there's no circulation.
Yes, correct. there is a very important space in terms of that the windows of all the bedrooms, the living. I mean, I'm looking at the plan, so the apartment looks into that space too. So it is not a space that you circulate at each level. It's only at the ground level. And I wonder if is that the space that has the tunnel going across the highway? I mean, across the green link. Okay. So I think that I obviously the green link is a very ambitious proposal. I think it's very optimistic in the sense of the potential that it can bring. I think that it was not very clear to me in terms of like specifically what is connecting. I mean, I see that you put in the highway on top of the green link on top of the highway, but I'm trying to understand what connects on the other side. So maybe that's more like a group question before I get more into this project. But I think as an idea, it's a very good thing in terms of like creating this park. And I think it becomes more reinforced if you have all these living units, all these apartments that are connected to the green link. So you can start imagining how these people can go up to the roof of these units and connect with the green link. It's a little hard to imagine how people would do it. It feels like there's not a very strong connection between these apartments and the green link. I mean, you have that elevator lobby that is very small and very sandwiched there in between things, but you would imagine that one of the attractions of people moving here is that they have all kinds of different spaces for them to enjoy, from their private space in front of their unit to the community. I think you call it community gardens, the ones that are in the space that is formed by two of the bars. And then the very public green link on top. So it could be a very attractive place for people to think about, families with kids. And I know that you didn't have time probably to develop more the space that is kind of community space. I think that just putting greenery there is a little too simplistic. I mean, I would imagine that there's playgrounds, there's places to sit, places to shade, places to. So it's something that sometimes we don't put enough energy in thinking about how those spaces can be occupied. Right now, it feels like it's all very similar to greenery everywhere. So the connection to the green link, I think, could be stronger. The fact that you're not showing these tunnels going through is something that it should be, easily incorporated. I'm not sure why you didn't include it, in terms of that it's important that it doesn't feel like this wall, because I think that's one of the things that you want to avoid. You want to create this green link, but you don't want to create a sense of like separation between this side and the other side. So the penetration, right? You know what I mean? That right now is rendered like a wall. You don't see any kind of ability to go through this system. So even if it's just for neighbors to go across, each other, and you have a tunnel, but you're not showing it here. So it will be very good to be more complete about the things that are more in the axon. You go back to the axonometric view just so we get a better sense. Yes. You see what I mean about those things? Yeah, I definitely do. Honestly, they were in other plans, but I think it was just me uploading the incorrect ones.
Yeah, that's it. Don't zoom that much. You can go up, out a little bit. Go out a little bit. No, the other way. Show more context. No. Don't zoom in.
Sorry.
Yes. There you go. Because this, it's a very, this is where you see this drawing could have been developed to the point that you start seeing how that green space spills into the roofs of these buildings. And then, so you can imagine like how many different type of green spaces you can have. The more private inside the courtyards, the roof terrace of the second floor and the first floor as you go up to the roof. And then you can start deciding which ones are more private for the people living in the building or for everybody that goes in the green link. Are they allowed to go into the roof of these units, or is more private? Have you thought about it?
Yeah, in the last plan, it shows that some, and I didn't mention this, but I should have, but in the last plan, I show that some apartments have rooftop access and some don't. Some have specific private rooftop access. And so in the elevation, you could see that it's not a complete horizontal line that connects with the green link, but it's a little bit of a escape because there's small balconies, and that's where specific apartments have rooftop access. But how do you get to those rooftops? Through a second set of stairs that's within the apartment. So, but you don't have the stair drawn here, right? So
yeah, like if we're looking at, for example, sorry, I'm doing a lot of moving. If you're looking at this top apartment, it has its own small courtyard on the top, and so that's the same
do you have a section, transverse section, cutting this way, cutting parallel to the green link?
Yes, that's this one.
We're going to have to move in a few minutes.
Yeah. So let Michelle and Joyce, you can go ahead now. I asked so many questions.
Joyce, go ahead. I've been with this team the whole semester, so please, by all means.
Okay. I didn't know who else. I heard the Michelle, but I wasn't sure. Judy, can you go back to the plan that we were looking at?
Sure.
I mean, I agree with the things that Juan's bringing up, and I know maybe kind of just zoom in a little bit on the one.
On which one?
The left side of the plan, of the whole plan. You know, I think for me, one of the other things, and Juan brought it up in terms of the stairs to get up to the green link, but also when I look at the apartments, I wonder, is this, I know you can't see my cursor, but the void space, the space that's white versus all the garden area, is that just an unplanted zone? Is that what that is?
It's supposed to be a courtyard that doesn't have exactly unplanted zone of just a mini courtyard, I guess, within the larger courtyard that doesn't have plants. And where these unplanted zones are also aligned with the entrances through the entrances that are parallel to the green link through the buildings.
Because I think that's, I start to look at the dialogue between one side of apartments and the other side, and where there's maybe recesses that you could start to relate from one to the other, so that there's a hierarchy of these smaller outdoor zones, that there might be a larger one because it reaches all the way from one side of the one row of buildings to the other row, and then there might be smaller, more intimate ones. Because right now, some of them make sense to me, but some of them seem so small that they wouldn't really act as anything but a vestibule or kind of a threshold for the apartment. So I think kind of, and again, it goes to Juan's comments about the green space. I think there are a lot more things given more time that you could really develop with this, how you get up to, I mean, that should be a whole experience getting up to that green belt. That could be a really great sequence of events getting there. And, you know, I'm not gonna say much about the apartments themselves, but I'm curious, I'm looking at one of these, it's in the far left bar, where it looks like there's a pass through in between two units. Looks like it's an outdoor space, but then you enter right into the bedroom. Is that right?
Are you talking about, sorry.
That's okay.
Are you talking about, I don't know if my cursor shows up, but this one?
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out the layout and what's happening there.
Mm-hmm. So this is a two-person apartment. I decided to make one of the rooms just immediately accessible to the rooftop. Yes, and then the second bedroom is here. Also, all of the bedrooms do have.
So we're on the rooftop here. This is the rooftop plan.
Sorry, rooftop. The second balcony.
Okay.
I misspoke.
The outdoor space. Okay.
Okay, we're going to move on if we may.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, no, I think that we're going to see another project, Simon, of this group or not.
We've got one more of this, and then we
Okay, good, because I like to make some general comments about the green.
We have 4 more presentations after this team.
Okay, so let's move on.
Say something very quick, I promise. Judy, I think what Joyce and Juan are saying, and what I would like to add to what they have been saying, is the project that you have developed is a great apartment complex, but it's not one that you would necessarily see attached to this green link. So if you want to at some point go back to this project, think about how being so close to something that big would have affected your project differently, and then focus on the points that have been most affected. Those access points specifically, the elevator, the steps, those are the things that would have needed some more love and some focus, just because those are the things that we don't see in any other complex. The other parts are just like things that you can see other places, right? You can look at precedents and pick up, oh, okay, yeah, I already know what an apartment building is, but I don't know what is one that is attached to a huge green link and has access to this great park.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you for the feedback.
Mikhail is coming in with another link in, but also with a marketplace. Thanks, Judy.
Let me go ahead and put it up.
So just if we hold on that for a moment, just to restate, here we're seeing the green link, and we've already looked at 3 projects linking up the top part, and Mikhail is going to bring us down now to the southern part of the link.
Yes, so that's actually my next drawing is just a little zoomed in, but I was gonna go off of that. We've heard a lot about different housing that relates directly to the green link, and each of us got the privilege to work on a different part of the green link, and mine was unique in the sense that I got a portion of the green link where the elevation is still very, very low. It starts off flat down at the bottom near our blue link, which is a little hard to see here, but this is what I was talking about earlier, where San Pedro Creek connects over to the Riverwalk, and the green link comes through here. And so it starts at grade here and then goes up. So for a good chunk of where my housing and my market are, the green link is actually on the ground plane. And so that was a really interesting way to work with the green link, as opposed to Judy and Rish and Mike, because they were working with the height of it, whereas my interaction with the green link was a little different. But going off of that, like Judy said, a big part of our project from the very, very beginning has been creating a place that diversity, culture, color, and comfort thrive. It was one of the most unique experiences when we went on our site visit to actually go and get to interview different people and hear firsthand what people were looking for more in the city and what things worked and what things didn't. So this is an old diagram that we did early on in the semester that kind of is showing the 2 different demographics of the site, because I-35 and our site is actually split between 2 different zip codes here, which are quite different. And it is showing also the connection to an earlier idea where the purpose of the green link was not only to bring back a healthy environment and green space into the city, but to connect 2 important nodes of San Antonio, one being San Pedro Park, which is up north, kind of closer to the Pearl, and San Pedro Park, which is west, and then the Riverwalk and the Pearl, which is the more gentrified area of San Antonio. And one of the things that we actually got to talk to firsthand with somebody when we were visiting the Pearl was about the market there and how it would bring in people during the weekends. A
a lot of people would come to visit with families. I know Judy also mentioned that the front lawn was something that we heard firsthand from the people that we got to talk to. And those were two things that really drove my project going forward. So the market was something that I chose to focus on. It was something that our whole group considered to be at the heart of our site. For a really long time, we considered having a market underneath the highway. And then eventually we moved away from that. And so we ended up moving the market to the connection of the green link and the blue link. And I got the privilege to get to develop that. And like Judy was saying in her presentation, one of the things that we really took away from all the people that we got to talk to was that culture is very, very important. And like she said, a lot of what we saw was very simple structure that people went and took and made it their canvas and turned it into their own thing. And so when I was looking at precedents for the market, I was really intrigued by different structures that were very, very simple structures that really were basic frame that were, I mean, these are obviously very permanent, very staple structures that are, you know, huge structures that bring in a lot of people, but they're very simple and they definitely blur the exterior and interior of space. So that was something that we felt would work really, really well on our site because it would be a great way to let the people of San Antonio kind of make it their own. So here's just a small diagram. I don't know, my computer's lagging a little bit, of kind of the market structure that I envisioned occurring on our site. So this is an early diagram and later on there will be a render that shows this better, but the stalls occur in the middle. And originally I envisioned that people would be walking down the middle and the walkways on to the right and left of the center could be occupied for seating or various different things. And this eventually evolved. And it evolved in a way where the circulation actually started to occur on the outsides of the building. So I'm actually going to do what Judy did and I'm going to zoom in here. But this is a section that's taken north to south. And it's showing the green link in the background. My housing structure is right up on where the green link is ending. And then it comes into this market structure, which then also turns into a park. And that's where the green link initially starts. Sorry, this seems to be lagging a bit. And here's that in plan, so you can see it a little bit better, but this giant park at the end of this sequence is where the green link begins and where the blue link also meets the green link. And that moves into this market where, as you can see here, the interior of the stalls is actually green space, which then moves into my housing, which is affordable housing for workers of the market. And so the idea here is that my housing, rather than being directly connected to the green link, has a very, very, has a correlation and a relationship with the market itself. And so the personal gardens that are occurring in the courtyards of the affordable housing then turn into vertical farming that occurs in the market, which then eventually turns into the park. So it's this giant green sequence that moves all the way through the housing and the market into the park, which then leads you into the green link. And one of the things that really drove me to design the housing in this way, rather than connecting it directly back to the green link, is that there are areas on our site, since the site is so huge, where there is housing that doesn't directly touch the green link. And while the green link is a big driver of our project, there were a lot of areas on the site that would have housing that didn't have a connection to it. And so having the market and other structures on the site that could be used as like staples similar to the green link that could bring in a lot of people was a really interesting concept that I was trying to play with in my design. I don't know why this is so zoomed in, sorry. But kind of like Judy said, I had 3 different types of units that I worked with. Small single units for single workers, double unit apartments, which basically just varied in size and balcony size, and family apartments as well. And there was 2 different types and spatial designs for each of these type of units, which then were organized into the blocks of housing, which I'm trying to show. I don't know if it's lagging for anybody else, but it is lagging for me. Oh, sorry. If it goes back. Sorry, these are basically the plans that I'm trying to show before this render are the different levels of the blocks of housing. Here we go. So the first level, kind of similar to Judy's housing structure, has all of the different types of apartment units around a courtyard space, which could be used for gardening or personal garden spaces or just general communal spaces. And as you go up on the floors, less apartments occur, but the rooftops become either green rooftops that again can be used as gardening spaces or just places for seating. And as you keep going up to the 3rd floor, there becomes a lot more space for community spaces to occur. I think a big part of affordable housing and of just the environment of, you know, if you are a worker in the market and you're living in this housing complex. And one thing that we took away from the people that we interviewed was that community is such a big part of living in San Antonio, and that in a housing unit like this, you would want to have as much interaction with people as possible. And so it's not necessarily about creating gardening spaces or the green spaces that are connecting to the market, but also places where people can sit, people can look over the patios down below and see the people below them and just have a lot of different interactions with people. And finally, that brings me to the last render of the market. So here you can kind of see the market structure. Obviously, it's not fully fleshed out, but you can see this beginning of the park that then turns into the green link up on the right side. That's where the green link begins. And this green space that continues to flow in through the center of the market, which could be developed into vertical farming that goes up into the greenhouse at the top of the structure. And it is a really, really tall and large structure, but the idea is that it's a staple place for people to come, people to sit, people to relax, people to enjoy. There's retail that occurs on the 2nd floor of the market. It's not just produce that's coming straight to the market. It just becomes a space that becomes its own node at the end of the green link, much like the park that occurs at the top of the green link that occurs above the highway. The market is a node that begins the green link. So it's almost like you're going from one place to another as you move through the green link.
Begin to wind it up, Michelle.
That was basically my end.
So can you end with the can you have the plan that shows the green link with the market together? A site plan. You have a site plan that shows them.
Yes. Sorry, it lags when it goes over those plans.
Yeah, there's some students have been doing something that I think I'm going to ask my students next year, is that they end up with a slide with an image that has 6 of the previous ones together, because now we don't have to go back and forth. You know what I mean? Even if they're smaller, it's good to, I'm going to ask that to my students next time if we keep doing Zoom reviews. So you have this, but you don't see is there another drawing where you can see the green link coming down?
I mean, I don't have a detailed plan where you can see the green link coming down into it, but in the very beginning, here in the site plan, you can see that this is where the green link comes, and it comes and joins in with the park right here.
Okay, so go back to the plan that you have there now. So there's an edge of the market that is at the same level as the. So I think that's one of the things that I really like about the idea of the market is that it's what a great way to mark the entrance to this big urban move, right? To have this public building that has this civic presence, and I think that you have made a very ambitious market that feels like a little bit like the 19th century markets that were very, very visible in the fabric of the city. So if I understand correctly, and unfortunately I hate this that I cannot annotate, it's just driving me crazy, but you don't see my cursor either. So, but
Juan, give it another try. I think you should be able to.
Yeah, no, I keep trying. I mean, I go there and I see.
Sorry.
The only thing it says that I didn't say before is
I've
stop.
left one's phone in and everything.
Yeah, no, I know Joyce cannot do it either.
No, I can't, even though I am co-host now, I saw, but
Yeah.
it won't let me.
Yeah, maybe it's a Zoom thing. Maybe Zoom decided. Remember that at the beginning of this whole process, they were going to remove
too many cooks.
Yeah, too many cooks.
I can draw for you one.
No. Go. Let's go back to the plan.
Oh, to the site plan?
Yeah, this one's good. No, something else came. So what I'm saying is that this, I think, is very strong. The notion of this big move. I mean, I would love to have seen a drawing that shows your market in the context. Well, I lost the drawing again.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh,
yeah, so there you go.
Sorry, I'm not doing anything. I'm not sure why it's cutting out.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the connection of the green link with your market should be very evident in your drawings, because it's a very important thing. So it's a very important moment where you come. Imagine you're coming from the other side, you come down, and all of a sudden you are, invited to join this great space. And the way that you enter the market is something that it would be very important to understand. So in this case, it looks like you're coming down into that little public park there, and then from there you go into the market.
Yes. So there's actually two ways that you can enter, and I don't have it drawn on here, but I will most likely go back and change that. But you can actually enter, you become flush with the ground level right about here. And there is an entrance that takes you through the center of the market here as well. I had a housing that's very similar to the housing block I have here, developed down in this block as well. And so the idea was that you can continue the green space of the market into the housing can also occur from the entrance here. You can also come down from the green link here and enter the market, obviously between the two housings, but the main entrance and the main, where the green link begins is at this park where the blue link and the green link meet.
Yeah, it's that what I'm saying is that I wish you had developed a little more of that, because it's a very important thing. So the building is important, but how the building connects with the ideas from the master plan is something that I think is, and I know that it's hard because it's a lot of very ambitious. For example, you're not only doing the market, but you're doing a housing block. You're very ambitious. I thought that you had to develop one project, but you're doing two. I think that in this case, it's probably because you were trying to connect the housing with the market from the point of view of the architecture flowing from one building to the other, but also the users. You said that it's meant to be for the market workers. I mean, I think that whether it's for the market workers, that's probably a hard thing to control in a way, but I think that the idea of these courtyards and everything arranged around those courtyards is a good concept. Unfortunately, the circulation space to access the apartments is happening in the internal circulation. Is that right? I don't know where the bedrooms are looking into when you look at this plan. So you show a circulation in the courtyard, but what is happening where all these bedrooms? What are these bedrooms looking into?
Right, they're just kind of looking into the backs of their neighbors, I guess, the block behind.
So that's a problem, and I think that the solution many times, it looks like you were a little bit stuck with the lines that were coming from the market. Mm-hmm. So the problem with this, for example, the way Judy had it before, it worked pretty well because she had a pretty generous space between the back-to-back of those spaces. So she had the circulation, and then the units still looked into another green space. That was not the communal space, but it was another green space. In this case, that space is not very promising, right? Right. From the point of view of that is not clear, how much light is going to be there and all that. So sometimes what happens is that you need to have a little more space. Instead of maybe having 3 courtyards, maybe you needed to have 2 and put them aligned with the market, in another way. So I appreciate that you are trying to make a link between the market and the apartments, but I don't think it's critical that those lines that you have going across from the courtyard going to the market in a very straight, direct line way. There's nothing really critical about that. I mean, the most important thing is that the apartments are good in themselves. So I think it's good that there is an attempt to show adjacencies that are very welcome in these kind of things. That hey, you can be living next to the market. That's okay. So I think that in that regard, the location of the market and the adjacency to the market, I think is good. Probably I wish maybe you had taken one of the 2 projects on to take to the next level, so you can say, hey, this is housing, I'm not developing, but this is the market, or vice versa, saying this is the market, I'm not developing. It's a lot to chew on, for a semester in terms of the big scale of the plan. But I think as a starting point of that green link, the market is as good as it gets, I think, having the market there.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up on one, I agree. I like the idea of the market a lot, Michelle. And I feel like right now it's kind of these connector points that, besides obviously developing the market, fleshing things out more, but these connector points that can be really crucial to your project. And I was wondering, right now it's like you have stairs at each end of the corridors of the apartments, but I was noticing on the second floor, the second level, where you have these more open spaces, you actually could start to bring stairs through there. So there's kind of this, it's not just there sort of these fire stairs at one end or the other, but they could also link. I don't know if you had to have an exact number of units, but it might be that a unit pulls that you get rid of a unit, and that can become also another circulation space up to an upper level. Start to break up that relentless kind of corridor from the market to the units. The other thing might be, and I don't know if you looked at it, is that some of those upper levels actually connect to an upper level of the market, so that there's more of an overlap, an ambiguity of one to the other.
So that's where the idea for the market housing started, was to connect it at the rooftop and have around these greenhouses, have these really nice courtyards around the greenhouse that connects to the rooftop of the housing. And as I developed it, there was just something really nice about having the connection actually happen on the ground plane and go all the way through to the park. And so somewhere along the way, I kind of stopped with that idea, but it definitely was I could see myself developing a very similar project to this, where the connection happens at the top, and it could still happen both ways, but just the way that the semester went, I moved away from that idea.
No, I understand that. And I think, I think it's kind of one said, it's a super ambitious project to try to develop the market and the housing and multiple levels of housing. So I think that sort of the fact that you narrowed down your parameters or tightened up your parameters is fine, that you decided against that. But I think, Juan brought up a good point about what sort of the back, you have a very clear back and front to the apartments. And to me, when I saw the second level, the upper levels, it was much more appealing in terms of the spaces that you were creating.
piggyback on, sorry,
Sorry.
you say, Simon.
I was going to say, if we could wrap up any summary points with this team before we begin the next team.
Sure. Michelle, you already know that I'm absolutely fond of like what you have done. I think what I quickly will add is affordable housing is more than just like, you know, dropping the name and developing these small units. I would urge you and everyone else in the class who has talked about the concept of affordable housing to look at Alejandro Aravena's project, or like Herman Hertzberger, who was mentioned earlier in the review, who have thought about ways of how you can have a low-cost unit and bring your own personality to it, which is many times what an affordable unit really needs, right? So you have, in a really good way, in your own way, developed that and looked at how many different units you can bring in here, because I'm assuming you were thinking of all the different types of families that want to move into this. So I think a much easier way for you to do this would have been to just like, you know, tighten up the parameters of this and say, I have created these units. Now just fit them into these and make sure you're giving me this much space in the backyard, so that your backyard would also be somehow this connected space, because sometimes you have units like small unit to small unit back to back that creates a more generous space in between, and that is then appealing, right? It's just those bottlenecks that stand out. So and another thing that you look and see here is, as Joyce was saying, removing some of these units and opening up some space, even moving them to the upper levels, would then connect these main courtyards to the backyard, then to the next main front yard, something. And then this would be an interconnected network of these yards. And then maybe you would even consider, instead of having this really flat surface facing the front yard, you would also have the same sort of playful shapes, geometry that you have in the backyard, mimic there wherever there's a bottleneck happening in the backyard to avoid that. You know what I'm saying? Like just space it so that you can get all the good things from both sides, because what you have is amazing. You already have your market, you already have all your units. It's just about how to marry them in a better way.
One comment, Simon, related to the question that you said, wrap up comment. I would say that for both projects, the thing that I feel like it was missing is that when you transition, and this happens a lot, right? You work as a group in big ideas, very important moves at the urban scale, and then you zoom into your project, and all of a sudden it feels like the connection with the big ideas that you have been working on is very hard to track in your current drawing. So all of a sudden it's like, I don't see the green link here. So, you know, it's so important there. So you need to make sure that there's another drawing that serves as a transition to really understand how you are connecting with a big move. So in that section, or the plans that we were looking before with Judy, not having the tunnels, not having so you need to see this not as, okay, we're done with that phase, I'm going to my building. No, your building is your building as a connector to those ideas. And then you zoom into the unit, but there's a drawing that is about your project connected to the ideas of the master plan that is not making easy for us to see all the good things that were coming from the previous project. And so how you make that drawing that is not, and don't feel like, oh, it's your project, but your project needs to be brought in as an extension of the ideas of the master plan. And right now it feels like it's too abrupt. We're going into a market and it's very hard to see how it relates to everything else. It will make your project better because it will be understood in the context of very strong ideas. So that's more of an advice for the next time. Sometimes just zooming in into the building sometimes makes you forget about that transition that is very important to tell from the group work to the individual work.
It's very much an intent one. The very nature of when, and I think I can say you and I devised this idea of studio, is that this studio in the school is a very particular stretch. And by design, we're adamant in the school that we don't have people engaged in architecture that isn't addressing both futures and wider issues about an architecture of the city. So we're going to go straight into the next team. I would like to introduce you to the team, who are Kavya. If you could come in and say hello, please.
Hey, Kavya.
Kavya, hello, good to see you. Haley.
Hello.
And Cameron is coming in.
Hello.
Thank you. So if you could introduce the team proposal, please.
Sure. And I also just want to say thank you to all of the reviewers for everything this semester. It's been very unusual. So thank you all for your time and for being with us today. So we are the Metro San Antonio team. One of the first things that we did as a team is look at this surrounding area and decide and figure out who it is that we are designing for. And so we took a look at the statistics for the surrounding zip codes from our site and found some mind-boggling statistics. This zip code in particular, we found to be historically the lowest income zip code in the entire United States of America. And that is who we are designing for. And there's a similar story for the other zip codes that surround our site. And the statistics are shocking, not the least of which is that that last statistic down there, that almost 7 out of 10 people drive a car alone to work. Now we know that that's not unique to this zip code. We know it's not unique to this city. The over-reliance on cars is a problem that has plagued cities all around the world. And so we've decided to address that directly. The goal is that over the next 30 years, to integrate within the...
Cameron, can I interrupt for a second? When you said that, so this district, you said that the zip code is the lowest rent in the country, and is the 70% driving alone part of that district or this whole city?
That is for that zip code, and it's the lowest income. They're making about $12,000 on average per capita.
So is the lowest income, and at the same time, 70% of them drive to work?
That is the data, yes.
Wow. Okay. So keep going. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. And so I think that highlights a huge problem, which is the over-reliance on cars, which over the next 30 years, we would like to integrate a more sustainable system of public transportation into the existing highway infrastructure. So by 2050, we want to build these transportation hubs at key points around the city to help take this sprawling city and weave it back together with one light rail system. And that that hub right in this dead center is our project site. And that we consider ground zero for this whole plan, that the catalyst that can push this new agenda forward. And so we want to show you what we found on the site and why we felt that we needed to.
So just really briefly, if we could take a look at the kind of existing conditions on the site. This is the kind of area that we're working in right at the intersection of I-35 and I-10. And this is kind of a map of the current occupation categories that are at play here. You can see highlighted in gray all of the parking. This is an extremely parking dominated site. There are also a considerable number of more civic functions and the different shades of red. We have schools, quite a few medical facilities, hospitals, and then a few retail and commercial buildings interspersed in blue, and then not a ton of housing really in the core area of our site, which is outlined in that dotted line. Housing and residential programs are highlighted in purple, and you can see there's a neighborhood to the north of the highway, but not a ton actually on our site. If you go to the next picture, these little vignettes show all of the areas in this kind of neighborhood that are exclusively surface parking lots. So you can see that they are taking up kind of an enormous amount of space. So we really saw, after looking at this and kind of analyzing the site, that the biggest problem here was that cars were completely dominating this site. And if you scroll through these screenshots of some of the current conditions on Google Street View, you'll notice that there's not a single pedestrian in any one of these images. This is not a walkable place that people like to spend time outside in. So that's kind of what we're working with to start.
So we see that there, in red, we see this highway that cuts right through the center of our site, at 35. And so we propose 2 trolley lines, one north to south, that goes from San Antonio College, San Fernando Square in downtown San Antonio, one east to west that goes from San Antonio to the Alamo, or a little bit past that. And so that's just because it seems that our site should be such a well-trafficked area, so central in the city, but at all. And we think it's because there's no way to access it without having a car. And so we're hoping that these trolley lines will bring people from downtown to our site and vice versa.
Yeah, so basically we're working at 2 kind of scales of our train system. One being a light rail system that utilizes the highway infrastructure and connects the whole city, and the other being a bit more micro as kind of like a test site for a new system of trolley that's a little bit more intimate and slow moving.
So we're looking at multiple different districts, and so we have in the light blue, that's our highway district, and so that's a station and station housing and some highway housing. Below that is our green district, and our and which has greenhouses, vertical farms, as well as school. Below that is the garden housing, which is housing, and it's very green based and has a lot of gardens. We also have our arts district, which has the San Antonio College.
We'll go into those a little bit more specifically as well. Now, these again are districts sort of clustered together in how they currently exist and with our interventions. So Kavya, you reiterate this station district.
Yeah, this is a station district. It has both mine and Cam's projects. So the central station, it's where that's the intersection of the trolley line, which is like the smaller scale transit, and the light rail system, which is over a larger scale, geographic scale, as well as highway housing, which is housing units that are running parallel to the highway that we've repurposed into a light rail system. Mm. And we also have, right in front of the highway housing, running parallel to it, we have patches of grass, which kind of act as a front lawn for the highway housing, as well as a threshold connecting the school to the market and the highway housing.
Mm-hmm. Moving just south of that, we have a mixed use area just south of that major station there, where the trolley moves through. We have some mixed use, some retail, some restaurant space. We've also integrated in a vertical farm, 10 stories tall, which can produce massive amounts of food. With the air that is now clean, we phase cars out of the highway. It is clean enough and healthy enough to grow food sustainably. And the southernmost building here is actually a lunch pavilion that can service the hospital that's right there, as well as this public park that is here. Here is a before and after of what the area is now, which is pretty much an empty lot and a street where, again, there are no pedestrians. And this is what that area could be with our proposal. There's the vertical farm there growing food and a mixed use and residential area off to the right with the trolley moving through. This is the Fox Tech area, the existing high school. We've decided to open up the middle courtyard to allow the students a more enjoyable middle ground in between their buildings and ease the transition between the school and the San Antonio Public Library, which is off to the right. we've tried to make that more cohesive and turn this into an academic sort of area that is meant for the high schoolers. We also have some smaller trolley stops that we've designed, playing on the idea of the arch, which is a very meaningful tool for San Antonio. It's where I grew up. And so we're trying to play on the arch form and also push something a little bit more adventurous with even the stops.
Yeah, so moving south, we come to the Arts District. That cluster of buildings over on the easternmost side is the Southwest School of Art, which is a pre-existing school in the area it's a fabulous old Ursuline convent and also has a newer Lake Flato building. And we really wanted to try to expand the identity of that kind of art related area over there to connect to the kind of southwesternmost building there, which is Art Pace, which is an artist in residency program run by Linda Pace. So we wanted to kind of turn this into a whole cluster of arts related buildings. We also wanted to address the San Antonio River, which you can see over there on the right, and people who might be coming up from the Riverwalk into this district. So if you go to the next photo cam, this is just a little kind of schematic concept design of a kind of welcome center to the neighborhood that also serves as studio space and dormitories for the art students at the Southwest School of Art. And it has this kind of walkway going through the middle of it where students can display their work in those kind of arcuated forms. And it also kind of introduces visitors to the site who are coming from the Riverwalk portion. And then the southwestern edge contains my project, which is over there on the westernmost edge, bordering San Pedro Creek. This is kind of the garden housing district that also consists of a community center and some courtyards and gardens. And I will get into it a little bit more in my own presentation. But if you go to the next, these are just two little axons showing two of the other buildings in this area. This one is just a retail and mixed use kind of single story building that matches more of the scale of some of the pre-existing buildings that are already there and kind of provides a transition in formal language between the art studio building and then the garden housing building, as well as the community center, which is the axon on the left there.
And we will go more in depth into our own buildings as well as some of the surrounding buildings that we've all worked on. But this is the general layout of our site.
Do you want to go straight into the first building?
I think so. For time reasons, we don't want to hold you too long. And I also have sent out our website each of the reviewers. So if there's not time for a comment that you want to leave today, that is comments are always appreciated.
Yeah, we got the email. I got the email.
Okay, good. So moving on to this station hub. This is the intersection of the streetcar, trolley, and the light rail. So to reiterate, the focus is providing for these communities that surround the site. It is truly mind-boggling who is in this area and who we are really designing for. And so to reiterate, that dot there is our station hub where the light rail meets the trolley. This is the intersection of affordable housing and sustainable means of transportation. You'll have to forgive my line weights. They don't always travel well, I'm sorry. But why not use, to design this, to help as a driver, use the existing highway pieces to help define the form of this building that is all about wrapping around the highway. So we can use this curvature. We can add a column grid straight along the sides of the highway to provide a structure that is independent of the highway concrete itself. The concrete expands and contracts with the heat and cold. We want to provide a structure that is free of that expansion and contraction. there are those columns. It twists to follow the existing highway on and off ramps that you just saw. These columns reach up, and you can span that distance over the highway with inverted bowstring trusses. Then we add our slabs and our cores that drop down in between the two highway decks, the upper decks of the highway there. And we wrap the building in a building skin, which can reduce the overall heat gain in the building, prevent some noise pollution from the city, and allow the wind to still pass through it. It is permeable. The twisted form of the columns not only is just symbolic of the site and the highway on and off ramps and structure, but it is also helping the structure as a whole resist extreme shear forces by its twisting nature, so that it can potentially resist even tornado and hurricane level winds as we face more extreme weather conditions in the face of climate change. In section, you can see that this is not only the intersection of that streetcar, the trolley on the bottom floor and the light rail moving perpendicular. It is also the intersection of affordable housing and a transportation hub. Section, you can also see what this project is really getting at. This trolley on the bottom with the light rail occupying that upper deck of the highway and claiming its territory as cars become obsolete in the future. There is also a bike highway that strings right along with the light rail and can also extend the width of the city. The next 3 floors, you have 3 floors of affordable housing topped by a green roof, which is not just for the residents, but it is also meant on the left side for food production. So you can see that the green roof is serving to the urban heat island effect, but it is also meant for food production. We can collect solar off of this building and also capture the perfectly oriented southeastern wind that is coming straight at this building. All the units have 2 windows that can be opened for cross ventilation, and the PTFE skin is reducing the overall heat gain inside the units on that south face. The roofs of the units themselves are also curved to help light deeper into all of those units. And by having this open atrium down the middle, we can achieve the chimney effect to help with some natural cooling. Down in the ground, we can harvest actually and purify the storm runoff from that underneath portion of the highway, and also reach out to the nearby green spaces to use that for geothermal heating, which I'll mention again later. So here's the plan for that bottom floor. We have actually decided to repurpose that highway, the underneath portion, and turn it into a space that was only for cars, and make it a space only for people, so that this becomes market vendor space and the basement for my building, where we can filter water, have HVAC, geothermal, and all the technicals. Moving up a floor, the ground level is where the trolley is coming through, seamlessly integrates with the existing ground, and you can also go down a floor into that public market. And these are those green spaces, which I'll talk about again in a second. The next floor up is the upper deck of the highway where the light rail comes through, and you can also access the bike highway from here. The next 3 floors are those housing floors. All the units are elongated so that the maximum number of units can receive that cross ventilation coming from the southeast. Same story for the 4th floor. All of the wet walls are aligned for the units so that they string down continuously. And all of the units are arranged based on the columns that actually stick up through the slabs. There are 3 in a group so that no one's view is obstructed. They also have a community laundry room because each of the units does not have its own washer and dryer. So zooming out to the site plan, I like to think that the building itself has those green patches out front to use as its arms to just sort of lay out and accept the sunlight and heat the building through geothermal technology. There's that underground market that strings through the basement or the underground portion of the highway. And out where I had mentioned earlier, this is our mixed use sort of area. So we can turn this whole space into a public space, one that is enjoyable. And here's that vertical farm, which can produce food and also sell it in to restaurants downstairs or take it to the market to be sold. So what does all of this look like? Here is one example of that mixed use area. There's the vertical farm. And here is perhaps a cafe, more residential areas, and the light rail coming through. This is the vertical farm again with maybe a bike lane. And those restaurants would be downstairs. And I believe that is all that I have for you.
Thank you.
So Cameron, I like that you use your hands like I do. I see myself doing the same thing that you're doing, moving my hands all over, you know. So that's that gets me in the I like camera already, because I tend to move sometimes I try to control myself, but also when I'm explaining things to the screen, I see myself moving the hands just like you're doing. So I appreciate the enthusiasm, the energy, and it's always welcome. I mean, I think it's great that to see the kind of passion that you put into the project. It shows. I mean, it doesn't happen unless you put a lot of work. So there's a lot of work that went into this project. Is very dreamy in terms of like it's imagining a world that I think that definitely Simon and I are not going to see, and when cars are obsolete, I mean, I don't think you're going to see either. No one around here is gonna see that. I mean, it may happen sooner than we think, but I think that the idea of seeing I-35 occupied by people and by bicycles and by housing, you know, on top of the highway, that's what these studios are for, to imagine, you know, better worlds, better futures, and that's what you did. So from that point of view, I think is fantastic, that optimism about how these people are going to get here. We don't know. I don't know if these two lines is enough. You know, you've done a station that at the end of the day is really a housing building with very little station per se. So, but when I saw it at the beginning, I was thinking that was the whole station. I was thinking, well, this is in London or in Tokyo or in Madrid, right? That they have the kind of density that kind of can sustain this. But I think overall the ambition is fantastic, and I think it's great that you took it to a lot of level of detail. I was going to say that your building has a little bit, just to get, you know, I'm going to give some comments in the kind of critical side. That is, I feel like just like the site plan, your floor plans of the building have a lot of space around the unit. So you look at this, I mean, even here, you see a lot of space, but when you look at the floor plans, there's an immense amount of space floating around the actual units. That is not very clear how it could be is needed. I mean, you could probably put that square footage to better use, right? In terms of the circulation spaces are very generous, and sometimes too generous is not necessarily good. Same thing with the site plan around the station. It feels like it's very unclear what all that open space is about when you look at some of the amount of open space. So I think that the world that you're imagining will require a little tighter kind of sense of spaces that open and contract. And now there's a lot of open space floating around, buildings floating in space. Simon has in the studio brief about typology and morphology, and you know, it looks like in this case the buildings are too much floating, and there's not like enough of a morphology tying them together. And I'm going to leave it up there. But again, you know, congratulations, because it's a lot of work, and you know, you took it to a very good level of resolution, even if it's a very kind of optimist future that you're planning for.
Thank you.
Yeah, optimism was the exact word I was thinking while you were talking, and I really first, I really appreciate the overall presentation that you guys did at the beginning, because I like the way that you're thinking about that location, looking at the buildings that exist there already and how you can work within that framework that's already established, but make it a much better place. Also for me, and maybe this came up in the earlier one that I missed at the beginning, but seeing what that place looks like now and where you'd like to go with it was really helpful and very exciting. Yeah, with Juan, I mean, who knows? I love to think that cars will go away to some degree and we'll all be, taking public transportation everywhere. It is Texas after all. I don't know when that will happen, but it takes you guys thinking about this kind of stuff and imagining what it could be. And I really appreciate that. Cam, I got really excited about your transportation hub and this idea of hovering it over the freeway. I think is a really interesting way to think about it. Like Juan, I was surprised. I was like, oh, it's housing too. It's everything. I was thinking it was just transportation, but it's I love it. It's like a speculative project that doesn't have to be speculative. It's something that, and somewhere down the road, these kinds of things are doable. Unfortunately, politics often get in the way of these things happening, but I like that you're taking advantage of the studio and really imagining something that could make this a much better place.
And it happened. I mean, sometimes it's not that the car needs to disappear, but maybe there's it's a little bit like when they built 130 here in Austin, the thought was, oh, maybe we can then close I-35. But no, unfortunately, we build a new one and we maintain the other one. So the idea with this is maybe that cars have not disappeared, but I-35 has been diverted and is going around, interstate highways should not go through cities. It makes no sense that is still happening. So I can imagine a future where you say, look, this is not just because cars have disappeared, it's because I-35 has been closed and is being diverted around the city. So all of the time you have all that infrastructure there, and there's, this is not the first time it happened. I mean, I remember, I was in the AIA award for Philadelphia. There was a project that was an abandoned highway that it had been basically abandoned, and there was a very beautiful project we gave an award to that it was trying to reimagine what that could be. So it is something that is going to happen in many places, that all of the time there's a section or a portion of a highway that needs to be reconfigured. So in that regard, I mean, this is viable only when that highway is not there, because just all the fumes of all those cars and everything would not be obviously working. But I like the fact that, like Joyce said, is very speculative, but it's developed in a way that is making it feel very real. And that's always very good, because it's showing that you are, serious about it, and you're taking it pretty far to show what the potential is. So good job.
I want to speak very quickly. Congratulations, Cameron. It's been like you worked so hard since all have worked very hard, but you made it in a moment that helped you a lot to be able to show us the renderings we can see today and push the connections in the sections like the stairs, and I'm making it graphically so easy to read, like even what is cut, what is behind, just very excited. I think you've shown commitment throughout the entire process, and the entire team, as we will keep looking at the other members. But congratulations.
Thank you.
I just had a lateral thought. I'll use my hands for one's sake as I'm speaking. I think all architects have got to become hands people. I often feel that we produce some of the best diagrams with our hands, and I'm in amongst a group of colleagues where we just about draw everything. I draw in every studio that I think I've ever worked in. But the point I was going to make is a simple one. If the academy, meaning the schools of architecture, aren't taking on an advocacy role, who is going to do it?
Yeah.
What I admire about what has been taking place, and the kick was coming very much in the studio discussions and the talks and the feedback, is the fact that we have to make a change in the future. I don't think that this team are talking about the abandonment of the personal vehicle, which will become very different. What they're doing is arguing that we have to have a fairer city, a more open city. And Juan and I spent time together in London in the summer. Anybody would be an idiot using a personal vehicle in that city. So it's not dreaming, it's understanding. And I think if we look at some of the environmental kick that's coming out of California at the moment and how we're moving with electric vehicles, we are beginning to see, thank God, some change. And I think we're going to find ultimate change starting, I'm trying to think of the exact date, but I'm going to say January 20th of next year. Very well. Are we happy to go on?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to move just slightly down the track for a moment with Kavya. And we're going to look at another aspect of what can happen with highway when we use the infrastructure, but we don't accept his current role.
So this is Cam's project, and mine is next to his, and it runs parallel to the highway. Highway houses. So when approaching this,
so Kaya, yes. Do you have are you using your phone on your computer?
I'm using my computer.
Okay, because there's a sound that comes. I mean, it happened to me when I'm using my phone on my computer. I found a way to, but something is. I mean, am I the only one that is hearing?
No, it's vibrating. Something vibrates when you.
Yeah, do you have a headset?
I actually don't, because the headphone jack on my laptop isn't working right now. So
that's okay. We'll get
yeah, we can hear you. I thought that it was because of the phone, but
yeah, we've had this too. It's
okay.
I'm sorry about that. But my project is called Highway Houses, and when approaching this project, I was most interested in A, giving agency to the residents, and B, responsive modifiability. Like, our cities are constantly in flux, and so I think it's kind of irrational to think our houses just have to stay the same. And so I was interested in like a system that could modulate with people moving in and out of the apartments. So this is a site plan or a site plan. So this is the highway, and these are my buildings that are running parallel to it. And because of the location, I was basically had to bridge 3 street levels. So the level that's below the highway, the ground level, and then the high level. And so I did this with a programmatic stratification. And so for the space underground, so ground level down to the, connecting that down to the base of the highway, that's a marketplace. And so the vendor stalls are in this kind of closed space underneath the rest of my building, and there's a walkway that connects different buildings, and so that's the market. Above that is a cafe and workspace. It can also be used as a study space because the school is right next to my project. And on top of that is housing, which has a level of porosity built into it, and this is where the highway is in relation to my building. This is a section axon that shows a cut through, just for a better understanding of
So this is my transverse section. So there is, so the highway has on both sides, and there's basically buildings that front each other. And so all these balconies would be looking at each other. And this just shows some like more of that vertical stratification on. So there's this market level below ground level. And this is the workspace housing. And on top of my housing, I wanted to have space for growing gardens. I still wanted a level of modifiability. So if it needs to change one day, it's not like a solid integrated soil. So I decided to go with planters for growing on the rooftop. And this is my transverse section that shows some more of the units. And for these drawings, I was really interested in trying to show the customizability of these units because it is a modular housing project. I think oftentimes it seems a little bit too repetitive, but I wanted to show that it is very personalizable. And it's just my longitudinal section. So these are my plans, starting from the market level that's below ground. So you have these other stores here, which is the market, and over here, these are storage bins. So so I designed these market stalls that can be basically stowed away, and the market can be used for something else when the day is over, perhaps like a game of pickup basketball. So, and this is ground level. So this is my cafe, some workspaces, and a shaded outdoor porch area. This is more workspaces, and these are more private study rooms that you can rent out or just a little bit more private and quieter. On top of that is housing. This level of housing is right on level with the existing highway. So on this side is like a bike highway, so you're not right up against the the rail, but you can still go out onto that.
Is that the train? Do you show us a plan of the train? That's
a section cut of the train.
Pretty impressive.
And
keep going.
This is level up, and so I wanted to show that basically all of these are the white ones are indoor spaces, and this is outdoor terrace space. As I move up, you'll see that they're basically changing their location and where they are, and that's just a result of these units, which can basically go together in any configuration you want. And I'll have some diagrams showing that, but it's just showing different levels of velocity in the project. And this is the growing gardens with the planters on the level.
Did I miss that? Are there stairs in those plans? I didn't see them.
There's an elevator.
There's an elevator that works always, so you don't have to worry about stairs, right?
Yes.
There's no power outages in this.
I realized I forgot to put fire stairs. So there are fire stairs here that go up to the first level, and after I put us all in, I realized I didn't have them going all the way. Just for the sake of this argument, we're gonna assume these fire stairs go all the way to the top floor.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah, sorry.
It's in the distant future.
And this is a little video I made of the construction of the modules. Because I want to design for quick assembly and disassembly and rearrangement of the modules, I think it had to be a box frame structure that with CLT panels that had this insulation and structure and everything inbuilt into it. So this is just a little video showing how they go together. And this is just the modules coming together with the balcony spaces and so I'll just show like a little disassembly, but yeah. And this shows, this is the individual module plans. And so I think there's basically 4 different volumes of space that each apartment unit can occupy. There's 1 module, 2, 3, or 4, and
what's the size of the module?
It's 20 by 20.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's the floor to ceiling height is 13 feet. So this is just different modules. I was in arrangements of interior walls. I was exploring for different types of families or situations, and so just exploring that a little bit. And this is showing how the modules go together in Axon. And so this is just the structural frame before, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is sort of like this stacking of blocks. And so these colors show just the blue is just like a single module unit. And the green is basically outdoor space that is just created between the modules as a result of the way they're together. And so this is 3 different configurations. And I mean, there's really an infinite possibility of how these can go together. And I think ideally I would have, I mean, this is a little speculative in my belief, but I'd like them to be in a state of change. So like when someone moves in, they can maybe have their 2 module apartment. If maybe they have a child and they add another module. And so I view buildings as being in constant change. And this is just a rendering of the project. And these colored boxes are these vendor stalls that can be stored inside of these storage containers. And then this could be repurposed for something else. And this is just another rendering that shows the overall plan. Cam's floating in the back.
Sorry, Kavya, you may have said it, but what is the frame made out of?
CLT, blue lamp.
Okay.
Got it.
Good. Okay, so that's it. That's the last image.
Yeah.
Yeah. It reminds me. I don't know if you've seen in any city the thing that many cities are doing now. I think it started. I see Clara there. I think it started in Bogota, that they closed one very important street of the city on Sundays for people to occupy. Yeah. So. And this is something now all cities, many cities in the world do it. In Mexico City, in Madrid, and so many cities do that. And it feels like in this case, it's like closed for good, not just for one day. It's a very exciting thing to be in the middle of a place that is clearly not meant to be originally for people. And all of a sudden to see that highway all of a sudden occupied by all these other users is, as I said with the previous project, it looks like it's may not be based on, like Simon said, that the car is going to disappear. It's that all of a sudden this highway running through here makes no sense anymore. That's something that we may see at some point. So in that regard, I think it goes well with the other project. It looks like as a group you guys have been communicating during the development of the project, I would think, right? Cameron, did you brainstorm together even if we were all isolated and confined? So in that regard, I think that this is an interesting variation of how that space can be occupied. I think that the housing has a very easy way to understand. I mean, it's very easy to understand, and I can imagine like working pretty well, you know, in the sense that you have a lot of flexibility. Probably there's a little more void that is needed. This is sometimes what happens in a little bit the same thing that I told Cameron. I mean, there's a lot of spaces that seem to be like open, you know, that probably don't need to be as open. I noticed that when you were doing the master plan presentation, that it felt like, well, these buildings feel like they have more opening. I think it's nice to have penetrations and openings and double height spaces, but I think it's okay if the building is a little more compact in terms of the ratio of units to open or circulation spaces. So I mean, I think is also like Cameron's project very well. I mean, can you go back to those sections of the highway? Those are fantastic drawings, and I think that it will be very good for everybody in the studio to look at these things. I mean, this is one of the things about being in studio. Now, when you look at these sections, you set a very good goal for all the people in the studio about like, hey, your drawings need to look like this. I mean, you can bring drawings to this level. I mean, and you can always improve, right? You can look at this, say, hey, what can I do with poche to understand a little better the poche, and at the level of detail, the level of understanding of how you are making a very big idea readable just through a big section is a very important element of your education for everybody. So I think that, you remember, everybody in the studio, I mean, when you're in a studio setting, the idea is that you're going to go back and look at this drawing and say, hey, I want to do my drawing. I mean, I want to make my drawing look like this one. So what did she do? And then you start looking at the line weight, the people, the detail, and that's how you learn, by being around people that get a little faster to a level of drawing that may be taking you a little longer. But next semester, you say, next semester, I'm going to be able to make the section just like this. So these sections are great. The drawing level is very good. I think that you have your oops moment with that stair that somehow disappeared. I think that's something that, I think I can imagine that you can highly concentrate to the point that all of a sudden something as obvious as a stair.
It was there.
Yeah. So, but it is, I mean, you can imagine like the stairs could be part of this section. I see some stairs that seem to be more part of a duplex, but the notion of verticality that you expect always in a section by elevators, stairs, makes sections very rich. So I think that the stair is something that you should not forget, not just because you need a fire exit, it's because the stairs are very important moments in buildings, especially with verticality. So the idea that there's no vertical element here is something that should jump at you as you look at it. But overall, again, congratulations, very well developed and very nicely presented project.
Thank you. Javier, if I may, I agree with everything that Juan has said. Thank you for producing these nice drawings. Really, your project has come a very long way. I love what you had done with the modular units. It was really nice. Just even the graphic of how the movie of how it's come together, and like how they can make these together. It was very nice. And I think another point of strength in your project was that it's not just any modular unit that goes together. You have not only thought about the modular like residential units, but also how it comes together with the highway and what that connection is like, and like what that walkway right in front of those units are. So this is what I'd like to say, that it makes a difference when you are not only thinking about the residential, but also about the context that you're putting it in. Good job in creating all this drawings in such short time from last that I saw your project. Yeah. And one more thing for the group. I don't know if I should wait for the last for Haley's presentation to come to an end to say this about the group, but I'm really happy to see that y'all have also looked at your group presentation, like renewed those drawings and graphics and diagrams. I don't think we saw that happen in any of the other groups. So I would like to give you a big kudos for going back, redoing those and all the graphics that you have produced.
Thank you for pushing us. Much appreciated.
I'll just say one quick thing, Kavya, since I know we're running short on time. The fact that you had such beautifully developed drawings made it so you really didn't even need to say a lot. Like the drawings spoke for themselves quite well, and it's a great thing because you want the drawings to speak. You don't want them to have to rely on a lot of explanation. So yeah, really nice work.
Very, very important point, Joyce. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The only thing I would say, let me say something, besides the stair, a little bit like with Cameron, I think that could have been developed, in a richer way, is that this moment, and unfortunately I cannot annotate, but if you look at the deck of the highway, the high deck, the adjacency of your building to the highway is not very well resolved. It looks like there's a potential for something different than just the building just coming very close to it. Something in the buildings could be happening where that connection happens. It happens a little more on the right side. I can see something different happening below the deck, but in the one on the left, it feels like one unit is like, sorry, you're gonna have a deck of the highway, of the former highway right there. You know what I mean? That it feels like nothing specific happened to the unit, and you have a modularity that allows you to say, okay, let's create a double height space there. Then from the highway, you look down into that space, and that space all of a sudden is looking below, it's looking above. So you had a system that could have allowed you to adjust as you get closer to those moments. But the adjacency of those two is the tension of your project, and that's one of the great moments, that could be. It could be a little richer with more time in terms of the complexity of they can relate. But I think that is there. It's just a matter of like getting it a little more fine-tuned. So just wanted to leave you with one of those things and say, okay, next time I think I can look at this.
Yeah, definitely. Super helpful.
Okay.
I think I'll look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to reintroduce Haley. And
All
we're
right.
moving south. Greetings.
Yes.
Good to see you again.
Yes. Can you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. So last but not least, hopefully, again, just to kind of situate us, so we were just looking at Cam and Kavia's buildings up here alongside the highway. We're moving south of the school campus down to this area here. And with that, I will go into my presentation. So even though my project, even though my project is a little bit removed from the train system occupying the highway, I think that it kind of follows a lot of the same ethos that our whole scheme is trying to address, which is kind of a forward-looking conversion of this site towards some new modes of living. So my project tries to transform the southern portion of the site into a major hub for the arts, for living and food production, and creating a kind of resilient, affordable, and accessible public landscape. So my garden housing is sited alongside San Pedro Creek. It maintains a little bit of insulation from the creek in order to respect the floodplain. But it kind of reclaims this previously really underutilized area of the site for affordable housing and food growing. When I was thinking about housing with respect to this project and what I believe urban housing should be, I was kind of motivated by my belief that housing is a human right, basically, and that it should be enfranchising and egalitarian, and that its design shouldn't privilege any one person over the other. That being said, I think that successful social housing actually has a lot to do with policy and politics. So I wanted to see how much of that I could explore within the context of a design lens within an architecture studio as best as I could. So the kind of form, really quick, here is my kind of housing scheme. And then as you move across the site, you have this community center here, the kind of retail area here, which leads then into this artist studio, which again provides kind of a path from the San Antonio Riverwalk into my area of the site. And here we have Art Pace and some of the other kind of buildings in our arts district that really integrate all together. And here are just some simple little axons of those three kind of accessory buildings that I developed. My actual housing units consist of a series of terraced apartments, each of which is accompanied by a curved growing trellis that creates overall like a new row housing typology that's interspersed with these growing gardens at ground level between each block. Residents of the housing complex would work together to grow and harvest food both from their communal plots, which they would share with their two vertical neighbors, as well as their own personalizable growing trellis. The trellises also create a communal shaded front porch, which runs between all of the units on each level. And the curved form of the trellises allows for a more intimate enclosure and in front of each apartment, and also gives a bit more autonomy to each unit while continuing to allow for connection between them all. Additionally, the curved form allows for a orthogonal watering system, which is this kind of square framing to slot over top of each while kind of staying within the expanded envelope coming off of each unit. And that kind of aids the ease of plant care. So moving into the plans, at ground floor, the first floor units have 2 points of entry, a more private kind of back door from a shaded column grid, which holds up the units above and also can function as a kind of shaded, play space at ground level. And then in the front, coming from this kind of pathway, there are stairs that lead up onto the communal trellis enclosed front porch. Okay, didn't mean to click on that. Similarly, the second floor has a back approach from the elevator and fire stair access cores, and then those stairs continue to lead up the terrace form, also connecting the units between levels. Additionally, each of the units has a kind of breezeway in between it, which allows for an even more private kind of enclosed outdoor space, and also carries down some light between the floors using slits of acrylic paneling.
Are you going to show the plans with more detail, or?
I could zoom in if you would.
You don't mind to zoom in, because it's always good to have the overall and then a close up of the type, just kind of in the future in general.
I don't know, can I zoom in on here?
Looks like you just did a little bit.
Oh, did it work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not zooming in on my screen, but you guys can see this bigger now?
A little bigger,
A little more zoom.
Huh, okay, maybe I can go back to this at the end.
That's okay, so keep going. I think that you zooming in enough, so I got a sense.
And then on the third floor, there are some smaller around 625 square foot units as opposed to around 1250 on the first 2 floors. But they kind of retain the spacious balcony space in front. So that's kind of going through my plans. As we move into this, you can see a transverse section across the entirety of the site between all of the housing blocks and some of the potential for growing space in between them. Really wish I could zoom in on this one. Yeah, maybe I'll go back later and see if I can figure that out.
Haley, does every unit have its own stair?
Yes, every unit has its own stair. So yeah, so the blocks are spaced such that there's enough, there is enough space in between them for the winter sun angle to come down and continue to provide sun for that growing space in between them. And then you can see here in the background some of the other buildings. There's this gigantic parking garage very close by to the site, which we didn't get to explore this as much as we would have liked to, but we wanted to explore the potential of converting that into some sort of vertical farm as well. So that's kind of taking a look in section at the relationship between all of the blocks. Here you can see an exploded axonometric of the overall structural system of the units. So basically there is a kind of mass timber CLT glulam column and beam system, which then has a series of CLT panels for floors and exterior walls. You can then see how the windows slot in, and then interior walls comprised of a combination of some stud framing for the bathrooms to make it a little bit easier to have wet walls for those, as well as a few shear walls of CLT on the interior. And then of course, the trellises and watering system that fit over top. This is a little bit of a closer look at how that exterior wall section comes together, with an exterior finish of an adobe kind of plaster to give a bit of respect to the material palette of San Antonio, and create an interesting duality with the interior wood. So yeah, this is kind of just a basic stab at some construction details of how the assembly might work together. Here you can see an exploded axonometric of 3. Okay, that's not gonna, there, okay. You can see kind of an exploded axonometric of 3 vertical neighbors. Again, kind of showcasing the potential for personalization between each of the units. Different trellises could grow different types of vegetables or flowers or fruits, as well as some of the interesting dichotomies between the material palette at play. This perspective as well, I wanted to kind of showcase a sense of the scale and the intimacy of the living space of the unit, as well as the connection to the porch space outside. With all of these perspectives, I would like to go back in and work out how to add in some of the plant matter that I think is really missing from them, but it's a little bit tricky because of the curved form to do that. But I definitely want to do that before my portfolio review, I think. To conclude, I just wanted to say that I hope that I have kind of managed to address some of my concerns about affordable housing, communal living, and resilience and autonomy through food production. I think that this pandemic has really kind of demonstrated that autonomous communities are more important than ever, and the primary motivation of housing development must not be profit, but rather kind of the development of community and interpersonal relationships.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Haley. I think this was great, a great presentation. The graphics were done nicely. I think you're right that like you can go back and always improve your 3D drawings, and also like I think some of these diagrams also will benefit from added vegetation. Looking at these, just talking about graphics, I think your site plans can also use a little bit of more attention to line weights and like exactly the ones that you were just passing through them, and these ones like maybe in these adding some sort of a poche for the buildings to differentiate them from everything else, or in these ones like just being mindful of how the vegetable garden is reading against the other things in your site.
Mm-hmm.
Just being mindful of those things really helps bring a great presentation to an amazing one. You know, you did everything well. I like how you have addressed this. I think there is a lot of staircases in this project, just a little bit too many for my taste, but I see what you're doing, and I like it. I think the general ideas are great. If you ever wanted to go back to this, I'd recommend maybe looking at how you can open up these units for being personalized for the specific family that goes in there, the diversity that you want to probably see, like those things would play a part. And then sections that talk about how, I know you have touched on how that covered place can be a playscape, but it can also be a pop-up market, or it can be something else, you know, just small sections, vignettes that touch on those would be interesting to look at. And I say all this because you have already opened up those doors. I think you have done a great job, every one of you in the team, to touch upon the potentials that was presented to you. I'm really happy to see this project.
Thank you.
Haley, can you go back to your perspective? I think it was a perspective, your last drawing.
This one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I think I agree with Shiva's comments, and I think there's a lot of really nice things about your project. It has, in this view, it has a very stadium feel to it, with these stairs going up in between each one. And you might think about a drawing where a unit isn't, where there isn't a unit, like what happens when one is gone? Because I think, didn't you say if you have more, if you want to add on to one, you can add, but there's this overall structure.
Mm-hmm.
So you might think about those kinds of views to start to show the variability within the scheme. Also, I like Sheeta's idea about this covered space maybe being a pop-up market. Those kinds of renderings I think could be really nice to help explain your project, like showing these smaller moments, because to me, it seems like a lot of what you focused on is this idea of the growing and making these spaces where sort of living, growing all come together. And I think a little series of images that start to just zoom in very closely on that would be really nice in telling your story.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this I mean, in general, the drawings are very nice. I mean, the only thing I was missing is those close-ups. It would be very good for sections and for plans to, once you have the drawing, just show it blown up, because you have a lot of information there. It's just very hard to see. So we're learning a little bit about this also with Zoom in terms of what's the best way to show things from project to project. But I would say that I agree with the comment about the stairs. It looks like you could have shared stairs, so you could have cut the stairs in half by just saying, okay, this is stair, mine, like in this drawing. The one on the right goes to 2 units, and then you can skip the next one, and the next one shares 2 other units. So you can very quickly cut those in half and create more spaces that can be more private, because they don't need to be circulation spaces all throughout. Yeah. So you could cut them in half just very simply by saying, okay, 2 people share the stair. So it is, which is very natural, because it looks very, very clear that they could be coming from the same stair and then go to each side. But I think that it's a little relentless, the project, in terms of like you have a system and then you just, and it looks like it could benefit from a little more. I mean, when Joyce is saying maybe there's a break here, maybe there's a sense of that. For example, go back to the plan, the fields of the plots for the agriculture. I mean, yes, it's for agriculture mainly, but people, you saw in that rendering that those little kids were playing soccer. Can we play soccer in this patch of area that you don't have? So this could be broken up with playgrounds, with places that have like gathering moments. That, I mean, you have even the space under the building that you clearly have not yet had time to develop, but I think it could be very easily developed, like Ashley said. So you have a lot of moments, but I think that you have not have time to go back and kind of break a little bit the rigidity of a system apply in a very systematic way. And I think that it gets richer when you start, and it will be very easy for you to say, if I say, hey, Haley, what about a play area for the kids? You say, okay, no problem, I'll have it here. If I say, what about this and what about that? You can incorporate those things very easily because you have the framework for it. But specifically about some of the things that you propose, I don't know if I like the notion of the Adobe apply over the glue lamp just because it's San Antonio. It becomes a little like those buildings in Santa Fe that are Adobe on 2x framing, that it feels like very, very, I don't know if you've been to Santa Fe, and then they make it mandatory. Everything needs to look Adobe. And then all of a sudden they say, well, we're going to do Adobe with wood frame, and then we're going to make Adobe that looks like a solid Adobe. And you walk inside and it's not the same. So I would say, like, why San Antonio cannot embrace, glue lamp, and as things evolve, and there are other ways to. So sometimes it looks like the way we apply this, the fact that, hey, San Antonio's majority Hispanic, we need to put some Adobe. It feels a little superficial in my mind. I mean, I think that you're making a very forward-thinking proposals and putting a little bit of that on top. It feels a little artificial, or superficial.
That's
in my
definitely
mind.
fair.
And it's something that you say, look, people evolve, people, there are a lot of layers to what it means, San Antonio, and it could be more specific about some structure that is somewhere else that has a connection with something in the history of the place. So that's another comment. And then 2 more comments. I like the sensibility of your project in terms of the detail and the whole modulation of the structure. Very well done. The plans are very well worked out. I like the curved. Can you go back to maybe the perspective or the where we can see the curved trellis? I mean, I think that my concern with that is that in this drawing is maybe not as obvious, but you have a very nice surface there for people to use. but the curve is killing a lot of the usable surface of that space. So if this was going, you know, even if rounding the very top, imagine like it's 90 degrees, it goes to the horizontal member that you have, and then, you know, spills down on the other end as a 90-degree structure. You can use that space. You can have all the things that you're looking for, but you can make it usable. And you lose the curve, but the curve can be maybe applied to the very edge. But right now the curve is too impactful in the way that you can use that space. You cannot stand in the middle of that space because you all of a sudden start running out of room in ways that is a little strange. So I think that the other thing that it could have been interesting is that you could do it in a way where it's denser in the horizontal plane and it becomes less dense as it spills down on the vertical plane. And then you can have like maybe from 6 to 10 feet is denser, and it becomes, because people, if this gets full of vegetation, you're denying people a view that is a very kind of attractive view. So I know that you're trying to protect from the sun. I think that can happen in the horizontal plane, but I think it's nice to have, I mean, we talk always about eyes on the street and eyes looking down. And I mean, the notion that this has to be screened to the point that if the vegetation grows, you don't have a visual connection. I think maybe portions of the building, but when the whole building has this sense of like relentlessly being covered by these trellis, it feels too heavy-handed for me. I like the detail, I like the sensibility, I like the kind of ways done. I think it can evolve in a way that it can be all the things that you wanted without losing some of the benefits that come from going out and looking who's playing in you know, now you probably can say, hey, you can do it, but you need to go to the side. But maybe the grandma wants to be sitting there looking down at the kids playing in the yard, and then she cannot do it now. You know what I mean? So those are the comments. And then when I look at the overall, and if you can go to the overall plan, you know, basically the site plan that has that connects with the site. Yeah, there you go. That when I look at that and I see the amount of space, it's a little bit there's some of the comments that I made also with Cameron, and I think that the world that you are imagining for this future that you are presenting in this scheme, I think needs more. It needs to be denser, you know, denser in terms of like there's too much space to make it feel believable. You know, I think that there's something that comes from the fact that there's a lot of kind of negotiating for the spaces right now. There's almost too much open space. There's too much open space to imagine the kind of amount of people that you're imagining, you know, happening here. And you're downtown, you're very close to areas that are, you know, the value of the land and the possibilities of what can go there. It feels a little difficult to imagine that just those gigantic spaces between the units can be, you know, yeah, you're doing agriculture, but it's proportionally, I think, something that will make your overall world that you're imagining that can happen, you know, when these buildings are happening. I think it gets more believable if there's more density associated to it in general. That's my sense, that it's not going to lose the aspect of how viable this is, but I think it's more consistent with your premise of the whole master plan. I think there's a little too much open space, and I know that sometimes it feels like how can you say that? It's like, well, sometimes it can be a little more than you need for the argument that you want to present in terms of making these spaces part of a different way of living and a different way of moving around. And so overall, very nicely, very consistent between the three projects in terms of the quality of the presentation, the quality of connection. I like that in this case, for example, something that I was missing from the previous project, there is a sense that the transitional drawings that I was asking in the previous project, I can see it. This is one of them. So I see your project more developed, but I'm seeing how it ties in the rest of the master plan. I missed that in the previous project. So I think you guys have done a very good job in working together until the end, that you have consistently kind of, I'm imagining that you have, maybe you haven't, it just happened by chance, but I think that you have talked to each other throughout, because there's a very, very coordinated sense that the project is talking the same language and is talking the same ideas in ways that is very interesting to see for very different kind of type of individual projects, but all part of this overall master plan that you developed together. So congratulations to all three of you, including you, Haley.
Thank you very much.
Are you guys all still talking to each other?
Oh yeah, we have a whole codependent thing going on.
Yeah, we all pushed each other pretty thoroughly.
Yeah.
I'll add something small to what Juan said, because he brought up a massive great point, Haley, I think, to what you said. You started saying by saying that you wanted to look at more at policy and like how that is done. And I think Juan brings this great point of, so look at the policies of how this can be made possible. And in that context, look at how you can grow this. Maybe this is how your project starts, and then you can come up with how there will be units added in the areas that you have these massive green spaces, and then density will be added. Like just trying to convert this to that, instead of like thinking you just have to redo this master plan. Think about all the great things that Juan said in the context that maybe this comes from a manual of like, okay, how many of my units do translate to one green patch, and how can I convert the two and go from one to another?
But I think we need to look at the precedent base to where this team is. This is a political team. They're holding an agrarian revolution as well as a military revolution. And
Jeffersonian revolution.
And you know, I take the points. I mean, I take Juan's point a lot. I would be looking at compactness more now, but it is in the great tradition of reworking the utopia of the Garden City. There's a lot of precedent in very early modernist work of really looking at this, these types of ways of addressing city. And often they do come out as, I think, being too uniform in the first experiments. But I think it's raising, again, the point that I really, and I'm saying this, maybe I'm being political, and I'm saying in amongst admiring my colleagues, but I think that the school can be too deferential in terms of accepting the status quo, in terms of business as usual. And if ever all of us were being given an impetus to change things, it has to be now. We're in a crisis. We're not just in a pandemic. We're in an environmental crisis. We're in a climatic crisis. We're in a crisis of poverty. And we've really got to look at this, because we know that the alternatives in America are that we're going to lose democracy if we're not very careful. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, in looking at this, and my role in reviews in particular is in not to be defending, but to be listening. But I'm entering the conversation by saying, I really hope we can sway the school to have some studios that are aiming to be experimental and are viewed at through a different lens than the one that I've been going through this week, which has been in some ways a sort of fairly traditional lens of what makes architecture. I almost wish they'd gone further. I'd love to see your environmental systems, your water capture systems coming into this as well.
Yeah, I think
the next step.
Sorry, go ahead, Joyce.
No, I was just saying that's your next step.
Juan, go ahead. It's okay.
No, I was just gonna say that I mean, I wish you had been in my studio, Simon, that you would have liked, because it was a little bit like the same invitation to dream of a different future in Mexico City, in a very large site with a lot of history, like this one, with a lot of neglect. And it was in a way very, very similar in terms of like total ability for the students to be as ambitious as they wanted. And some of the projects were very, just like almost in any studio. So some students took it very, very far, some less so, but it was one. And I saw one from Mike Ficus today that also had some interesting open-ended speculations about the city and the future of how people live and work. So I think that is not always happening the way you would like it, Simon, but I think that is happening, and I agree with you. We need to keep making sure that the school keeps that door open for students to speculate, imagine, propose, and be very aware of all these issues that are happening in terms of political and social challenges and the environmental challenge, of course. And I think we're trying. I think there's so many things students need to go through in terms of architecture school. It almost always feels like we should have more of this and more of this and more of this. We will have you in school for 15 years if we had to. We need more technical classes, more philosophical classes, more history, more. So we have so many things that we would like to do more, but I think that we need to keep being alert about that, Simon, and keep making sure that we have opportunities for students to be confronted to these issues. So I think I applaud you for bringing it up to them. And what I want to make sure that I emphasize that my comment about making it denser is not coming from making it more conventional or making it more realistic. It's more making it more consistent with your own premise of your own proposal. I think that you can do more of the same thing that you're proposing in the space that you have, and it will reinforce your point. I was not trying to get you away from your point. I was trying to emphasize your point by sensing that you could do more with the same amount of space.
Gotcha. No, that totally makes sense.
I got
that. And now I'm the one who has to go, Simon. I had a
thank you. I wish I'd been in your review, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Simon.
Absolutely. Clara, good to see you. Me alegro de verte, Clara. Bye.
Bye, everyone. I need to go as well, but I just wanted to say I also was on several reviews that were quite interesting in terms of how speculative they were and interesting work. So it might be just the ones that you were on. But I just want to say congratulations, guys. I really appreciate this group's project. And, I'm not going to reiterate everything Juan said, but I think you guys worked really well together. And the way that you presented your project made it very easy to understand. There wasn't the need for a lot of questions. What's happening here? What's happening there? Because it was very clear. And the mood of the projects was very clear from your renderings. So I appreciate that. Particularly given this format, it makes it much easier to review, to look at the work. So I need to go, but thank you, Simon, and it's good to see you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.